Did you know there's a place you think you know, but is more than you expect? An organization that is buying $20 billion from women-owned businesses by 2016, and in 1 year donated food for 369 million meals to those in need. It's a place of neighbors helping neighbors, one that's quick to help when disaster strikes, and that's hiring our heroes so they don't have to fight for a job after fighting for our country. It's a place that creates opportunities for thousands of farmers in Africa, a company that employs more than 60 pilots, nearly 7,000 technology professionals, and 8,000 truck drivers, in addition to meteorologists, pharmacists, and everything in between, and is one of the most diverse companies in the country. A company with an e-commerce powerhouse in Silicon Valley that is perfecting access to affordable products when and where you want them, and a logistics system that would blow your mind. It's a place where a mom managing a $100 million business can still make it to dinner with her family, where there is a strong commitment to U.S. manufacturing, a place for your first job, your retirement job, or the lifelong career you've been looking for. It's a place you think you know, but do you? That place is Walmart. Who knew a company so big could feel like family? What we do is made possible by our 2.2 million associates who work for one boss, the customer, and help 250 million of them save money and live better every week.
Okay, this is Walmart Global Tech, stage 1.
Walmart is crushing it right now. The tech we're working on is going to change the way people shop.
And we build technology that isn't just about making money, it's about making customers' lives easier, making sure that they save money so that they can live better.
Walmart is pushing the boundaries in technology.
It's really exciting. Even just one line of code can impact millions of people.
In a span of 2 years, I got promoted. I got my first scientific paper. I'm filing the first patent.
If you have an idea, it goes from idea to development and it's out the door.
I've had more than 20 launches in the past 1.5 years. And Walmart gave me that opportunity.
I feel Walmart is probably the largest startup in the world.
You will be on a production team from day one. You will be touching the source code that drives our biggest systems.
There are so many things happening, from drone deliveries to autonomous vehicle deliveries. It's the happening place.
Currently, I'm working on a project that mixes concepts from reinforcement learning, optimization, and natural language processing.
In Walmart, I've worked on 3D and immersive installations. I've also worked on some robotics and some connected devices.
You've got to think big, because everything you've done before is just going to be even bigger here.
What I love about working at Walmart, we're all together working on the same thing to make the world a better place.
Walmart's history is built on a simple belief that our people make the difference. It was true when Sam Walton first spoke those words, and it's true today. Millions of people have worn a badge for Walmart, Sam's Club, and our family of brands in the past 6 decades. And while the ways our associates have served our customers and members over the years have evolved, our purpose has remained the same. We're committed to saving people money and helping them live better. Our purpose is what drives us to have a positive impact on our customers and our members. And that's why we do what we do. Now more than ever, it's so important we're laser focused on creating value for all of our stakeholders by saving customers time and money, strengthening our communities, and aiding the regeneration of our planet. What guides our purpose is a set of beliefs, our values, passed down from Sam Walton through the way he lived his life. They represent what we stand for and what we believe in: acting with integrity, striving for excellence, serving the customer, and respecting the individual. Our expectation for more than 2 million associates around the world is that you bring our purpose and values to life by living them every day, whether you just started with the company or you've been a part of us for many years. When you hear the word culture, think of our real, everyday behaviors. How do you treat others, and how do they interact with you? Our goal is to have our behaviors align to our values. Here's how. Acting with integrity means being honest by keeping our promises, telling the truth, and being trustworthy. Be fair and do the right thing, whether you're a store manager, merchant, or technologist. Be courageous. Speak up and ask for help when you need it. Be open and transparent with each other. Striving for excellence requires holding ourselves and others accountable to a high standard of performance. We drive growth, which is accelerated by taking intelligent risks and embracing change. Be curious, adapt, learn and apply new information. Accelerate our digital transformation. Manage the short term while strategically investing to build for the long term. Serving the customer means putting our customers first by anticipating their wants and needs and exceeding their expectations. We need to be frontline focused, supporting and empowering associates to serve customers and members every day in stores, clubs, and online. Be a true believer in our everyday low price business model to deliver value, lower our costs, and differentiate our approach. Respecting the individual means actively listening to understand one another. Be visible, responsive, available, and open to feedback. Demonstrate servant leadership by leading by example, being humble, and teaching and trusting others to do their jobs. We see and celebrate differences. Everyone belongs at Walmart. Make diversity, equity, and inclusion a personal priority for yourself. Every associate is expected to live these behaviors out every day. As we do, we'll bring our purpose and values to life, and both our customers and the world around us will be better for it. Our work will be more rewarding and our business will thrive. It'll be our culture and humanity that set us apart. Our people will make the difference.
If you shop at Walmart, you know you don't always have to go to the store. Because when you order on the Walmart app, everything you need is right at your fingertips. So no matter how you shop, you can spend a little less to get a little more, to make life a little better.
This is India, a country brimming with diversity, a nation unified by a shared dream, a dream of plenty, a dream of progress, a dream of plenty of progress. Progress for every Indian, progress for all 1.4 billion Indian hearts, hearts that all throb to the same pulse, the pulse of infinite possibilities, the pulse of incredible progress. Introducing PhonePe Pulse, a treasure trove of data made public. Data derived from over 20 billion payment transactions. Transactions made by Indians across the length and breadth of the country, across all 3.2 million square kilometers. A pulse that represents data that is unfiltered, data that is highly actionable, data that is constantly updated and always accessible. Data representing 45% of all digital payments in India. Data that captures the vibrancy of the Indian economy. Data that is now being democratized for all. Data in the right hands. Your hands. A pulse that represents a vast ocean of reports, graphs, and public APIs. Reports that answer 1,000 questions. Reports that will prompt 1,000,000 new ones. Graphs that explain today's trends. Graphs that will help shape tomorrow's trends. APIs explaining payment habits of 300 million Indians. APIs available to every Indian who wants to know more. PhonePe Pulse, the beat of progress. India's data unlocked. India's progress unleashed.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second edition of Converge at Walmart 2022. My name is Shiny Samuel, and I'm a Senior Director for Associate Learning and Leadership here at Walmart Global Tech, and your host for this morning. So last year, we launched a one-of-its-kind retail tech event virtually, and thanks to many of your feedback, we are back again this year, bigger, better, and more importantly, with an opportunity to build stronger in-person connections. Please also welcome Savio, my co-host for this morning.
Thank you, Shiny. Good morning, all. I'm Savio Suarez, a Senior Director at US Omnitech team here in Walmart. We are truly excited to have you all in this venture of reimagining retail tech. Let me try to take you all down the memory lane to see how we all got here. With the humble beginning in 1962 in Arkansas to having over 10,500 stores across the globe, Walmart has been reimagining retail tech with amazing tech innovations.
Very true, and all thanks to the vision of our founder, Sam Walton, the original retail maverick. And so today we will hear of many of these innovations from our Walmart leaders and associates. And I'm truly excited. I have some personal favorites too.
Hold on, Shiny.
All right.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. There is a lot to look forward to in today's event. Over 40 industry experts, global leaders, tech futurists, and retail innovators will be here on Converge stage today.
And joining us virtually is none other than our own Doug McMillan, President and CEO of Walmart Inc., Judith McKenna, President and CEO of Walmart International, Suresh Kumar, EVP, CTO, and Chief Development Officer.
Shiny, you are name dropping.
All right, and a room full of industry experts from various places, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Google, PhonePe, Flipkart, and of course our own Walmart leaders and associates. But before we actually get started for the day, I'd like to actually invite the hotel security and staff, security and safety team to come on stage and give us some of our safety regulations for today.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ashish Jha, Loss Prevention Manager. First and foremost, I would like to inform you that today we are not going to have any mock drills, any testing of fire safety equipments. Our hotel is having all the necessary equipments to detect the fire. Currently, we are at the ground level ballroom. Our hotel assembly point is directed on your right side next to the pre-function area. In case of any fire-related emergency, do not panic. Please wait for instructions of hotel emergency response team. They will guide you in case of any evacuation toward the assembly point. In case of any medical emergency, first aid assistance is also available. 24/7 on-call doctor facility is also available in case of any medical emergency. Wish you successful event and great day ahead. Thank you so much. With regards, Loss Prevention Team, JW Marriott, Bangalore.
Thank you, Ashish. Today, we'll be hearing from industry experts on cutting-edge tech, including IoT, AI, Web3, and many more.
Yeah, and let's not forget SparkTech and India Innovators Showcase. It's not every day that students and startups get an opportunity to pitch their retail ideas amongst this kind of elite audience. So I'm very excited for that.
I agree.
And they get to win an opportunity to either full-time or internship offer.
Yes, and?
And they may get a coveted space in the Walmart Startup Mentoring Program.
Excited, are we, Shiny?
Can you tell? I'm really excited for today. And
all right, I think we have suitably amped up our audience. How about we finally get started with the event we have been teasing for so long?
My thoughts exactly. So let's get started. Let's first hear from Doug McMillan, President and CEO of Walmart Inc., as we launch into Converge at Walmart 2022.
Hello, I'm Doug McMillan, President and CEO of Walmart, and it's great to have so many of you with us at Converge. Thank you for being here, and a special thank you to all of our associates for the ways you're serving our customers and members. As our team is used to hearing me say, the only constant in our business, other than our purpose and values, is change. And today is full of change. Around the world, the pandemic, disruptions to the supply chain, and inflation have affected the way every business operates. They've changed the way people spend and save and their perception of value. They've changed how we travel, how we communicate, and how we work. But these challenges have also opened up a window of opportunity for us to be more empathetic and more agile, and to reimagine how we can serve our customers and their families better. We have a simple but powerful purpose at Walmart: to help people save money and live better. And we bring that purpose to life every day for about 230 million customers and members every week around the world. One of the keys to delivering on that purpose is how we build and deploy technology across our business. Our tech teams play an important role in creating the experiences and capabilities that allow our customers and members to interact with us and access the things they need. One innovation we worked on at Walmart that's invisible to our customers but works 24/7 to help improve the experience they have with us is called Element. Our global tech team in India built this intelligent and collaborative platform to democratize access to all of the AI and machine learning initiatives within Walmart, giving our engineers access to problem-solving tools. This platform lets our team optimize aisle assortment, reduce customer wait times, and solve many other problems for our business. It makes our customers and our associates' lives easier. It's helping us move fast and with purpose. Something I love about an event like this one is that it brings people together who, like us, believe that technology can make people's lives better. Tech powers how we serve our customers and our associates. It helps us solve problems in our communities and for our planet. So as we work together and learn from each other throughout the conference, there are a few things on my mind as I think about the opportunity to leverage tech to make our world a better place. First, using technology should be simple. That's true whether you're a retailer delivering groceries into a customer's fridge, or you're building an app or making it easier to access healthcare. Tech should make life easier, not harder. It might even make it more fun. Second, it needs to move fast because our world is moving fast. The people we serve expect us to keep up, and our tech has to keep pace with the changes happening in their lives. So let's put people first. Let's listen, let's learn, and then let's move. And third, it should enable us to do things we've never done before. So much of what you're building today has never existed before this moment. We have new tools at our fingertips that can help us solve big challenges, like automating supply chains, or getting goods and services to people in hard-to-reach places, or reducing our impact on the environment. Maintain a problem-solving mindset. Ask yourself and your teams, what are the biggest challenges your business, your people, and our planet are facing? And how can we use tech to solve those problems? So again, thank you for joining us. We're glad you're here. Let's keep working together, learning from each other, talking with one another, and especially listening to the people whose lives we have the ability to impact. I can't wait to see what you'll do next.
Up next, we have Judith McKenna, President and CEO of Walmart International.
Hello everyone, my name is Judith McKenna and I'm the President and CEO of Walmart International. I am so delighted to be part of Converge at Walmart again this year, and it's great to have the opportunity to speak with you today. I really do wish I could be with you in person, because every time I visit India, and I've done that 3 times already this year, I'm so deeply impressed and energized by the entrepreneurial spirit in our teams and right across the country. That spirit is one of the reasons that Walmart is so proud to play a small part in India's story. Now, some of you will have heard us talk about our international strategy, which is to build strong local businesses powered by Walmart. What does that actually mean? Well, strong local businesses means we're investing in markets to create long-term sustainable growth in a way that's relevant to customers and associates wherever they are in the world. Having strong local businesses is really the key to our success. And powered by Walmart means how we're bringing Walmart's global resources and learnings together from right across our portfolio to strengthen global capabilities and create even more opportunities. So if I look at strong local businesses powered by Walmart for India, what does it mean? Well, firstly, we're going to continue to enable Flipkart and PhonePe, which are strong, homegrown Indian companies that we're scaling up to help Indian customers and businesses take advantage of the digital economy. Secondly, we're creating new opportunities for Indian companies to grow as part of our global supply chains by expanding our Made in India exports commitment to $10 billion each year by 2027, which in turn helps drive the broader economy. And finally, it's the role that global tech is playing to help us reimagine retail and services across the 24 countries in which Walmart does business. That's as important now as ever, because our customers are evolving fast, and we need to stay in step with them. When you think about how they're shopping today and what they're shopping for, technology is critical, and it's part of how we can provide a seamless customer experience to help people save money so they can live better. We're counting on our tech teams and partners to deliver the real value of Powered by Walmart. With Walmart Global Tech, we're building on what we've learned here in India, creating opportunities and access for customers and businesses that they never had before. And India has a unique role to play in the global economy, with its deep pool of talent, proven ability to leapfrog existing digital technologies, and extensive manufacturing expertise. Whether it's Indian companies selling on the US marketplace, or the technology to take exports from India to the world through Walmart sourcing, or building financial services that customers need, like in Mexico or Canada or Chile. We're reimagining retail, all at the same time supporting customers, associates, and suppliers, big and small, across the globe. We're so excited to be on this journey with all of you. Thank you so much, and have a great experience at Converge at Walmart.
Up next is Suresh Kumar, Executive Vice President, CTO and CDO, Walmart Global Tech.
Hi everyone, I'm Suresh Kumar and I lead Walmart Global Tech, a talented team of technologists around the world. Thank you for joining Converge at Walmart. We are glad you're here. We have brought together leaders to share their insights and perspectives with you. This is a very exciting time for both retail tech and for the tech industry in India. Retailers are imagining everything from supply chain and retail operations to customer and associate experiences. Technologists across India are driving this transformation, both at home and in markets around the world. For instance, at Walmart, we are leveraging emerging tech to change how the world shops. We are applying data science in new and smart ways to make faster decisions. We are using AI, voice, and edge computing to help our store associates serve customers in impactful ways. Our cybersecurity team is developing solutions to protect customers and earn their trust. And we are running a tech stack that includes one of the largest hybrid clouds in existence. Our teams in Bangalore, in Chennai, and in Gurgaon are at the heart of this innovative work. Today, we will dive into evolving retail experiences and what it takes to deliver them. Enjoy this opportunity to connect and to learn. I want you to leave with new ideas to serve your customers in exciting and new ways. And above all, be proud of the impact we are making as Indian engineers. I sure am. Thank you.
Next, we have Hari Vasudev, our Senior Vice President, Retail Tech Platforms and Country Head. He'll be sharing with us innovative solutions we build at Walmart to enhance our customer experience.
Walmart Global Tech is embracing new technologies, building game-changing solutions, and making every day easier for millions of people. We use technology to transform experiences for our customers and members. We are powering our associates with consumer-grade technology and innovating experiences for our suppliers and external partners, all while driving efficiencies and accelerating innovation for the business. And we are just getting started. We will create new businesses that strengthen the Walmart flywheel. We will maintain trust. We will make an epic impact for our customers, members, and associates. Because we are Global Tech.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second edition of Converge at Walmart. It's nice to have you all with us today in person. The video that you just watched on screen gives a glimpse of our vision to power the biggest retailer in the world. Walmart Global Tech is working towards creating limitless retail possibilities for our customers. Our founder, Sam Walton, said in the early 60s, a customer decides the value and success of a brand. Over the decades, we have gone through many tech transformations, and at every step, we have taken the cue from our customers to better ourselves. The industry has been highly customer-centric for a while now, and therefore, every new decision boils down to what do the customers want? What problems are we solving for them? What could be the impact on them? And how are they getting benefited? In essence, all these questions warrant the need to understand how the customers decide. When we started to reimagine retail tech, we quickly scaled from a store-only approach to an omni-channel strategy. Today, customers open their doors for us to go an extra mile and stock up their refrigerators for increased convenience. We know their preferences and help them save time by offering smart substitutions and ready-to-cart orders. Our product managers, engineers, designers, and data scientists use technology in new ways to improve and innovate for our customers, our members, and our associates. What we do as a tech team creates epic impact at every touch point of Walmart's retail value chain. I'm really proud to introduce you to a few of these amazing Walmart global tech teams who define and also differentiate us. 90% of the population in the US live within 10 miles of a Walmart store. This provides a tremendous opportunity for us to leverage our stores and deliver an omni-channel shopping experience for our customers so that they can save money and lead better lives. Walmart's fulfillment network is vast and diverse, so we focused on growing our supply chain infrastructure by automating high-tech local fulfillment and distribution centers. Today, we have varying levels of automation and process maturity across the network. Let's hear from the team about how they reimagined our warehouse management system.
We are building a state-of-the-art warehouse management system that is cloud-native, multi-tenant, modular, has a partner-agnostic plug-and-play automation warehouse control system that can integrate with any automation system. We are talking about a warehouse management platform centered on simplicity, stability, and scalability. These fulfillment centers and stores are supported by a network of 150 plus distribution nodes that work in coordination to ensure the right inventory is placed in the right forward deployed fulfillment centers and stores at the right time to meet customer demand. In the next few years, we will be building 100 more automated FCs attached to existing stores. With omnichannel integrations and significant automation initiatives already in use, the window into the future of supply chain technology is now open. And at Walmart, these cutting-edge technologies are helping us to catapult into that future.
While our fulfillment centers and distribution centers are getting automated to function at optimal efficiency, our checkout processes at stores also went through a transformation. In today's world of instant gratification, even a few minutes of delay in checkout can have a significant impact on customer experience. To ensure that our customers leave our stores happy, we looked into making our checkout process easier, faster, and more resilient. Our team worked on cloud applications to enable business efficiency and scalability. Let's watch how.
When we enhanced our point of sale systems, the solution was to take the applications closer to the customer. This was achieved by running the apps as microservices on edge systems managed by the Walmart Cloud Native platform. This change in architecture allowed the apps to run in offline or autonomous mode and to work with or without the cloud, thereby ensuring a robust shopping experience for our customers. Given the scale at which we operate, we focused on how to roll out, manage, and deploy our apps consistently across thousands of stores around the world. Walmart Cloud Native platform, powered by Kubernetes, was the answer. The orchestration capabilities of Kubernetes, coupled with our Cloud Native platform's versatile provisioning workflows, deployment pipelines, and integrations, enabled us to solve the automation, configuration, resiliency, and security aspects of the applications. The platform enables the app to be functional in low network bandwidth environments and can maintain huge number of clusters efficiently. Stored applications in cloud-native platform are now running seamlessly in Edge with a backup of failover to the cloud, resulting in close to 100% availability. This has resulted in minimizing checkout time for our customers in store and making processes simpler for our associates.
Speed checkout processes at stores or doubling orders per minute on e-commerce platforms, Walmart Global Tech is enriching Walmart's omnipresence. Sam's Club is an exclusive wholesale club. Millions of members shop at samsclub.com and at the 600 clubs located across US and Puerto Rico. Sam's Club also has locations in Brazil, China, and Mexico. As the business appetite increased, we started building a highly scalable, reliable, extensible, next-gen cloud-native e-commerce platform to serve our members better. Our associates will take you through how we envision that platform.
At Sam's, our journey to build an omni-commerce platform in the last 2.5 years has truly tested the agile mindset of our team and tech leadership, as most of the platform capabilities were implemented during the pandemic to help serve our members better. We made a significant impact with the new platform, which is a collection of enterprise-grade APIs built on microservices architecture that enabled Sam's members to get what they want, where they want, when they want, and at attractive price points. Today, the impact of our hard work and smart work is evident. We now see orders per minute have doubled, and there is a further 10x headroom in the platform should there be a need to scale. The new platform has unlocked a plethora of opportunities through its extensible and composable architecture, which has in turn improved our ability to respond to competition by going to the market quickly with new features. Overall, tech has enabled us to serve our members better and has also contributed to a double-digit growth at Sam's Club for the last 10 consecutive quarters.
Stores, clubs, fulfillment centers, distribution centers. We are reimagining the future of retail for Walmart with technology. With that, I would like to thank you again for attending the second edition of Converge at Walmart today. We have interesting and insightful sessions lined up for you throughout the day. Remember to attend the tracks where you will hear from industry experts on how the ecosystem is working together to reimagine retail tech and drive seamless shopping experiences to customers across the world. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call on stage Rahul Chari. He is the co-founder and CTO of PhonePe, and he will share with us his vision on how technology can transform building payment solutions for Bharat. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. It's great to be here at the second year of Converge. I think the last year was a virtual event, so it's really, really nice to have everybody in a room and address the room rather than address the Zoom call. Digital payments, obviously, in India has grown tremendously in the last 5 years. I mean, just as PhonePe, today we are used by 1 in every 4 Indians. We do more than 3 billion transactions on a monthly basis. In fact, sometimes I lose count and the team tells me it's not 3, it's 3.2, it's 3.4. That's the rate at which we are growing, and we are just part of the larger digital payment story. And we are accepted at, say, 99% of all PIN codes in the country. But this doesn't happen by chance. It's not organic. It's not growth that can start from the tier 1s. We learn from there, see how we take it to tier 2s, etc. Payments is so primitive. You have to start thinking of it from day 1 at population scale. And that requires a fair amount of thoughtful execution across product definition, platform building, and then execution for ubiquitous acceptance. So if somebody asks me that how did we build for Bharat, how did we build payments for the country, it's very difficult to kind of compress it into 3 or 4 minutes. But I've been thinking about this. It's a question that comes up very, very frequently. If there's a mantra to it, it is around simplicity, scalability, and trust. So simplicity leads to scalability. In fact, that's one of our values at PhonePe. It's actually one of the values that we have in our set of values, and that's how we think about product development. That's what gives you the trials. Once you have the trials at scale, to increase the depth and breadth of usage, you have to actually build trust. So simplicity, scalability, and trust become the three tenets on which to actually build payments for Bharat. But I genuinely believe that this applies to any product that is as primitive and has to have the kind of reach that you need to actually build for India. So let's kind of deep dive a little into how I think about these three tenets. Simplicity. If you think about simplicity purely from how we build products, especially on the payments front, the first and foremost thing that comes to my mind is to be as utilitarian as possible. Design language, in many cases, is designed to push the envelope in terms of how the product is actually manifesting for, say, millennials, or how fast you can get adoption among the younger generation in the metro areas. You can't afford to do any of that with something like payments, mainly because of the fact that as soon as you do that, you're starting to solve for a minority when it comes to population level and not the majority. So our design language at PhonePe stays utilitarian, and that's one thing we focus on unilaterally when we say that how are we actually going to put out the next feature. And this doesn't restrict itself just to UI, right? The information architecture of your product, the PhonePe app, any website that we are putting out there, has to be future provisioned in a manner that it compartmentalizes the use cases to take the consumer through a journey that is the starting point, the middle story, and the end. If you don't think about information architecture that is allowing that kind of journey for the user, you're going to actually lose them halfway through or never even able to get them on board, right? And finally, from a simplicity lens perspective, we use personalization very loosely and sometimes a little too, in a very overzealous manner. Personalization goes towards trying to actually build, say, home pages for products that are highly personalized to the usage of a particular user on the product. Say, consumers are doing recharge, bill payments. We try to actually focus only on that on the home page and try to actually reiterate that through every messaging that we have. What you do by making it personalized to an extent that the user uses you for only one use case is that you don't get the depth of usage that you want and the breadth of usage that you need from the population, especially when you're driving new behavior. At the same time, you can't be a platform that is in your face for everything that you're offering the user all the time. A particular user in a metro like Bangalore is very different from their life stage with payments than somebody, say, in Raipur, than somebody, say, in a Kolhapur, or somebody even in a Coimbatore. Everybody falls in a different cohort or a life stage when it comes to payments. Trying to actually construct some of these journeys where you're making the right nudges for the right user to take them through what they should be attempting next on payments is a data-enabled platform story. Like, we have platforms that are literally called Yatra that drive a consumer's journey that is based purely on data, and statistical data that you can get at population level comes in very fast. So moving from there to scalability. Once you get these kind of trials, scalability plays a very, very important role. You've got the trials. How do you increase the depth and the breadth of usage? In something like payments, there is no one person who can do it all. The only real answer to scalability, outside of obviously building amazing platforms that are horizontally scalable, is to actually be an ecosystem player. Open protocols are the future. A country like India, if it needs to leapfrog, the definition of leapfrogging is to use technology to move into a realm that did not exist yesterday, but as soon as possible. That is, like yesterday, move into that realm using technology. And that happens only through something like open protocols, where a lot of people can participate. You drive more partnerships and then start building out the ecosystem. UPI is one of the most well-spoken about example of ecosystem building, where partnerships are come into play, but the fintech industry as a whole operates in that model. If you see, there are partners who are selling digital gold, who are distributed through PhonePe, and the payments happens through UPI, and it's an interoperable world. Those are the kind of things that drive scale. And scale becomes extremely important because it is not just reach, but it's things like interoperability and the number of new use cases that you can actually drive at light speed comes in only through these kind of partnerships. So scalability through open ecosystems, open protocols, one of the key reasons why PhonePe is where it is. And therefore, we can't take all the credit. We are one of many in this ecosystem who are trying to make digital payments happen. And finally, trust. Once you've hit that scale, if you don't earn the trust of the consumer, you're going to fail and fail extremely fast. And what do you do to build trust? The first and foremost for somebody like us building payments is an extremely reliable platform, right? If there's one thing and just one thing that we must do, gun to head, prioritize one thing, it is about the success rate and the speed of payments. At any given point, if I have a choice between putting out a completely new feature, building out a completely new experience, versus trying to actually increase the speed or the success rate of payments by 0.5%, or increase the speed by reducing latencies across the board by 100 milliseconds or 150 milliseconds, that would win hands down. So I think the reliability where you actually buy the confidence of the user that the payments will happen no matter what is most important when you earn trust. The second has been basically real-time risk and fraud detection systems, especially for a country like India, right? Given our diversity, given the differences, the different stratas in society, given the fact that there's this very strong education curve on digital payments that consumers are going through right now, as we are pushing with all our effort in trying to get deeper penetration, you have to have the back of the customer and the user when it comes to identifying every new modus operandi when it comes to frauds and trying to actually take an approach of being more conservative than to when it comes to actually preventing frauds and risky situations in payments. And again, data plays the best role there. We have to move away from the traditional models of passwords and creating more hurdles for the customer and becoming significantly more data-driven risk detection. And a platform like ours, which basically works inline to every payment across the 100 million payments that we do on a daily basis, each one of that goes through our risk and fraud systems. We do around 500 million, 600 million evaluations on risk and fraud through the day, with the response time being sub 20, 30 milliseconds, because that otherwise adds to the latency. That kind of investment is foundational to how you build for Bharat. And finally, from a customer experience and customer support perspective, you have to become completely proactive versus reactive. Moving away from trying to actually solve for customer angst as a customer support operation to being proactive to detect issues. Try to prevent the issues up front. If you have great algorithms to be able to be predictive about the success rate of a transaction, try to actually ensure that you prevent the transaction from happening and then nudge the customer later when the success rate that you are predicting has actually gone up. Just one of the examples. But to be extremely proactive when it comes to customer support is the third leg of building trust. So all in all, I think anybody who's kind of building for Bharat, building at population level, wanting to leapfrog through technology, which is not a luxury, but is the only choice that we have ahead of us to take the country forward, whether it is payments, whether it is shopping, whether it is retail, whether it's health tech, have to actually work with this simple mantra of simplicity, scalability, and then trust. Thanks a lot, and wishing everybody here a great day ahead with all the conversations that are going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul.
We are privileged to have with us Jayendran Venugopal, Chief Product and Technology Officer, Flipkart. With over 20 years of experience, Jayendran is one of the leading voices in the retail tech industry, driving innovation across the board.
And joining this fireside chat will be B.S. Prabhakar, Vice President, Walmart Global Tech.
Hey, good morning, everyone. India is a nation with 1.2 billion population. It has one of the most varied market. It has, thanks to diversity in culture, preference, and the lifestyle. While within this landscape, Bharat always overtakes or dominates over India when it comes to industries in country. Sorry. India is poised to really grow into one of the biggest digital customer market, and it is necessary to tap into aspirants beyond metros, into villages and towns. The next wave of innovation would be focusing on Bharat to meet the needs of the unique population we have. To decode Bharat opportunities and the landscape in e-retail beyond metros, I have with me Jayendran Venugopal, Chief Product and Technology Officer at Flipkart. At Flipkart, Jayendran is responsible for creating user experiences, building large-scale systems, data platform, and cutting-edge technology-driven data science applications. Welcome, Jayendran, and big thanks for joining us today.
Thank you, BSP. Pleasure to be here.
So, Jayendran, I would like to get started in what do you think about the e-retail landscape in India?
Yeah, so e-retail has actually been in India for about 15 years now, roughly, give or take, right? And people would say that it's an evolved industry, but if I compare it to the global landscape, I would say that we are just really getting started on that journey. The way I would characterize it is, if you look at the overall commerce market in India, which is close to 840 billion, give or take, market, right? So 70 to 80% of it is, of course, grocery, both staples as well as fruits and vegetables and household goods. And then, of course, you have fashion and various other categories that make up that pie. The overall share of digital commerce in that pie today is basically only 4%, 4.5% based on who's doing the accounting, right? So, and this is just all of the players put together. And if you compare it with global markets where maybe e-commerce got started a bit earlier than in India, that number actually reaches as much as 35, 40%. Right? So from that perspective, you can see that there is a 10x headroom for growth for e-commerce in India. And this is not even talking about the growth of the pie itself. India is going to be one of the fastest growing economies, even in the current global macroeconomic environment. We expect that growth will be fairly strong in India in terms of being a consumer market, and the pie will keep growing as well. So from this, you can see that there is a long way to go for us to really get the benefits of digital commerce to every corner of the country. And that is what we are focused on. And a lot of that growth is actually going to come from, as you called it, the Bharat India, right? The middle India, not the early affluent adopters of e-commerce, but the next 500, 600, 700 million users are going to come from the tier 2 and tier 3 cities and beyond. I'm sure we'll talk more about it as we go further.
Yeah, that's a good segue for my next questions. Bharat users in center of this. What is Flipkart doing to bring these Bharat users onto the platform?
Absolutely. So I would largely look at it in terms of 4 or 5 pillars that are the key pivots that we need to deploy technology in new, novel ways to bring the new to internet, new to commerce, digital commerce users onto the e-commerce bandwagon, right? So one of them is video. A lot of the new to internet users, their first port of call for the internet is actually consuming video and entertainment, right? And of course, then our consumer internet peers, Rahul spoke earlier, payments has been a big use case, which has driven early adoption of online transaction space for a lot of these new to internet users. But if you still look at it, like out of the 700 million active internet users, 800 million active internet users in the country in any given month, only about 200 million actually use any e-commerce platform for doing product transactions, right? So, and the reason is because there is still a lot to be done to solve for the middle India. So one of the things is video, when we talk about video, we are not only talking about things like content to commerce and doing top of the funnel partnerships with the large content players, both global and local players, to see how we can drive that and go from inspiration to transactions. We are also videofying the entire journey on the platform, right? So instead of having flat shot images, why not have full bleed imagery and videos being the mode of explaining product features to users rather than making them go through long list of catalog descriptions and so on and so forth, right? So seller videos to create trust, for example. So video is one big lever that we are using. We launched video commerce, including live commerce. We are actually doing influencer commerce and trying to use micro-influencers, for example, to get their followers onto the e-commerce bandwagon. The second one is vernacular. A lot of these users actually are very comfortable with their own vernacular language of choice. And that's why we made the choice about 3 years back to deeply invest in creating custom solutions for the tier 2 and beyond cities. And now we are very proud to say that we have one of the broadest assortment of languages that we support on the platform. So apart from English, we have 11 more Indian languages that we support. 92% of the country in terms of their first language choice is covered. And it's not only just changing the overall app scaffolding and navigation elements, it's a very, very deep investment. It goes into understanding vernacular search queries better, understanding intent better, auto-translation of user-generated comments on the product pages is into the vernacular language is a very important element for those users to be able to make informed product decisions. So vernacular is a big area of focus for us. The other one I would call out is voice. A lot of the tier 2 and beyond users actually prefer voice as the medium of interaction rather than typing, right? I mean, of course, typing on, I'm sure any of you have tried typing on your Devanagari keyboards or other language keyboards know that it'll definitely give you a very painful thumb, right? So we do want to actually support very natural modes of interaction. Doug talked about it in his opening address, right? The job of technology is to simplify life for the users, right? And voice is a very important element of it. We have seen explosive growth in adoption of voice commerce, voice-based commerce. The last one I'll call out in terms of being able to build trust is assisted commerce. Assisted commerce, one element of it is social commerce, being able to use social graph of the users and using social and influencers to be able to reach them and give them confidence about transacting on online platforms. There are other elements as well. We are developing, like, for example, chatbots that are able to answer questions in a natural language-based way, and then being able to hand off to the right human agents at the right point for further clarifications and so on, and various other things. And similarly, using trust markers on the product in a very meaningful way and very trustworthy way, right? And all of these things are the things that we need to continue investing in as a overall digital adoption of the tier 2 and 3 cities increase. And for us to fully realize the potential of what e-commerce can do for the country, these investments have to deepen and continue.
Great. So one of the things that was talked about by Rahul also is the data and AI, right? That's been very important and key in coming up with products for the customers. What's Flipkart doing? How is it using this data and UI?
Okay, yeah, so I think we have been privileged to have been able to put up one of the best talent teams in the country in terms of bringing together data scientists, analytics, data engineers, several hundred people strong team across all of these disciplines. And with the scale of data that we have been able to collect, let's say from Clickstream, every day we collect close to 100 terabytes of data just from the Clickstream, right? And historical data that we have on our users that we use to train our models, it runs into hundreds of petabytes, right? So this wealth of data we have been able to transform into almost 200 plus models that run across various domains. So maybe I can pick a few examples to highlight how this is really being used in very novel ways. So we use it for both demand-side constructs, user-facing features on the platform, seller-facing features, as well as our supply chain to make it more efficient and optimized, right? So maybe I can pick one each and show how we are using data and AI in very new, novel ways. So on the demand side, I already talked about, for example, machine translation of user-generated content. We have seen really, really good results from that. The conversions on product pages where we have machine translated UGC comments is actually substantially better than when we don't have it. We also do very deep personalization, and the personalization is not just n equal to 1 personalization. That's something that we have been doing for a while. And even for users that are new to the platform, we do a lot of work to actually cohortize them and then create the experiences that resonate with them. So a lot of deep work has gone into that space. On the seller-facing side, we work on computer vision, for example, to make cataloging easier. So we're able to auto-detect features of any product that you're trying to upload for new listing on the platform, using several dozen models across very, very different verticals that we have on the platform. To detect product features, to do automated QC of cataloging, and so on and so forth. On the supply chain side, I'll call out some interesting things that we have done. Apart from optimization at scale, demand forecasting, and other things that any marketplace platform retailers do, India has very unique challenges, right? For example, there is no grid system in the country for us to do geocoding in a very, very precise way. Right, and we have developed over the years what we call as our in-house location intelligence platform, where we keep creating polygons and keep refining them based on keywords found in the address text and matching it to the actual geocode when the actual delivery happens. And this has enabled us to create one of the most precise, up to a 50-meter location accuracy, right, which is good for us from a delivery perspective. Most precise geocoding engines that is there for the Bharat India. And when we compare with best-in-class platforms, especially for tier 2 and beyond cities, we benchmark ourselves to be doing much better on precision of geocoding, right, based on this homegrown innovation that we have done. So that's an example. So we deploy data science across various other elements like trust and safety to keep the platform safe for the good users and prevent collateral damage because of, let's say, sellers or customers who engage with the platform with not the greatest of intent, right? How do you do that at scale and do it in a way that also protects our users, protect the platform? That is something that we deeply use machine learning AI on, and lots and lots of use cases I can keep talking on about.
Awesome. Maybe we'll wrap up this with this question. Big Billion Day is around the corner, and that's one of the event India look forward to when it comes to e-commerce. What to expect this time?
Yeah, so as usual, Big Billion Day, all of you can expect to find some mind-blowing deals on the platform.
2022. Technology has inspired, influenced, even changed the overall consumer shopping experience and expectations. And consumers have started adopting technology much faster than before, demanding retailers to have better in-store landscapes. We all know, earlier we tried to have a store in an app. Now the direction is changing. The apps are coming back to the store. And there is still exists a gap or a friction in the overall consumer journey and experience. So I would like to share 2 examples of a customer journey. Ravi wants to buy a shirt. He goes to a fashion store. He interacts with a coworker. He gets a sample shirt, goes into a trial room, wears it. But then to make a buying decision, there is something that is in front of him, which is the mirror. The mirror influences his buying decision. Imagine if it is smart and digitalized mirror. We can cut down all the steps. He can directly go in front of the mirror, choose the shirt, design, style, color, and see if it fits him, conforms. And the coworker gets a notification, picks and packs, hands it out to him, paid digitally or physically. So simple. Technology can change the lives. And the second one I want to share is about Nirmala's family. Nirmala and her family identifies a need for a sofa at home. Typically what happens, mother searches online, daughter is in Instagram, son downloads a lot of app with AR. They find the sofa. With AR, they could even see how it fits in the room. But the shopping is not complete because the touch, feel, and the physical experience is missing. They are led to the store. Now they come to the physical store. Let's imagine that is us in the store. We get a message saying, welcome to the store. She picks a smart trolley for a convenient, easy checkout. She walks around the store with the family. She interacts with smart shelves, which provides product information, pricing, and availability. And the son finds a very interactive digital kiosks. And he finds many articles that's not in the store. They plan to buy in the digital kiosk and pay online and opt for home delivery. And there comes a message to Nirmala's phone. We know you want to buy a sofa. Product recommendation powered by AI and ML. And she gets so excited. And then it also gives, can you click here, navigate through the store to come to the sofa section? Of course, you know, smart retailers will never give you a shortcut navigation. They want you to walk through the store. Finally, they come to the sofa section. They see a variety of sofas, but then she is confused what one to buy. And they select something which is not seen in the web. The dilemma comes back again. How will it fit in my living room? The coworker takes them to an immersive room, immediately adds an image of their living room, adds the sofa they want to buy, and they all feel excited to see exactly their living room. So technology can really influence customer shopping journey. And she continues her journey in the store. She finds out a digital kiosk where she can order some muffins so that she can pick up as she checks out. All this time, the robo sitting behind is working very hard to pick and pack and do the fulfillment of it. And she walks out of the store in a very convenient way. So technology can address across the customer journey all the frictions. But then it goes back to the business strategy, saying how much should I invest? What is the level of experience that I have to give? But personally, I feel the retailing, especially the physical retailing, in the future is going to be interesting, exciting, and a lot of fun, and technology will be the game changer of it.
Wonderful, Thomas. I think that just sums up in two different points of telling personalized and make it that much more comfortable for everyone walking into the store. Nice. Guru, if I have to ask you from your landscape perspective the same question, what's the key transformation that you are seeing in store?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for inviting me. I represent Carrot Lane, which is India's largest omnichannel jewelry company. If you go back on time, right, even from a consumer journey perspective, it all starts from the marketing. Because there is a particular role that the retail stores plays today, and that starts from the marketing communication. There is a predictive or a targeted marketing that happens using technology, and the problem is all about, there are so many millions of visitors or users or even thousands of them depending on what the business is all about. They come online and use that as a platform for discovering your stores and the brand. So when you have so many such visitors coming in, all of them are not going to get converted. We see very minuscule conversion, and that's the biggest problem that all the businesses which is in native or a digital only platform are trying to solve. Maybe less than 1% gets converted there, and the big pie lies outside of it. The 99%, where does it go? And that is where the store comes into picture. We have about 150 showrooms, and how do we channelize most of these visitors or users who are browsing online into the store as a channel so that they get converted much better? And the store conversions are usually upwards of 70% in most of the retails. At least 7 out of 10 customers who are walking in will get converted. So this is the big work that the store has to do, which means the store has to understand what the customer's needs are. As they walk in, they should be aware that the customers have browsed online. They have certain preferences. They've made certain actions online, and then they are coming into the store. And so that you don't ask the same questions for which already the data trail has been left by the customer. So you understand the customer needs. And the store also acts as a point for touch and feel of the product. So most of the products actually will be lying on the stores, but the endless aisle and the inventory-less model also enables the store operations to have more discovery outside of the stores also. And that's where this try-on solutions comes on board. And for us being a very lightweight, everyday wear jewelry, we don't see a good solution today in terms of the try-on, because the product is a very minuscule one. It's about a 2.5 mm or a 5 mm type of a product. And it's not, because we don't deal with the large jewelry. Hence, the try-on solution is not so advanced today. Though the device is advanced, the solutions space is not so beautiful for the customers to try it on. But what we have done is we have substituted that with a live interaction platform where the consumers will be able to call up our agents or set up an appointment, and somebody else behind the scene is going to try on the jewelry for them. And then now it is a best of both worlds. You have a very substandard try-on solution. How do you substitute? At the same time, you want to see how the product looks on an individual. So that's how we solve the problem, where a live camera is, and there is a studio setup, and this product is expressed in its beauty, and customers are able to try it on. So a lot of things that happens. I think we can share more on the conversations going on.
Correct. Wonderful. And related to this, right, in the post-pandemic world, you would have also had some supply chain challenges that would have happened to you during the pre-pandemic and things like that. What was the greatest lessons learned that you had, and what did you apply it for?
See, for supply chain, for us, because we are also a manufacturing company, we are an end-to-end e-commerce company. We actually manufacture our products. We source our raw materials, which is gold and diamonds in our business. And there is no dearth of that as such. I mean, we do have certain small problems of diamond sizes, but ignoring that, raw material are available. Now it is about manufacturing and what do you manufacture and keep in stock for the customers to buy. Luckily, we are in a business where the recycling is much easier from a gold or a diamond perspective. You can actually melt and get the gold back. But I'll just leave away that part and still talk about technology applied on the inventory modeling itself. Right? So we have to be looking at how the customers are walking to the store, what kind of ready-to-ship products available in the stores. So we track it at both levels. We track it at the website or on app as well as in the store, what the customer's preference are and how much are we having those products on the shelves. And that feeds back into the manufacturing sector to manufacture just the products and keep in advance. 80% of a business is today ready to ship. And we know that as people browse more, they tend to buy more. As people see the product, they tend to buy. And hence we want it to be on the shelves, but at the same time, we don't want to keep redundant stocks as well. So the challenge starts from inventory availability and also from the dispatching perspective, right? Today we see customers like being the quick commerce generation, right? They want to see products getting delivered as quickly as possible. We have solutions being an omni business. We show them the relevant products which is available at the fastest delivery time, which is mostly near to them because we are present in almost all metros. More than 60 cities are covered, which means they will be able to purchase the products and get it delivered very quickly. So ensuring that we have a balance of inventory availability, at the same time delivery happens, is the challenge that we have solved by being the stores being the point of dispatch themselves. So you can order online, you can order on app, and stores will dispatch the product. So we now don't have fulfillment centers and micro fulfillment centers alone. All the showrooms that we are opening, and we have a big plan for that, about more than 150 are now the points of distribution also. And that is the way that we have learned and solved the problem also.
Wonderful. The store becomes your distribution center. Kind of. Wonderful. Great. That was probably a quick fire with you. So the future of retail actually is completely dependent on the way in-store experiences is happening currently. And IKEA is a beacon of great design and in-store experiences that are happening, right? What's the North Star you are chasing from IKEA?
For IKEA, our physical meeting point will be our essential hub for home furnishing inspiration, touch, feel, and try. And future is both e-commerce and the physical stores together. But then we will transform from a typical store to a digital-enabled store. We already have contactless solutions for click and collect. We recently launched IKEA Live, a live streaming all the way from the store to IKEA.in, where customers can see the product launches, room settings, and more inspirations. We are now testing Shop and Go, in-store analytics to understand the consumer behavior, the shopping flows, the hot and cold spots. We have interactive digital kiosks for planning, storages, wardrobes, but then development is underway to make it more as an omni product, like an endless aisle. Yeah. And in coming months, we will launch our central fulfillment solution. It's quite a strategic platform because we are enabling store fulfillment with order orchestration. That means better availability for customers, and then it's good sales as well for IKEA. In the store, we had many apps for the co-workers, so we are now unifying it to one for communications and as well for business operations. It will be really great and also excitement to have a 3D walkthrough of the store so customers can actually click add to basket and shop at the convenience of their home or even at the stores. So we are in the middle of digital transformation journey. It started 2 years ago and a long way for us. But then one thing is very important in part of the business strategy is to create the store of tomorrow, and that can be done only with technology.
Great. And that actually points out to the next question that I wanted to ask you regarding demographics, right? So you just entered into a market like India, and demographics play a great role in reshaping the way how you have to set it up in a country like India, for example, right? So what are the customer expectations that have shaped this for you in store, specifically, for example, in India?
India is an incredible market. India is known for its togetherness, cost consciousness, simplicity, that goes very well with IKEA's culture and values and to our vision, which is to create the better everyday life for the many people, and the many people are in India. Indians have proved physical retailing is still relevant, which we witnessed during the openings of Hyderabad, Mumbai, Nagasandra. People are okay to wait for some hours to enter the store. At the same time, the adoption on online and tech is very high. And we created history in India. We opened our online store in Mumbai much before we could open the physical store, and that has never happened in the history of IKEA. So, and the next one is about convenience. You know, Indian consumers love to be taken care a little extra. They wanted some extra services and support. It's all about convenience. So and there are physical navigation done in the store, which we want to digitalize, and also to create an awareness how to shop in an IKEA store. IKEA's business model is DIY and mechanical sales, do it yourself. But then you know what happens in India. So to make their lives easy, we have started a services team in India. We have in-store shopper assistants, online shopper assistants. We have a planning studio inside the store. We have remote online and remote customer meeting point, just focusing India consumers to just keep them happy. So we have tried to reach the many people by an omni way, like big stores, small stores, online, digital services. And we will continue to make home furnishing much more accessible and affordable for the many people of India. And India is again an incredible market. And I always felt India and IKEA, are they made for each other?
That's good. I think some of them laughed in between to say that, yep, been there, done that.
Yes. And I'm part of one consumer as well. So.
Good. On the same topic, right, from a demographic perspective, Guru, Carrot Lane was one of the biggest online retail company that went physical after being online for a long period of time, right? So you had brought in the features like try at home, and such great features were also brought in previously. For you, the demographic question probably would be, what is demographics like Gen Z redefining for you? What's that population trying to enable?
Yeah, from an age group level, it is about 25 to 40 is our target segment, and that's our bullseye segment. And the problem that we are trying to solve is Gen Z is, a lot of them are online, and they do a lot of groundwork before even walking into the showroom. So then, how does we create an experience in the showroom that is actually tuned for them? Personalization, having customization possibilities, showing options of faster delivery of products, if not in that showroom, in some other showroom. And so what we do is we actually arm the jewelry consultants with a device which has a lot of intelligence in it. So our point of sale is no longer a cash counter, it is actually a mobile point of sale, which is an iPad device that the consultant has. That can do many things. It actually tells a lot about the customer who is standing in front of you, and it actually gives intelligent recommendations. It tells when your anniversary is, if that is your birthday, because customers are not walking in and telling that this is my birthday and I'm here to buy, unless you quiz it. But now, if the person already knows by way of customer checking in before walking into the store, we already know that this is their birthday and they come here for purchasing. So you start wishing them. And it's about, if it's anniversary, we have coupons, promote those. And in between, there are nudges that the consultants get in order to pitch for certain plan of purchase, like a jewelry investment scheme, and so on. So the device that is there also acts as a mini supply chain software also. It tells you where the products are lying and how to make actually a delivery promise to the customer with the transfers application being created there. Quite a lot happens there. But plus, there is also an in-store device. Today, all the TVs or the LED TVs in the stores are all centrally managed. The data is actually controlled by the team for all the stores. So the branding also becomes much better in store. So social commerce is another angle we have started exploring. Influencer marketing and social commerce, definitely one of the thing that is going to happen, and customers, Gen Z is behind that as well.
Wonderful. And that probably also takes us to the next question as well, right? First, you are the first digital native jewelry brand in India which moved to omnichannel experience. That clearly was not a one-day transformation that happened overnight. What were the key insights and the lessons learned that you had from that shaped your journey like this?
So we started way back in 2008. To try and imagine to sell diamonds and jewelry online in 2008 is a big leap of faith on the consumers, right? Internet was just getting adopted, and people were trying to buy books online, which is a very standard product, and we are trying to sell something which has been traditionally bought with touch and feel and trust and so on. And 2012, we realized that, this is, while the medium itself is scalable, pan-India brand is easy to create, it's not easy unless there is an interaction point for the consumer. So we opened up our first showroom in Delhi, which is an experience center for people to go and see. It still was a multi-channel as an option. And we started opening more experience centers, and these were giving disconnected experience for the consumer. We see that there's a drop in the potential of customer getting converted. So that's when we realized that there has to be an interconnected experience. So our system started adopting to that. Now from the manufacturing till the point of sale, all talks to the same system today. And hence, we know what is getting manufactured, when is going to be dispatched, when it is, what kind of trends are getting there, and what to sell, what is the price. And even gold is something where the rates change every day. So the product prices itself is not the same every day. So we solved that problem. So the Omni, before the word even came into existence, we started doing Omni business. The biggest learning for us is, how do we get the entire organization to think Omni? Because traditionally, all people who sell have been thinking about online sales and retail sales separately. You hire anybody on the retail industry today, they're all thinking about their own channel. But to make them look at this as a business conversion, and the business segment is the big transformation we had internally. And that is through a lot of policies, incentive programs, and the leaders walking the talk, as well as a structure, hierarchical structure. All of that played a very big role in this.
Wonderful. Guru, that was really insightful. I think what we all need to also understand is there are so much customers who are returning back after the post-pandemic, right? There are a couple of very interesting data points that came up in an analysis. Deloitte told that there are about 83% of talent and time is being invested just to retain talent and to reinvest the talent who is on store, which just means that how much important is stored right across. And McKinsey came back and told that when people were doing buy online and pick up in store, and there are about 70% of the population which keep repeatedly doing this, and they are doing 34% more purchases continuously, which all points to the fact that all of us want to get to the store and go touch, feel, and then buy a product. And that's the direction the whole world is transferring ourselves into. It was really insightful to understand from both of you. Excellent takeaways right across. I would like to thank both of you for being here, enlightening us with so much of knowledge. I think a couple of summary points that I wanted to make over here probably would be from the perspective of how we are all transforming towards being a digital entity, ensuring that we give customer the wow factor consistently. That probably would be a great learning. And the omni-channel experience is also driving us towards that direction. Thank you very much for both of you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Walmart.
That was That was certainly exciting. Next up, we'll be listening to renowned technologists on the emerging use cases of AI in the retail world.
I would like to welcome Mayur Datar, Chief Data Scientist Flipkart, who's leading the effort to build data mining engines to target the next 500 million customers. We also have Rohini Srivastava, Technology Officer, Microsoft, recently recognized as 100 most influential AI leaders in India by Analytics India magazine.
And joining them is our moderator, Rohit Ramanand, Vice President, Walmart Global Tech.
Good morning, everyone. And retailers who want to stay on top of their game must continually evolve and even reset their business processes in order to thrive in a world that's fast changing. From consumer behavior, market trends, and competitive dynamics, the retail landscape is continuously evolving at a fast pace. At the same time, our customers' expectations are continuing to surge with digital transformation, raising the bar for personalized services, which at times is an advantaged cost structure. To stay competitive today, retailers have to respond to their customers much faster, all at the same time trying to improve operational efficiency. Data is a vital support in this process. However, making sense of that sheer volume of data requires some serious intelligence. Artificial intelligence in retail, both machine learning and deep learning, are keys for delivering awesome customer experiences. And these can also help retailers move faster with innovation, drive executing smart operations, and growing revenue, all of which are key differentiating factors in a very, very competitive environment. I'm really looking forward to discussing the possibilities of AI in e-commerce, and I have with me two key thought leaders from the retail tech ecosystem here today. So welcome to Converge at Walmart, Mayur and Rohini, and thank you so much for joining us today.
My pleasure.
So I'd like to open by asking both of you around AI and automation innovations that are in play. What are those AI and automation innovations that you're excited about? And can you share a use case of AI in e-commerce that's been really impressive from your point of view? So maybe we'll go with Mayur first.
Sure. Thank you very much. And I really believe that AI machine learning has kind of come of age over the last 5 to 10 years. There are many, many things to talk about here. I mean, this could be an hour-long session in itself. But the part that really excites me and I think stands out is in cognitive abilities of machines, right? As far as humans are concerned, right, making sense of images, understanding speech, or being able to understand text, right, is very easy to us. It comes very naturally, right? But at the same time, doing that repetitive task, mundane task, is kind of drudgery, right? And I think one of the things that we've been able to do in the last 5 to 10 years is automate some of these tasks. And there are very useful applications of that in e-commerce. So let's begin with images, right? Images are core to e-commerce. Millions of images get uploaded by sellers, by users, and so on, right? Now, if you look at seller images or the product images, right, they go through kind of a pipeline of transformation once they come into our platform. We need to check them, we need to moderate them. In some cases, we need to enhance them. We need to extract information out of these images in terms of product attributes and so on, right? And I think this is where AI/ML has really found a lot of applications. And Jayendran, our CTO, was talking about it earlier, right? This has really reduced not only our operations cost, but also gotten down the turnaround time for our sellers to be able to list their products onto our platform, right? It's come down to minutes now from what used to be kind of days earlier, right? Next, let's look at text, right? I think there's so much of text, whether it's product descriptions, user reviews, and so on, that hit our platform, right? Making sense out of that particular text, extracting, what is this review talking about? What aspect is it talking about the product? What are the sentiments there? Those are some of the use cases that we have automated over the last few years. And finally, speech, right? As we talk about Gen Z, or not just Gen Z, right? Even the next set of cohort or of users that are coming onto our platform, right? A more natural interface to them is speech. So speech recognition, text-to-speech are some of the areas, again, that are finding tons of applications across the platform at various touch points in the shape of assistants, chatbots, and so on and so forth, right? So I think these are really some of the key applications that I would like to highlight here. And at the heart of all of this is deep learning, right? I mean, deep learning today almost has become synonymous with AI and machine learning, right? And that is kind of powering a lot of these cognitive abilities of the machines. Although there are many other applications of deep learning, right? From demand forecasting and many, many more, right? I think, which I'm not going to talk upon here. But so those are some of the areas that have really found useful applications in e-commerce over the last 5 years.
Thanks. That's really insightful. And Rohini, what about you?
Yeah, I think cognitive services is definitely an area of excitement. I think one space I'm very excited about is the broad area of edge AI, the intelligent edge, because as we know that the world is getting more and more sensorized, there's going to be more and more sensors out there. A lot of the models, AI models that have been developed are being optimized for the edge. And we need applications which are of low latency, high resilience, privacy issues, security issues. So I feel that that area of edge AI is a huge space for innovation. And the space I watch out a lot is around sustainability and climate change. I look at that a lot because I think there's just so much potential for impact. Whether it is getting consumers better informed about products in terms of their carbon footprint, their sourcing strategies, whether it is saving of energy or water. I know Walmart is doing work in terms of energy saving, in terms of using sensors in their stores, so that if the local communities are facing some kind of a blackout or brownout, then the store is also being mindful of the way they're conserving energy. Similarly, there's a lot of interest happening on circular economy, which is very much driven by sensors and IoT devices. So I'm very passionate about the edge AI, and you can go on and on, right? Whether it's fleet optimization, logistics optimization, supply chain, all of these are not just good for your bottom line, but also good for the environment. And we saw drones in there. That's another interesting one. So I would say the broader thematic of edge AI, intelligent edge, applied to sustainability is something I'm very passionate about.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I was just thinking when you said sensorized, you meant SEN and not CEN.
Yes,
but
the
yeah.
sensorized, the SEN one, yes.
Yeah. Mayur, Flipkart's been blazing a trail in bringing e-commerce to the next many million users in India. What are the meaningful ways in which you've been leveraging AI to achieve this objective?
Yeah. I think this is one area that me and my team have been very excited about over the last couple of years. A lot of our growth now is coming from tier 2, tier 3 cities. These are your vernacular speaking customers. But it's not just about language, right? I think these customers are also not internet native. I mean, they're not native to consumer internet, right? Things like add to cart, digital payments, and particularly, things like credit card payments, etc., are new to them, right? So how do we, first of all, talk to these customers? How do we earn their trust? How can we make them feel assured that what they're buying on our platform are genuine products and that they will reach them in time, right? So in order to address these things, right, first comes the talk to them in their language, right? So as Jayendran mentioned earlier, right, our app is in 12 languages. And it's not just sort of the cosmetic changes of, few things here and there, the titles of the pages and so on, right? A lot of the content in terms of product descriptions, user reviews, search queries need to be translated. And the fact is that a lot of the out-of-the-box solutions for machine translation do not work. And there are many reasons for it, but briefly, the domain that we operate in and the kind of language that we see on our platform in our user reviews is very different from the kind of editorial content that is out there on, let's say, Wikipedia or New York Times and so on, right? So we had to develop our own machine translation systems for all of these 12 languages. We have also been developing a lot of more human-like interfaces and assistance across the user journey, right? So how do we handhold users, answer any queries that they might have on product detail pages or on checkout? How do we enable them voice searches? How do we give them visual search? It was very surprising to us that the adoption of visual search is a lot more in tier 2, tier 3 cities versus metro. Because for them, it's very natural to just take a picture of somebody or even a celebrity and say, okay, give me something like this, right? So these are some of the areas, like I said, machine translation, speech recognition, visual search, which we are utilizing to help onboard the next cohort of users onto our platform.
That's really nice to see, the applications of this. Rohini, you've worked as a business and technology advisor to multiple entities, including the academia. How do you think AI can be a game changer for the Indian e-commerce player?
So one, let me give a little bit background of what's been happening in the Indian ecosystem. If you've been following some of the work, about a couple of years back, there was a report that talked about the impact of data and AI on the Indian economy. And they put it at approximately $500 billion by 2025. If you look at the numbers, actually 95 million were coming from retail. So retail CCPG is a big part of where data and AI can play a role in the country's economy. Post that, a lot is happening from perspective of the ecosystem development, whether it is the startups, whether it is skilling, etc., innovations that have been driven by programs like AI Game Changers, AI Adoption Index, etc. The things that are very exciting to me are, and some of them Rahul spoke about as well as Jayendran, is the developments on language capabilities. And that includes not just the 12, 13 languages we talk about in our, covering 95% of the country, but even if you look at the constitution, we have 22 scheduled languages. And that includes languages like Dogri and Manipuri, which we don't talk about much. But there is work happening, for example, at IIT Madras that Microsoft is very much collaborating on called AI for Bharat. And that is going after these very low resource languages to make sure that there is AI capability for even these languages, because low resource languages is an area of focus globally for us. Even for languages which have got as low as some 10, 20,000 people in the world, there is technology that's out there to use translative or transfer learning techniques of that nature, to use even with less data, being able to create capabilities on languages. So I feel that there is a lot that's happening on getting e-commerce available. And we talked about the voice aspect. In fact, there is work also happening on Indian Sign Language. Indian Sign Language is not the same as the US or other places. So even Indian Sign Language, how do you get corpus ready to ensure that you are including people with disabilities into the ecosystem?
That's fantastic. I mean, it's great to know that it's being AI is being inclusive as well. So it's fantastic to know that. Question for you, Mayur, on AI and personalization. We hear a lot about personalization. And personalization has nuances. I mean, it can go well and it can go not so well. And so what would be your 3 tips for a brand that would be looking to personalize their shopping experience with AI?
Yeah. So Rohit, as we, since the diversity in India is very high, one size doesn't fit all, right? Whether it is your recommendations, whether it is your search. And so, as you rightly pointed out, personalization is essential for retail. And one can sing virtues about personalization. And in fact, one of the earliest or one of the first things that e-commerce did is personalization, right? People who bought this also bought this. It has been around for like 20 plus years, right? Even before we were talking about AI, machine learning, and so on. But you're right. I think it's a very nuanced play, and one has to be very careful about how do you do personalization, right? Because otherwise, it can start giving very awkward or weird recommendations and things, and which can be embarrassing to the platform, right? So I think my 3 tips would be first and foremost, I mean, kind of echoing what Rahul was saying earlier, right? Keep it simple. Keep it simple, keep it simple, right? Second thing is make it explainable and bring in transparency. What I mean by that is rather than have black box systems which, when they give you a particular search result or a recommendation, you need to be able to explain why did I get that result? Not just internally to your engineers and to your data scientists, but actually we should go above and beyond and give that explanation to our customers. So that if I'm seeing a recommendation, I should know why am I seeing this recommendation. It shouldn't happen that just once I bought a baby gift for somebody and I start getting diaper recommendations for the next 6 months, right? Because it's okay. Users are a lot more forgiving if you tell me that, hey, because you bought this, you're seeing this. I can then go and say that, okay, ignore this, or I can delete it from my history and so on, right? And it's only possible to make it explainable and transparent if you keep it simple. So those are the first 2 mantras, right? Like keep it simple and make it explainable and make it transparent. And I think the third thing that I can talk about personalization is, I think it's a journey, right? I think you start from simple things and then build on top of it, basically. I think there's no need to directly jump into the latest and greatest out there, because that journey also lets you go to market faster, basically. So those are the 3 tips that I can give when it comes to personalization.
Yeah, certainly. I think you're absolutely right. Being careful and starting slow and then building up is definitely the way to go. So.
And I think if I could just add, right, I think one thing I was going to say is stay away from recommending sort of sensitive categories of content, products, and things of that sort, right? I mean, it's an easy tip, but it can go a long way, basically.
Yeah, I've seen a few gaffes over there on that side, so you're absolutely, that's a good pointer and a good warning. So Rohini, the key to making educated decisions is all about data. What are the boxes that a forward-looking data strategy would have to tick for an e-commerce player?
Yeah, look, I think we talk about data as being the input for a lot of the AI machine learning technologies that have developed. But actually, even before you go there, even simple analytics decision systems need data. So it's not just, sort of the shiny object of AI, so to speak. And it's important to realize that data has a feedback loop. If you have data, you use them to make decisions, and that those decisions are again measured to feed further data, and it is a virtuous loop, right? And if you have a man in the middle or a human being in the middle, then it is manual. If there is, it could be automated, and you could. So I think the bigger point is the data is a feedback loop, and we have to think of it systemically. Why I'm putting that sort of preface is because then you start to think of data as being a source of value at a much more systemic level, rather than in piecemeal. And retail industry in particular is probably one of the most data generative industry. I mean, I hear numbers of like 40 petabytes per hour is created by the retail industry. I mean, that is mind-boggling. But the issue is still that I think the industry is still using these data as a very small fraction of that data. Of course, there are many reasons. So one of them, of course, is that data is in silos and is perhaps not reusable. So I think the very first one is to think about what are your data models. And I think organizations like Walmart, Flipkart are going in that direction, because you have to think about the way in which your data will be able to talk to each other. So therefore, your ability to have data, standardized data models, industry models for your data. And there are various things happening in that space. The second would be to think about connectors, whether you call them APIs or whichever translators, connectors, to be able to ingest data from different sources. Because at the end of the day, the network effect of data has to kick in. So the connectors become important. But now once you have the connectors and APIs, the third one becomes important is, if you are going to become more and more of a data-driven organization, more and more decisions are going to be made with data, then you have to have people who are consuming that data in the form of data products or visuals, or decision systems, etc. So your ability to consume that data in a way that's democratized. So not just an IT person creating a data product, but can you have low-code, no-code ways of being able to use that data to create data products? So those are the three, but then the underlying thing in my mind is data governance. Because again and again, as our lives are becoming digital, the issues which we touched a little bit about of interpretability, explainability, privacy will become important. So having a life cycle of your data. So to me, those are three important ones, really having models for your data, APIs, sort of connectors, data products, thinking of how you will consume, and then having a governance layer underneath. Without getting into product-specific things, yeah. I mean, to me, those are, conceptually the most important things.
Thank you, and that's pretty comprehensive. Before we close out, I had we've talked about personalization, we've talked about, use cases, we talked about AI in the Indian e-commerce world. What, in your opinion, is a future-looking piece of AI? Like, where do you think we're going to go from here?
I guess maybe this is a little bit of a cliched answer, right? But I think in short, it's Web 3.2. I think AR, VR, Metaverse, these are really some very fascinating pieces of technology which, of course, who knows what the trend will look like, right? We don't know what the adoption of Metaverse across the globe and specifically in India will be, right? But if some of those visions actually come true, right? I mean, look, imagine the kind of shopping experiences people will have in Metaverse, right? It'll be closest to kind of an in-person experience of actually 3D, seeing the products, how they will look on you, the try-ons, and some of it is already happening in bits and pieces, right? I mean, virtual try-ons, then these artificial models for cataloging, etc. is happening, right? And then there's, of course, blockchain and the numerous applications of that in terms of how can you flow trust from producers all the way to your consumers, different forms of payments, NFTs, and we are all kind of dipping our toes into all of this, right? So it's anybody's guess, but yeah, these are certainly some of the things that excite me the most when it comes to future-looking technologies. Yeah.
Fantastic, thanks. And Rohini, for you?
Yeah, I think without using the word metaverse, I would say by and large, the infusion of the digital and the physical worlds is how I would put it. Because, I mean, if you look at the world, if it's becoming more and more sensorized, it is becoming a digital version of the physical world is happening, right? So now if you take that concept a little bit further, think about digital twins as a way to then optimize your supply chain or energy or what have you, right? Or think of the way of using mixed reality to co-design a physical space. I mean, some of that is already happening. We had the person talk about IKEA. In my mind, it's like, you could very easily have the digital version of the furniture in your room if you could actually visualize it, right? Or you could co-create with, your spouse sitting in some other place and say, what is the color combination for this room looks like, right? So some of those things. People are already doing, for example, we had the Carrot Lane person, people are actually doing jewelry shopping with augmented reality to see how it looks on my finger, right? So this overall idea of digital and physical intermingling, I mean, going into a virtual world and trying out things, that's happening. People are trying those things. We have people coming into our technology center to sort of look at some of those use cases. So I think the broader thematic of digital and physical coalescing of these two is the thematic I would go with.
That's great. It's been an extremely insightful discussion today. Thank you so much for coming in, sharing your thoughts with us. Fantastic to hear on personalization, on what we're doing for the next generation of AI and all the different use cases that both of you talked about. So thank you so much. I'm sure the audience found it very, very useful as well. Thank you all.
Thank you.
I'd just like to let everyone know that we have our volunteers in black t-shirts, humans of global tech. So if you want to know anything interesting about what's happening in Walmart Global Tech, please feel free to speak to one of them. Okay, black t-shirt, humans at Global Tech.
Our next speakers will share their thoughts on building brands on the Metaverse, virtual currencies, sensory marketing techniques, and the changes Web3 will be bringing to the retail experience. Please welcome Chandralika Hazarika, MD and co-founder of Big Things, a marketing professional with over 15 years of experience.
We also have Uday Dodla, Senior Director, Business Development, Qualcomm India, an experienced product specialist enabling key product innovations. Joining them on stage is our moderator, Rohit Chatar, Chief Software Architect, Walmart Global Tech.
Hello. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I hope you guys are still in high spirits. So when I was reading about the Web3, I came across an interesting description where it says, a moment of reset between brands and consumers. It was very interesting to, think about it. With the we are at the inflection point where, brands and marketers are willing to engage this new Web3 technology, emerging technology, and re-establish that connect with their consumers as authentically as possible, given that the blockchain is providing that authenticity, right? With innate accountability, transparency, and the whole equity rooted into the Web3, there's this opportunity for the brands to change the relationship and make consumers their stakeholders and make markets at the communities. But with as you can see, with Web2 largely being engaged as using crypto for transactions and blockchain ledger to capture the transactions. But we are at stage where in next 10 years, I personally see that the whole Web2 will transcend into this whole new form of accountability, portability, authenticity, and 3D immersion. So today, with us, we have to understand how this whole retail experience will change. We have two leading voices in the industry. So want to welcome Chandralika and Uday to this Converge event at Walmart. And let's hear their views, how they see the world is changing, right? So I'll be asking a few questions, maybe some uncomfortable ones, but let's see how it goes. Web3 has a true potential to radically transform the whole experiences. But for the common man, it's still under some doubts and myths and biases. How do you see the potential of the technology and how it will change how we live, interact, and work with each other? So what do you, Chandralika, what's your view on it?
Yeah, very interesting question. If I just start with Web 1, Web 1 was all about data. It was a data economy. Web 2 was about platforms, whether it's Insta, Facebook, we all got addicted to it. Web 3 is about customer engagement. It's about ownership. I guess we don't often highlight that. The positives of Web3, Metaverse being just a part of it, there's a huge ownership that we have, and we're no longer talking about just clicks, number of views, we're talking about customer engagement. And that is the core of Web3. You can no longer, in a marketing, you cannot do that. You cannot just go and see the number of clicks and decide your engagement. Engagement cannot be fooled. The power goes in the hand of the consumer. These are experiences which they have in a very 3D immersive environment. And only if they feel, they go and do it. So the Web3 is really revolutionary in all different industries. Retail is obviously, it's a forefront. Retail is doing a great job. I personally am from fashion tech. Fashion has always stayed away from technology. They were obsessed with touch and feel. And today, if you see, the most active industry is fashion. So definitely, the whole world is embracing. It's not tangible as of now. That's why I guess people have a lot of doubts in their mind. But once they understand the way the data is secured with the help of maybe blockchain, yes, it is going to slowly become very active as it is now.
So, Uday, I would like to ask you, given that Qualcomm invests quite a bit on the whole hardware side, the chipset, like really deep into the tech, right? How do you see, from an infrastructure perspective, Qualcomm, kind of contributing towards this?
That's tech for you, just the turn on button. Glad to be here. Thanks, Rohit. I remember my first trip to a Walmart store, right? So not to answer your question from the get-go. This was in 1996, and it was in a town called Charlotte, North Carolina. And it was a big box retailer, right? You go park, you have to drive around 5 minutes to find parking, go into the store, load up your cart, stand in line for checkout, pay in cash, and then walk out. We now are in the midst of new retail. There's a lot of improvements that are coming in the way retail looks at productivity, commerce, and marketing. Decentralization and disaggregation is really driving that. And at the same time, while that's happening on a parallel line, advancements in compute and connectivity is revolutionizing service delivery, how service is delivered, how these experiences are going to come to life. The shelf edge, as we'd like to call it, is the new battleground. The store shelf was always a frontier in retail, but Web3 is making it more dynamic and contextual and more relevant. All of this is coming together because of what we call the connected intelligent edge. The previous panelists talked about intelligent edge. We'd like to add an additional spin on it with connectivity. With massive compute, local edge processing is possible. Ubiquitous connectivity in the form of, be it 5G, low latency is what we were talking about recently. High capacity, high throughput. Wi-Fi 7, which brings in much more bandwidth in store. And then underlaying all of this is secure processing. We feel that these are all the ingredients from an infrastructure point of view that'll bring to life Web3.
I think world is looking forward for the 5G connectivity because a lot is expected with Web3, 5G put together, yes. Our world to change. Let's move on to the next point that I actually want to put you guys on. On the path of decentralization where blockchain is like an authentication towards a digital transaction, which eventually people are saying that it builds the trust, right? And to the point that you're saying, fashion taking more and more the route of physical and digital coming together. How do you see this brand and consumers come together in a much more trusted relationship?
Blockchain is the most secure way of processing any transactions, whether it's commercial, whether it's your data. We deal with a lot of human body data. It's okay, today there is GDPR in Europe. People are still not comfortable sharing the data. It's very strict. A lot of companies today are adopting blockchain, but somehow the masses are not even aware of it. What is it? Again, bringing back it secures your data in a way that cannot be encrypted. The way more and more brands understand what blockchain does, how it encrypts your data, they'll be much more comfortable sharing the data. And this data, obviously, that's the beauty of Web3. We select what we share. It's not a cookie that just goes and everything is taken. So that's the beauty of blockchain. Today, it's not widely accepted just because I feel people are not aware. Once we get the sense of how secure our data is, more and more companies are going to adopt it, and the mass, the snowball effect, I see it coming very soon. It's all about understanding the security of your data, which blockchain does.
What's your view on this, Uday? How do you see that piece? And maybe you can add the spin of how you think Qualcomm is going to take this right front and center and change the whole retail landscape. Like what's coming in the future for us?
Yeah, sure. We particularly as a technology company don't play in blockchain per se, but it's not a question of if but when. People will become aware eventually. It's happening in a lot of other verticals and segments. So retail is, I think we've reached a point of no return. And that's because Gen Z, the shoppers of today and tomorrow are truly the first digital natives. Almost all of them, 98%, a recent study said, of Gen Z have a smartphone. They've not used cash as much as you and I have. And it is a function of, it's purely a function of time now, and we're going down that path. And blockchain is a table stake technology for Web3 for retailers. So as retailers adopt it, the faster they adopt it, the faster it becomes more and more prevalent in the industry.
True. Actually, while you were talking, there was one incident that flashed in my mind. My sister was talking, and she's a big fan of jewelry. And she was looking something online, and she says, you know what, these days, I can do a virtual try-ons for this necklace and this ring. And I think somebody was mentioning also about the ring and stuff, which means that, the stage is set for fashion. Now, big things is our fashion retail tech, where, being virtual, there's virtual being, digital, transformation of digital experiences, immersive showrooms and digital clothing. We already know some of it is already in place. And I see a lot of opportunity for you guys to play that pivotal role. So I want to hear a lot more on this front, and it's your space also. Yes. So
thanks, Rohit. I would like to say when I was in 2020, Jan, just before the pandemic, I was in Milan. I was trying to talk to the biggest brands, hey, maybe you should try and go digital, maybe try and be more sustainable. The answer I used to get was, we don't have a digital budget. As a founder, it used to break my heart. I'm really creating something for which, companies don't have a budget. Obviously, investors would laugh at you. I didn't know, obviously, there was a pandemic coming. We definitely didn't know there was some craze about Metaverse just a year later. So yeah, that's how it started. I've seen it all from Web 2, 3, how the transformation in all sectors have happened. It's amazing. It's the positive change. And so we believe in whatever we create is all about immersive, interactive, and it's all about engagement. Again, it boils down to engagement. Today, we create digital beings from just one photo. In a second, your avatar is generated. These are rigged. That means they can walk, run, dance for you. You can place it in front of your friend. And the biggest challenge, and returns is the biggest challenge. Today, all the retailers have accepted returns as a way of doing business. In their budget, there's a huge chunk called returns, which should not be the case. This should not be a way of doing business, and that's a big problem we try to solve with mobile body scanning, digital avatars, and the third being, to experience this, obviously we have showrooms that Rohit mentioned. These are interactive environments, immersive. You just walk into them, click on anything, your avatar is generated, and the most critical part, today that the retailers are facing is going digital. We are talking about Web3, we're talking about going digital. How many brands can actually afford to do that? You know, to create a garment in 3D, just a basic t-shirt, you know, maybe a size extra small, modeler might take an hour if there's excellent in just one size. I'm talking about the basic garment. To create it in the old sizes, maybe a day or a few days or hours. And imagine the catalog that people have, their SKUs. It runs into millions. Zara alone has around close 36 seasons, for example. So every brand has that. How do you do that? So that's how our AI does. From any 2 catalog images, our AI replicates them in 3D. And now you have your avatar, you have your 3D garment, try it on yourself and know exactly which size actually fits you. And if you wear loose clothes like me, you can definitely do that. Just try it on. It actually shows it's hanging on your body and you just do it. And exactly, that's virtual try-on in a much more immersive environment. Now, we're not trying to replace the physical in any way. Now, I cannot do the touch and feel. That's when the term phygital comes in. We combine the digital with the physical and let people enjoy, actually have the touch and feel, and buy at the pleasure of your home or in a physical store anywhere in the world.
Yeah, I think Gen Z and the newer generation are going to drive a lot of these innovation and going to be really demanding. You know, like my daughter, you know, when she uses a music app, and if the app doesn't recommend a song that she likes, she says, "Daddy, this is not good because it doesn't know what I want to listen." And I think that's an opportunity for the tech from all fronts to, you know, bring that change. But for you, I have a different question. With all this brand, you know, investing and integrating with all these digital tools for better experiences, so, you know, they can be more closer to the consumers. And also, you know, I was reading that there's a $100 million fund that Qualcomm kind of carved out with the called Metaverse fund with XR Focus, which is extended reality. You know, how do you see, you know, this fund to be, you know, really transformational and helping the world to see the, you know, not just the superficial part, but the real experience like what she was talking about, where you can start almost feeling it that it's there?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Like what Chandrika said, it's all about making, retail is about making it experiential. Be it clothes, be it even simple things such as grocery shopping, right? Which is a big part of what a lot of the world does. And physical retail is therefore shifting from you know, a need-based transaction to an experience-based one. And for that to happen, technology has to be seamless, not obvious. The digital barriers will have to be removed. And this is one of the reasons why we have a program that fosters this level of innovation around the world. It's a global innovation incubation program. We started off initially with a program focused in India. We kind of expanded it to the rest of the world. And we are seeing quite a bit of interest from everyone, not just from fashion, but also in core retail. In fact, including Walmart, there are companies out there, for example, JD.com, a very big online Chinese retailer. They're now going into physical retail as well. They want to connect both sides of the coin. Traditional grocery retailers such as Kroger are investing in this. So when you have the pull from the industry, you need to have the ecosystem that can supply to that demand. And that's where we feel we are very well situated to incubate these companies, not only to make the hardware, but also by providing the right tools for them to create very custom experiences for these various retailers. So it is a real incubation effort from us. We believe we are the ticket, as our leader has said, we are the ticket to the metaverse, and therefore we're putting the money where the mouth is, you know, to make it reality.
True, well said. So, Web3, we generally hear it's all about tokens, NFTs, but it's much more than all this, evolution of Metaverse and stuff, right? Like you said, right, from Web 1, from listing to Web 2, where we today live with a combination of, onset of Web 3. Web 3 is really there to, create a better connection between people, companies, and the information, right? So that people can be really well. How do you see these touch points? Because Web 2 really brought a lot of changes for a lot of people. I can see the difference. My parents stay with me. I can see the difference, how they see the world changed. And obviously for us, as we step forward, the world will be very different, right? How do you see these touch points between consumers, brands, and these journeys will pan out?
Yes. So it's very funny. Today, if someone asks me, what's your flow? Like, what does the tech of big things flow look like? Sometimes I don't know what to say. It's not because, it's just that there are so many touch points for a consumer today. That's the beauty of Web3. Web3 is like the enabler of joy. That's what we call it. It's the enabler of ownership. So when I go to a website, again, I'll bring up the cookie. Like, I love to do intense research. And when I'm opening a site, and it just asks me, accept all cookies. Okay, I just accept without seeing because I don't have time, accept all cookie. And obviously, I'm flooded with the things like the previous panelists mentioned, like some, things I don't want to see. I see all of this. That's the Web3 is going to change. If we use the power of blockchain, as a consumer who's exposed to this immersive environment, if you share the data with the brand, whether it's me, whether it's Walmart, the more you share with the brand in the blockchain, in a very secure way, the brand can use that data to give you an hyper-personalized experience. And this data is different from everybody. I decide if I want to create an avatar, I decide whether we want to create a 3D garment, or if I want to dance, or I don't want to do anything. I just look at it, I know it's a Ralph Lauren XL, slim fit, and I go and buy it. So the touch points are so many, and once there is millions of touch points coming together, that's when, the data comes into play, and that's the beauty of Web3. There's just one. There are millions of different touch points and hyper-personalization.
Can I add something with that?
Yeah, from a consumer point of view, what you're saying is all true. Now, the retailers also are adopting Web3 because you need both sides again to come together. Again, the retailers that I named in the just a few minutes ago, they're all working on enabling a virtual shopping experience, almost all of them. That is the consumer-facing angle of it. There's also internal-facing productivity improvements that they're driving, such as worker training, for example, collaboration, associate training, inventory management, making sure that this stuff is fresh, for example, on the shelves. So all this is happening even on the retailer side. So yes, this is something where we are seeing Web3's adoption is being necessitated both on the consumer side and the retailer side.
So while talking to you on the sides, I thoroughly enjoyed the conversation. I learned a lot about the fashion and about the Qualcomm. So I just want to thank both of you for joining us, providing the inputs and information that you guys carry, and how you're leading this whole Web3 wave. So I want to thank Chandrika also and Uday both. Thank you for coming and being part of this
Thanks,
journey.
Rohit.
Thank you.
Thanks, Walmart. Thanks, Rohit.
Thanks for having us.
Everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
So that was a lot of fun, Shiny.
It sure was. Our next panel of industry leaders will be sharing their insights on leveraging technology to introduce more inclusivity into the retail tech workforce. Please welcome Vishal Dhupar, Managing Director, Asia South, NVIDIA, responsible for the development and execution of the region's strategic plans. Maithili Ramesh, co-founder and CEO Next Wealth, an industry expert with over 30 years of professional experience, and our very own Senior Vice President, Retail Tech Platform and Country Head, Hari Vasudev.
They are joined on stage by our moderator, Vishal Krishna, founder Upstream Life Media. Vishal Krishna is a leading business editor with over 2 decades of experience in the world of journalism. He brings out unexplored facets of business and corporate life through amazing storytelling.
Hey, thanks guys. How's everybody? All well? You can say something. How's life after COVID? All well? Brilliant. That's the answer I wanted. So how many of you are engineers? All of them. Thank God you're not marketing people. Thank God they're out of the room. So lovely. So welcome my guests. A round of applause for them, please.
Thank you.
Come on, everybody. Superb. Okay, I used to think shopping is simple, right? I just go to the store, buy things. But I hear so much about technology now. It's changed everybody's lives, metaverse, whatnot. I don't know where we're living, digital avatars and all that. Right, Hari? So retail needs inclusivity now. I thought it was the other way around. So how are you guys? All well? All good, Maithili?
Very
so,
good.
okay, we're going to flip the script here, okay? At the 20th minute, we're going to shut up, and we're going to ask you to ask us questions, okay? So did you ask questions in the morning? No? Yes or no? No? Great. So you can ask us all the questions, okay?
Answer to
Yeah,
prizes.
absolutely. And you'll get prizes, beer, whatnot, chocolates. Okay, we're going to take a quick minute. Hari, can you tell us a little bit about what you do at Walmart? I know it's all tech, future stuff.
Yeah. So I actually have 2 roles at Walmart. One is I lead the India Development Center, which is a team of technologists, designers, engineers, data scientists. I also lead something called Retail Tech Platforms. So these are the technology platforms, many of the technology platforms that power Walmart's business across the globe.
Okay, lovely. We're going to talk about your acquisitions also. So Maithili, can you tell us about Next Wealth Entrepreneurs?
Okay, I'm the co-founder and CEO in Next Wealth. Next Wealth basically is a social enterprise focused on providing jobs to people, especially in AI/ML data services in small towns.
Fantastic. Vishal, known you for a long time, fallen in love with your technology, fancy cars in America and all that, and helping blockchain businesses grow. Do you want to tell us about what you do at NVIDIA?
Sure. My job is, of course, to look after the business here in Asia South. And my job is fundamentally to create a recall for NVIDIA.
Okay. Now to the difficult question of inclusivity and making retail inclusive with technology. So what is inclusivity? We'll get to that, but what is happening in retail at this point of time, Hari? So many changes. All the panelists have been saying different technologies impacting different business lines. So what's really happening in retail? I thought it was always consumer first, but let's start somewhere.
Yeah, so I think retail is certainly going through a large transformation at this point, right? There's a lot of technology that's driving significant transformation across the business. But at the end of the day, retail remains all about people, right? At Walmart, we call ourselves a people-led, technology-enabled or technology-empowered company. So for us, technology is as much a means to an end to essentially help roll out great customer experiences, great products and services for our customers so that they can live better, so that they can save money and lead better lives. And when we talk about customers or even associates, right, you just saw the quiz which talked about 2.3 million people working for Walmart. So for us, inclusivity essentially is at the very core of what we are. When you have 230 million touch points with customers every week, they represent naturally customers from all walks of life, all demographies, all the nationalities. And so we want to make sure that when we're building products that cater to them, we cannot do that successfully unless and until our associate population, our population of employees also reflects that same diversity. And for us, diversity is not just, and inclusivity is not just about, meeting a target. It's really about creating a very different thought process. It's about essentially embedding it deep into the DNA of our culture so that we're living and breathing that every day in everything that we do.
Okay. Maitli, you also handle a lot of employees. You know, they have 2.3 million employees. Is that right? Okay. So, you know, what's happening in retail with all these employees around the world, right? What's changing in terms of how technology is impacting retail associates, supply chains? Do you see that changing things? I'll throw it up to him too. I want your thoughts on what is happening in retail according to you.
So I think because of the fact that, at least in India, the India stack has actually penetrated every part of the country. Today, anybody can buy a smartphone. And with a smartphone, you have the apps. With the apps, you are able to do any of the purchases across that you want to do, especially with respect. And I work with a lot of people in small towns, and their aspiration is to be able to, buy all the stuff that they would see somebody in a city buying. So today they are able to do that. So they can be sitting somewhere in, let's say, a place like Mallasamudram, and be able to buy all the latest brands that we were talking about. Even the avatar that we were talking about in the previous panel is something that is going to be available to them today. So I think the penetration of technology across the country, and with India Stack being there, the opportunities for retail and the opportunities for consumers from inclusivity point of view is really huge. And we're going to see huge changes in the next 5 years.
What are some of the huge changes, if you can mention them? What are some of the large changes that are going to happen?
So some of the large changes is that you could be, sitting in a very small town, but doing work for somebody. We are actually in Next12 as an inclusive partner for Walmart. And so we have people who are sitting in, let's say, Chittoor, Vellore, Mallasamudram, and close to Salem, and doing work for Walmart. So we say, from Salem to Sunnyvale is what we're delivering work today. And this is from a delivery point of view. But there is also a consumer point of view. From a delivery point of view, we have, and if I can take a little bit to explain how the inclusivity part comes in here, is that most people think when we are working from small towns that it's going to be low-end work or data entry type of work. But people sitting here are doing, in my own organization, doing work in AI/ML data services, computer vision, NLP, conversational AI, video annotation, image labeling, and so on. And we do a lot of that work for Walmart Labs as well. And we employ a lot of women. So we have more than 60% women. Many of them are not able to, people from these small towns, the demographics and mindset is such that they do not want to send people to the small towns. So you have a huge war for talent that happens in the cities, but supplies in the small towns. So the whole purpose is, how do I match the demand and supply, take the work to the small towns, take the work to where the people are rather than people coming to where the work is. Because if work can be given 3,000 miles away, why not 300 miles away? So that's the premise on which this is based. And I think the quality of work is fantastic because of the aspiration and commitment of these people. They are first generation graduates, parents are farmers, weavers, daily wage laborers, but have taken loans for their education. Aspiration is to work, wear a badge like this and work in an IT or a BPO company. So working here means a lot to them, it's pride. And we've seen impact that is happening at a grassroots level. To give an example, especially for women, we've seen that in the social impact study that we did, that women are now able to choose their partner because they are earning members, and they're able to say no to dowry. It may be just 10 cases or 15 cases, but that is the sort of impact.
It's still impact. I got that. Good. You can clap for sure. Go on. That's lovely. I like Salem to Sunnyvale. Is that what you said?
Salem to Sunnyvale.
Salem to Sunnyvale. I hope that happens soon. And by the way, Vishal, coming down to you, the interesting conversations around technology now. He spoke about inclusivity of consumers. She spoke about the ecosystem, suppliers. So what can technology do to change retail?
So this is this Vishal and this is this Vishal. He insisted that the business and customer change comes before technology. If you were to ask Atlas and say any innovation, does it have an impact of technology? The answer will be euphorically yes. Every innovation that has taken place is because of technology. Because the technology goes and attacks the status quo, and that's where the innovation takes place. The consumer behavior changes. When the consumer behavior changes, the industries adapt to it. Those who adapt early make a difference. Those who do delay, then you have a challenge there. And therefore, even though that Vishal insisted how technology really works, I waited for my opportunity to share this with you. What I like to do for you is just to paint a little picture, visualize how our economy is working and its impact as it stands today. We have gone through a massive mobile maturity, and we are at an early stage of AI adoption. If you look through that prism, you'll find one of the greatest platforms there is internet. And with coming of the internet, you're talking about an economy size which is now close to about 100 trillion. It basically brought half the population of the world connected, and you are able to generate trillions and trillions of dollars, closer to the 100 trillion mark, give and take, a little bit here and there. Within that is the retail industry. Approximately 1/4 touches almost the entire population and just works on a very insignificant amount of net gross margin. Maybe a couple of percentage points. Hari can correct me if I'm wrong. And within that resides the real challenge. So you have a top line, you got a bottom line, which on that number is pretty big, but if you have to run a business, it's extremely tight, and you got to look at technology, how is it transforming? The convergence of many technologies, AI for sure, IoT for sure, cloud for sure, wireless, they spoke about the wireless part. And if you take two simple principles, the compute and the networking, and intersect that, that is creating the extrapolation. As a result of which, you have the ability to augment the work of your software engineer. But at the end of the day, all analysis will tell you is the software that is defining the changes. The way we wrote software earlier was humans wrote the software, what we call as software 1.0, and they could code based on what you needed to do, and yet they could not do a lot of it, what was intrinsic, which was gut-based, which is what we call as solving the problem of perception. How do you see it? How do you read it? How do you listen to it? How do you hear? When computer science was able to solve that problem, now you could go to software 2.0. The two softwares could coexist. The human software could coexist with the computer-written software, and magically, you could solve different problems. And those different problems is where the innovation is taking place. There was a lot of talk here right now about web. Now, the web, if you go through the quick history, wasn't successful in its first instance because it did not have a standard. But when HTTP came in, it blossomed. Everybody adopted to it. Similarly, on what people call as Metaverse, Web 3.0, you are into pervasive 3D worlds, but there's no standard there. How are you going to basically convert something to 3D and work seamlessly for you to have any innovation? So the first reason there is to really find a standard so that everything that's built in 3D really works together. But that doesn't mean that we need to stop, because you can simulate and collaborate in that world. And one of the examples I like to share with you, there's many that I can share on Walmart itself, but let me just share another one with you. If you look through a brand in automotive, they produce, and this is a top brand, the brand is BMW, they produce 91% of their cars which are customized. They deliver 1 car per minute, delivered through 30 factories, hundreds of SKUs, and obviously the brand has to deliver the promise. So in the morning, Rahul mentioned simple, scale, and trust. So did Walmart talk about the same thing? They cannot let down on the trust part. So how do they do that? Every time there's a platform change, there's a major disruption. Every time there's an unforeseen thing that happens, for example, how we all face the wrath of the rain in last few days, if that change takes place, how do you do it? You still need to deliver a vehicle every minute, which is customized to your change. They do it over simulating that whole factory in the principles or built on the principles of physics, gravity, and light, so that it is real time, and whatever impact happens in the digital twin has an impact on the physical side and vice versa. So if they want to basically make a change quickly, they can experience it here before they deploy it there. And this is exactly what happens in many supply chain lines. And that's where we need to take advantage of the inclusivity part. Now, we spoke about digital avatars. You call them robos. There's going to be an impact. But you're not going to talk about an animated digital avatar, because when you go on the rail lines, they're going to be robots moving. And the robo which has really come into play is the car, but the car is really in a very fixed rules and regulations. But there's no rules and regulations inside an environment. A robo can walk here and find that there's a table there, was never trained for that, can hit into it. There are massive machines moving in a supply chain. It can get hit into it. You can have more collateral damage. How are you going to solve that? Through simulation. You're going to train that in a simulated world. And these are some of the impacts that technology has that changes the consumer behavior. The demands increase. They don't want to wait any longer. They don't care whether you have supply chain challenges. I want my delivery because that's why I paid, and then you got to satisfy. And that's why companies innovate and they adopt to the consumer behavior.
Vishal, that was so articulate. Thank you for that, because a quick history lesson and the future Converge here at Walmart. Round of applause for him. I'll let him speak for that. It was brilliant. Come on, you can do better. Okay. Okay, now inclusivity. How many of you build inclusive code? Show of hands. Have you heard of inclusive code? Okay, great. So, Hari, you got a lot to talk about. So, inclusivity is not a checkbox. What do you mean by that? Maithili, you could take that too. Vishal, you could throw in your thoughts as well.
Yeah, I think it's, like I said, it has to be embedded in the DNA of your organization, right? I'll just give you a couple of examples. Please. Earlier this morning, Jayendran talked about rolling out new applications, new features for the Big Billion Day upcoming, right? When you build your software, you have to think vernacular from the get-go. If you build it all in English and then try to just fit it for a broader demographic through translation, that's not going to work really well. So you have to engineer your products so that they can support vernacular means of interaction from the get-go. That takes a lot of thought, and it takes a lot of planning, and it's something that you can't do very successfully unless you're thinking inclusivity from the get-go, right? Another example at Walmart, in fact, this is very near and dear to my heart because we just launched it literally yesterday. So we have a very large apparel business, and we recently, a few months ago, launched a product called Choose Your Model. The idea being that, as during COVID in particular, even if you're shopping for apparel, and the previous panel talked about jewelry shopping using, virtual try-on and augmented reality. Now the problem, of course, is that if you're going to a store, you can go to the trial room, you can try on the clothes and see how it fits you. But when you're doing that online, how do you do it, right? So we have this feature called Choose Your Model, where we created about 30 or 40 different models based on, skin tones, body types, different kinds of attributes. And then you can pick a model, and then you can try the apparel on and how it looks. And so hopefully when it's shipped to you, even though it was all done digitally, it actually is a good fit.
And you can be your own model. The
so
code
now that's the interesting twist, right? So we said, okay, now that you can choose your own model, why can't you be your own model? So in fact, just yesterday we rolled out this new feature called Be Your Own Model, where you can actually upload your picture, and we create a very topographic model of it, an online model of it, which can then be used, and you can look at how the clothes look on you and exactly fit, customized to your needs. And that then means that, when you get the product, it fits you exactly the way it's supposed to be. So it's literally inclusivity down to an individual level where everything is taken care of, and we can do that all online.
Is it a built in India for the globe kind of story?
It's teams in India worked on it as well. In fact, we partnered, our teams in India worked with our teams in the US, and in fact, one of our teams in Israel all partnered together to build this feature and roll it out. And it's just now going out live across the US markets, and then we'll take it to other markets in the future.
Lovely, Hari. So inclusivity, not a tick box going forward. What does it mean for small towns? You've just set the context in terms of suppliers. Where's retail heading in small towns?
So I just want to say on that part, and I'll come to this as well. It is not a tick box is very true, because a lot of organizations are born inclusive. It's not a tick box for them. And NextWealth as an organization was born inclusive in terms of providing, having a social objective of providing jobs to people in small towns, and at the same time employing more than 60% women. Walmart Labs was also born inclusive, because when Walmart Labs in Bangalore was just 3 people, we started to do the work for Walmart Labs. And so it has been an inclusive partner for us, and they are also a born inclusive organization. And as Walmart Labs has grown, we have also grown along with them. It's been a 10 years association. So in the small towns, we talked about, and I want to give 2 examples here actually. One is the sort of work that we do for Walmart itself, where we do catalog comparison, we do catalog management, we do ad relevance, we do search relevance. There's a lot of work that typically ML algorithms are being developed by the data scientists, but you also need people, human in the loop, who can actually make the data consumable. So if data is the oil, NextWealth is a refinery. So we want to make that absolutely consumable. To make it consumable, data scientists really do not want to spend that time. And that's where we actually do that kind of work. And that's what we've been partnering with the Walmart Labs on. Another example I want to give is in the US, there are these pop-up stores in stadiums, as well as in other retail stores and other places where you just walk in, swipe your phone, you pick up whatever you want, and you walk out and you're billed. So the ML algorithm which runs at the back end picks up the IoT sensors data and then figures out what is the product which is being bought and bills. So where the people from NextWealth come in is we actually do the mapping of the person who's picking up the product, map it with the IoT sensors data, match it, and then see whether the person is correctly being billed or not. So it's a combination of training the algorithm, validating the output of the algorithm, and as a person is walking out, if the billing is not correct, exception handling, which we have to handle within 60 seconds. So it's a 24/7/365 operation. So for the people in the small towns, what I talked about, the pride of for them to be working in an organization, doing this type of work. But apart from the pride, it is also the fact that if you look at everybody in the chain, they otherwise don't have job opportunities. They have to migrate to the cities. So migrating to the cities is, and post-COVID, a lot of them have gone back to the small towns to work. But for them today, they can stay at home. They save 90% of what they earn, and therefore they have more buying power. And because they have more buying power, they are able to, their quality of living has gone up. They are able to purchase a whole lot of other things which they normally would not have been able to do. So the impact of people in small towns is not only the delivery of services, but consumer of services in an indirect way has also been going up.
Vishal, before we move to questions, what is inclusive code according to you? You talked about the impact of AI, and relate that to Bharat also, please. And then we can open it up for questions.
So let me take a cue from what Metli said, and more importantly, what Hari wants. So I'm just going to build this up for you. Look at it from this angle, that there was a word called conversational AI that was used. What is conversational AI? So you've been looking at me. I can read through your eyes that you're very intent, and that's what conversational AI really means, that you're hoping what's next I'm going to talk, and almost if I gave you a chance to talk to me, you will respond in sub 20 seconds.
Yes,
and that's what bots need to do.
You just intimidated the man.
Right? Now think about it at the bottom of the pyramid from a Walmart angle. A lot of our population moves from one state to the other state, from one city to the other city. We saw that during the pandemic time, how migrants went back, all the work stalled. When they come for a job into a city, they come through a middleman who say, this guy's a welder, this guy's a carpenter, this guy's a painter, and they get those jobs. And the money that is transitioned to them is actually the middleman. But each one of them carries a smartphone. If he could or she could speak over the phone and say that this is my craft, this is what I'm good at, and that Bihari person can speak to the Kannadiga person here.
Fantastic.
They can get that job here, and that money can walk into their room. Walmart can understand that there's a transition of a person from a city in Bihar to a city in Karnataka, and he needs to purchase few things. The inventories can move. Now that's the beauty of technology with conversational AI, solving at the very bottom of the pyramid, making people inclusive in that whole state, not losing their journey, and more importantly, making an impact to them, to ourselves, and to the larger economy.
Fantastic. So summing up, inclusivity and technology cannot be separated from retail. Retail needs to embrace both. Technologists have to embrace inclusivity, like Vishal said, in their code. So let's open it up to questions. But before that, a round of applause for these people.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we've got a lot of questions. So we've got 7 minutes. So go for it. We're going to start for the gentleman there first, then here, then there. So anybody from this side? Okay, we've got 3 hands here. So I'm going to move around. If you don't mind.
Yeah. No problem.
All right. Lovely.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Hi, my name is Ankit. I'm from Ernst & Young. So a quick comment for Hari maybe. When you were talking about be your own model and all. So generally what happens is when I go shopping, I go in the trial room, I click some pictures and I send those pictures back to my wife on WhatsApp and she decides. Please think about building in this opportunity, this functionality in when you are trying being your own model. Send those pictures out to your Facebook friends or you do it to your own close circle, family friends, so they also can get a chance to, upvote or downvote a particular shirt or a trouser that you are trying. Now, question to Maithili. So you were talking about Salem to Sunnyvale.
Short questions, quickly.
Yeah, sure. Salem to Sunnyvale. What are your thoughts about developing the catchment area of the talent in those small towns? What are you doing?
For the model thing, I hope your wife just she shouldn't realize that it shouldn't be another woman. That's the only thing. You should watch out for that. Okay. Go ahead. Hari.
So I couldn't catch all of the
the first one, at least the model thing. How do you do likes, votes, upvotes?
Yeah, so I think, there is, there is a social aspect to it, but in the very first instance of this, the idea is that what you want to do is to be able to be your own model and then pick the clothes that look the best on you. And then, of course, once those are shipped to you and you like them, then obviously you're going to keep coming back, right? And as part of the learning, I suspect that in a future version, what we will also do is as those clothes are tried on your own model that you've uploaded, you can pick and choose and you can vote up and down the applicability of that, which then we can learn from as well. So that's just one instance of how we will continue to refine the algorithm based on the data that customers provide us.
We'll take the Salem to Sunnyvale later because that's a lot of people want. And by the way, there's another city in the US called Salem. For the Americans in the room, this is the Salem in Tamil Nadu. Okay. The gentleman here, then we go to the gentleman there. And then we go this side. There's a question here also.
Up front.
Okay. Wait, so you can take the next question, but I'll pass the mic on.
Sir, my question is, when you digitize digital transformation and when you digitize a real object or a product and put it on the net for online buying, this digital transformation, how far it is when you come back, because perfect reconstruction is always a problem in computers, whatever you want to come back. And especially in the textile industry and other industries like bag and other things, you like a particular color, a particular hue, shade and order. But can AI solve, digital twin, AI and Metaverse solve this problem?
That's a good question. So Vishal, you want to answer that?
So like I explained to you, it's a process. And it's a process that is underway. You obviously require, first thing is standards so that you can collaborate between different models. And second and more important thing is that you also need to ingest. What you can do is ingest today, thanks to AI part. And as more and more connectivity is going to take place in physically real material properties, you will be able to do it. And people are already doing it, those who are in the early part of it. So I see no reason that very quickly we should be able to get there.
Okay. The gentleman there, please.
Hello. My name is Krishnamurthy. Good to hear about inclusivity. I want to ask what you're doing for people who are disabled, for the people who can't hear, people who can't see, or the mentally challenged. how are you using assistive technology in your products?
Actually, if you see it, this entire conversation is inclusive. We have a person with hand signs, you know, it is an inclusive thing, but it's a great question nevertheless for retailers. Who wants to take this?
I think I can take a first shot at it, you know, and you'll hear us talk about this. When we look at design of products, right, accessibility is a very, very important consideration for us. Physical accessibility. So when you look at our stores and our clubs and so on, we make sure that people who are physically disabled are able to access that, the facilities, right? The same thing needs to apply in digital as well. Just like Vishal articulated, ultimately what we're trying to do is introduce a digital twin that really reflects the real world as much as possible, right? And so we're paying, from the get-go, we pay a lot of attention to accessibility and making sure that our products, our digital products, are built to be accessible from the ground up, right? That means using screen readers, using other kinds of devices and technologies that are very integrated into the overall user experience. But at the same time, I'll be very candid in admitting that it's something that's still very nascent. It's something that we're continuously learning and trying to and striving to improve. Again, I go back to the same point I made earlier, right? Which is, as long as the mindset is there, and as long as you're being very thoughtful and deliberate about it, then almost every problem can be solved because you can bring technology to bear to solve it. I think it all starts with that mindset from my perspective.
I just would like to add, so we are focusing on providing jobs for people with disabilities, and we have a target of 2% internally. But post-COVID, the opportunities have actually opened up because people can work from home. So not only have we partnered with association for people with disabilities, but we are also looking at people in the lower end of the autistic spectrum because they are able to do repetitive jobs very well. So, and they can work from home. So today with the scenario where people are able to work from home and deliver, they just need to come into office, maybe first 2-3 weeks, get trained, and then they can go back home and work. So I think it has opened up huge opportunities for people with disabilities to be able to come into office and work, but also to work from home.
Okay, one last question. I think time's up. We've been told time's up. Let's do this side. The lady there, please. Thank you. And you can shout your question out, sir. Can you tell us your question also?
Hi, so my name is Garima. I'm going to ask this from a perspective of a mom of a teenager who's forever Xboxing. So I know we talked a lot about Web3 and these beautiful technologies, but is it taking the Gen Z away from reality? Are they just losing touch with reality? Is it just too immersive and just don't know what to do in real life? What do you think about
That's a very difficult question to answer, but a relevant one. You want to take a quick dig?
Yeah, sure. And, you know, your point is very valid because it's a good balance between physical and the digital world. But look at it from this perspective that as much as mind needs to grow, physical body needs to grow simultaneously. A lot of people normally think about the mind, the digital part of it. Hey, if my child is spending time in that world, is it going to be useful? But think about this kid who's asking you a why question every time in digital world. He's trying to understand why this one functions the way it does. Why is physics happening like this? Why is chemistry happening like this? Why material properties are happening like this? You're almost creating a scientist at home in that virtual world who will make a difference to our humanity at the end of the day. Similarly, if there's somebody who's really keen to play games and wants to experience those games even in the physical part after simulating it, is a great thing. Let's take a car driver, for example. You can't have the fastest car drivers in the city of Bangalore, but you can create it in your comfort of your house. And when they get an opportunity to go into the physical space, they can experience it very closely. So I think there's a very close intertwined part in the digital world and the physical world as long as we pay to the principles of physics. We should be solving many, many problems.
And by the way, your kids are going to earn in digital avatars. So I hope that happens or doesn't happen. I don't know, but I'm not part of it anyway. So the 5G question, last one.
I think 5G is just going to open up tremendous opportunities, right? I think a lot of the use cases that seem very constrained today are going to become possible. So Vishal alluded to this notion of digital twin. I think with 5G, what we'll discover is that our digital twins can become more and more powerful and become more real in terms of being as close an approximation to reality as possible. We are also looking at 5G unlocking a lot of use cases for us in our distribution centers and our fulfillment centers, where today, as we become more and more real time in terms of fulfillment, the connectivity to those facilities become very critical. And 5G, we think, is going to unlock a lot of use cases for us, which will essentially help fundamentally streamline the customer experience.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. On that note, if Bangalore is not waterlogged, we are really inclusive in every bit of the way, aren't we? Thank you. You've been a lovely audience, and we'll see you all soon. Thank you, Vishal, Maithili, Hari. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Bye, guys.
So there is a career booth right outside this room on my left-hand side from Walmart. So please do check them out. We now have a fireside chat on Gen Z's role in changing retail landscape. Personally, as a young person myself, I'm waiting to see how my generation is helping the future of retail.
Savio, you may be youthful at heart, but let's not get very generous here. Please welcome Sharon Pace, Chief Business Officer, Myntra, responsible for strengthening Myntra selection, value, and experience proposition. We also have Anuj Rathi, SVP, Revenue and Growth, Swiggy, spearheading innovation across the board at Swiggy. Joining them on stage is our moderator, Bhanu Dhanraj, Vice President, Engineering, Walmart Global Tech.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today we are going to talk about a very, very pertinent topic for retail tech. The topic for today's discussion is going to be how Gen Z is shaping the future of retail. We've heard a lot about millennials in the last few years. Just prior to this, we were just chatting up to figure out who is Gen Z, right? So I think for the purpose of this discussion and based on some of the analysis that we have seen, let's assume that we are talking about people who were born after 94, 95. That seems to be the consensus definition in this panel, right, for today. So why are we talking about Gen Z? According to our research, 26% of the world's population today is Gen Z. And it is expected that within the next few years, they will become the most dominant consumer segment. So it's almost like we have no option, right, but to figure out the intricacies of this demography, understand what the drivers are, what their values are, and then evolve the retail ecosystem around catering to their needs better. That's exactly what we are going to do in this particular session. And we have our panelists who have almost like a ringside view of consumer trends in India. Sharon and Anuj, very warm welcome to both of you. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us over. Thank you.
So I'm going to be starting with you, Sharon. What we know about Gen Z today is that they are digital natives. They are perception drivers. They're probably impatient, right? And then I think we also know that they have lofty expectations, right? But when it comes to shopping needs, shopping behaviors, right? So where do they shop? What format do they prefer? And how do you use technology to entice this audience into your platform? And your targeting and customer growth, et cetera, right? How are you using technology to drive growth in these segments?
Sure. So Gen Z, as we have arrived at a consensus 95 plus year, I think they have been exposed digitally at very young ages, and in fact they have seen a technology leap throughout. So they're very, very digitally entrenched for whatever they do. I think there are a few things as part of their value system that they look at. One being they're very expressive. So self-expression is a big driver of how they choose where to shop, what to do, diversity, being socially conscious, and being digital first. I think those are a few things that they embrace with all their heart. Now, what happens as a result of that is for them as a brand or as a retailer, one has to keep evolving. Just as an example, one of the things that you notice, because they spend so much time online, more than 8 hours, I think, daily online, their worlds of shopping, entertainment, etc. have kind of merged into one. They want someone to give them an avenue where they can express themselves. So as a brand or the way they shop, their choices are determined by who can enable them to express themselves. So for example, and give them that social proofing, right? So if a brand earlier would sell just on its brand name, now it has to be very trend first. It has to think of what is the new trend, what will make this Gen Z shopper look very good. What we want to provide on, for example, Myntra as a platform, right, is bring all of these trends together for the shopper. And when I talk about trends, it's not just the conventional Western wear, even Indian wear, the way it shapes up now for them in terms of fusion wear, etc. I think they've become very trend conscious. So they want to be looked at, they want to be seen. It's a more visible generation, I think, given they are so much on social media. And everything that enables them to do that, we have a few technological innovations around that front. One of the innovations, like I spoke about entertainment and shopping coming together, what we call social commerce and Myntra Live. What this does is influencers come and talk about trends which inspire them. And as a result of it, shoppers get inspired. So it's almost like entertainment. And you close loop it, and that's we take that as our responsibility, where you close loop it with providing them avenues to complete that trend for themselves and look good and be seen as someone who's very expressive. So MLive is one of those innovations. We have some more in terms of beauty, which we have things like virtual try-on, where you can sample it out and as a product, and that's how it enables you to make the right choice. So from an ecosystem standpoint, you have to enable the right trend and at the right value for the shopper, right? So, and by value, I don't mean price. They see value as something that enables them to shine. So they may save up and buy something at a higher price, but value for them is something that at the core helps them to express themselves. So that's how brands, retailers have to evolve around it.
Awesome insight. Actually, somebody else was also saying, right, so this Gen Z actually lives on probably, Snapchat and, TikTok more than they live in real life, right? So I think shopping is something that is, extremely interesting from an online experience point of view, etc. Right? But when you think about, Anuj, I'm coming to you, right? When you think about food and groceries and daily needs, etc. Right? This is how are you seeing very similar kind of value system and their shopping formats, their preferences.
Yeah.
How do you even reach out to this audience?
I think in our case,
Swiggy is a very Gen Z first company. I think, so if you look at, for example, the fundamental difference between millennials and Gen Z, millennials, when they were born, they were hooked onto TV, not to the internet. They had to wait. They had to have patience, and they would plan. Okay, Saturday morning, 8 o'clock, there will be some show that is coming. I have to wait for that. Gen Z were like digital natives. They never had to wait, and they were always things that were on demand. And they could never have the patience to wait for, good things in life will come later. I think Swiggy's entire premise is based on that. I don't want to wait. I want it now app. So if you want food, I will not wait for my mother on Saturday to cook this thing for me. I want it now. Or groceries. I don't plan for a supermarket visit, every month where I will take a list and I will actually shop around. So we were built around that premise that Gen Z doesn't have time, so they will go and because they're not planning, they will remember something sometime and they will just order it. So they are big on convenience. They are extremely big on convenience. Just like self-expression is like a fundamental difference between, for example, millennials and Gen Z. Even so, all our offerings, if you look at like food delivery, if it is instant food delivery, or for example, there is Swiggy Instamart, which is instant or quick commerce grocery delivery. Even other services, like for example, when we have Swiggy Genie, which is a pick up and drop service. If you look at like slightly older generation, how many times do you forget your keys at home? So you don't need that much of pick up and drop. But they're fine with that. So they want things quickly, and they want, and they're also, in a way, they want to see the value in that. So they are also not like the people who would have patience, or they will spend so that they have like a large affinity to a brand, because, so I don't think they will have that kind of an affinity as well. So yeah, those are some fundamental, I would not say shopping formats, there are new businesses entirely built on that, the core premise.
This is very interesting, right? So we spoke about trend, making them shine. We spoke about convenience, right? So on the same breadth. So it pretty much, whatever you make available online and then make it instant, and then it makes them look good, they will go for it. That's what we are establishing here. So Sharon, that brings me to the next point. Myntra has studied this audience a lot, right? And then I see that Myntra has launched a Gen Z specific curated selection. Could you speak to us a little bit more about the trends that you're seeing in assortment and how you're evolving the experience for this particular audience? And obviously how tech is enabling some of these assortment selections and experiences for your audience.
Yeah, sure. So, like I was saying, right, I think broad principles that we have seen across different businesses. So, convenience is very important for them. Social proofing is important, and it has to have authenticity. So, you have to talk to them in a language that they understand. Also, what you have to understand about this generation is because they have lived a lot more in the virtual world, what they seek and consume transcends national boundaries. So, their sense of fashion is derived, it's more real. It's derived a lot more from real influencers now. They can be from music, etc. So, and it has to then adapt to whatever they want to, however they want to shape it for themselves. So we understood these needs, and as part of this, we launched something called Stylecast, which is our proposition for the Gen Z audience. What this does is picks up the trends that are circulating in social media, catches them early, and we've built a supply ecosystem around that. And then we are able to manifest them in an inspirational format on the platform. So on Myntra, what you will see is, you'll see influencers wearing this, you'll see who has worn it, or maybe a celebrity who's worn it a few days back, and how can I replicate that closest to you so that you have access to it and you are able to democratize it. It is not meant only for an influencer, it is not meant only for a celebrity, it is something that is real for you, it is accessible for you. And it serves as a source of inspiration also for the Gen Z audience. I think that is very important, that they no longer look at it only within national boundaries. In fact, their source of inspiration is a lot more online than what we would have or I would have gone through as I was growing up. So that is something that this facilitates. How we use tech for this is not just in the front ending of it, but also at the back end of it, take insights from what's happening on social media, what's happening with influencers, what is being spoken about. And because we have such a strong supply ecosystem around it, we feed that information to our brands and our partners, and they actually are able to then runtime build curated merchandise around it and present it on the platform. And then the space, which is the stylecast on the platform, helps make that shine. But I think having that full circle, like moving through the part where you take inspiration, you pass it on to a supply ecosystem that makes it, activates it, and then when the shopper comes, drive inspiration and feed into that. So I think that's how the whole loop gets tied in.
That's very, very inspiring to hear. It's almost connecting the entire ecosystem digitally, right? Yeah, awesome. So coming to you next, Anuj, right? So we've established that they are digital natives, and we have also established they react more to visual medium, right? And then they like to do cool things, right? And so what kind of product, how are you approaching the product design, right, to appeal to this kind of an audience? Also, could you shed some light on, similar to what Sharon spoke about, how are you evolving the assortment and experience, right? It's quite different in the food and groceries and the daily needs segment.
Yeah, it's a very deep question, and it's almost like what's the meaning of life question, but let me try to attempt to answer that. Look, just building on what I was talking about earlier, right? Like, we have to think about Gen Z as like the specific kind of people or personas who are very different from the previous generation, around whom we had built all these earlier apps of 2010s and earlier, and so on. But now, we attribute like some of the way we approach product design is how do we think about these 2-3 attributes for Gen Z audience, right? One is they don't have time. They want to be quick. So, for example, the way we think about the entire experience of eating or getting to food, when they're coming on the app, they're already hungry. So, for example, in our case, we do not want to engage you, especially in that part. If you're hungry, from the time you enter to the time you get your food is the time that we have to measure. So, delivery and discovery both need to happen in that way. They won't have time, and they're not looking around that much, etc. They're usually certain where do I want to go, and so a lot more people are doing that, right? They are also, if you want to change the habit of someone who was using some other service or who was cooking, etc., you need to onboard or you need to explain what exactly are you offering very, very quickly. So they are what we call the Bezos says, right? Strong opinions loosely held. So they have strong opinions about things, but they're loosely held. So if you are able to cut through the clutter and make your point very, very clearly, so literally every step of the journey, starting from what's your proposition, does it connect to them instantly? Because they will not give you multiple chances. So that's a fundamental difference. Because again, they are living in a world of abundance, and they have so many choices, unless the previous generation. So you have to cut through the clutter, reach them in the words that they know. Also, show me the money. They are like the ones. What is in it for me? So unless you are talking about the value that they will get out of using your service, has to be upfront and not like, hey, use it, and after like 10 times you will be able to figure out what exactly is there, etc. So those are some of the principles that we think about when we are building the product. And when I say the product is not only the digital product, it's the entire offering and the experience that the customer has. So the way your app is built, the number of restaurants, for example, do you see, or the number of items that you want to see in grocery, or the timing that it will take, the promise that you need to keep, because they are not going to be very lenient when it comes to, if you make a promise, you have to keep it. Compared to the previous generation, it was like, sure, I understand sometimes businesses go wrong. They will be like ruthless around that. So you have to build your entire product design around those principles. Even, for example, in selection. So if you look at Instamart, should we focus on fruits and vegetables and other or long-term items, or should we focus on munchies and other things for those ones? You will, of course, keep like a good variety and mix of that. But the Gen Z audience kind of helps us sharpen on all of those things very, very properly.
So that brings me to the next question, Anuj, right? So Gen Z does not seem to have, one takeaway for me is that there's no brand loyalty, right? So it's pretty much like they're evolving from one experiment to another experiment. They just want to experience new things, right? And then they're seeking value, they're seeking authenticity, right? And all of that we've spoken about. So if you look at it from a brand point of view, right? So how do they, in your opinion, right, based on everything that you've seen in terms of consumer trends, how do you think brands can engage with this audience and keep them enticed and be relevant, right? So this is not an easy problem to solve, right? So with this kind of an audience, and how do you think brands should approach it?
I think one of the things that Sharon brought up when we were discussing offline, Gen Z is more loyal to trends than to brands, and I really resonated with that statement. So maybe Sharon, you should also just take that part on. But so because I think that is completely true. Because Gen Z is going to move on from trend to trend to trend, and there may be different brands who are actually doing better job at that. So they may be okay like moving from one brand to the other. I think brands today will need to make sure that they are innovating constantly on behalf of the customers, staying relevant and staying one step ahead. In fact, being trend setters rather than coming back and then reacting, etc. So I think that's one. Now coming to, for example, our category, you know what? The way that those brands which are more in the convenience space, you have to be operating in the way of don't make me think. Like, do not let the customer, for example, have one experience which will make them think their choice, because they will switch and they have abundant choices. So if you can just consistently deliver a core experience while keeping on delighting on other areas, that's the way that I would approach it.
Yeah, I'll probably add on to that one. I think two big things. Agility. I think being able to react and anticipate, right? Like ability to anticipate and see what the audience may seek. So have things in place which help you anticipate that. And the second is consistency. So while they may not have brand loyalty, when they see consistency, the loyalty will get like to a Swiggy or Myntra, whatever it is. The loyalty gets built because you are doing it consistently and you are able to anticipate and be more agile. I think that is a must-have because they themselves are very agile. So it is about suiting to your customer needs, right? So thinking ahead almost and building systems, etc., which helps you be more agile.
So if you throw a AI/ML model around it, it will struggle to figure out Gen Z. It's not just us. So I think last question, Sharon, right, so in the interest of time, how do you think brands are actually leveraging new retail concepts like social commerce or Metaverse, for example, right? So are they too early for adoption, at least in Indian market, or what are your thoughts around that?
Yeah, so I think, by the way, to your point on the AI/ML models, I think there's a lot of intelligence still to be derived, but I think bringing in more the social aspect of it and building it more forward-looking than looking behind and getting from trends, past trends versus forward-looking. I think that is something that we'll have to do. The other piece is, like you mentioned about brands, what brands are adopting. I think brands have really come to the party. I think as we see our partners, what we want to enable as Myntra is provide them the right platform. So things like M Studio, where you put in a influencer look, and then brands participate with merchandise that they may have around that influencer look. That is one way of participation. Brands bringing in and expanding the ecosystem. So we have an ecosystem called the Style Squad. And what brands do is provide the right merchandise or enablers for them to talk about different styling methods, etc. So when a live event happens and brands, we have our own influencers, brands also sometimes bring in their influencer network. And what they do here is talk a little bit about a product. So for example, it could be a sportswear brand, and it's a technologically intensive product. It talks about what the shoe does. It's easy on your knees. What else does it do? The intricacies of the product, which are spoken about a lot more, and it really helps the brand engage with this audience. Sneakers have become the new fashion statement. So how do you differentiate between each of them? And brands have really come around to embracing these concepts to talk about their products. In beauty, which is the other category that we play in other than fashion, having a virtual try-on experience. So brands feed in the catalog or content around it, we provide the enablers which say for this skin tone, this is the right foundation, etc. The customer can virtually try it on, etc. But brands participate in it in the form of, so as Myntra, what we see our role is we provide the right platforms for our brands to participate, and so far we've seen great traction from brands and our partners in terms of adopting it. Consumers also liking it, and then it's a virtuous cycle, so that really helps.
So actually, in a short period of time, I think we've extracted so much of extremely insightful kind of information from this panel. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm just going to take a minute to summarize some of the things that we spoke about. I think it is exciting to build technology around Gen Z. First of all, Gen Z is real. It's happening. It's not a hype. That's what we've established. And the second thing is the agility that you need to display in terms of platform and the social angle that you bring to it. And then making them shine, I think that resonated a lot with me. And then being aware of the trends, right? So I think that is the way to market to this particular audience is what we've established. And then we spoke briefly about brands engaging with this Gen Z audience using social commerce and a few other technologies, etc. Right? So I think that brings us to a wrap. Thank you so much for joining us today. Right, and then we'll hand over a small moment of gratitude from Walmart.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bhanu. Thank you, Sharon, and thanks, Walmart Converge.
Coming up next, to wrap up the first half of the day, we have a panel of industry leaders talking about integration of frontier technologies to boost sustainability across industries.
Please welcome Ranadhir Velamuri, SVP Engineering Locus, who leads the technology team to develop cutting-edge solutions. We also have with us Goda Ramkumar, AVP Data Science Swiggy, whose expertise lies in building machine learning and optimization-based decision support systems.
Joining them on stage is our moderator, Sai Kumar, Vice President of Engineering at Walmart Global Tech.
Hi everyone. Today, in today's artificial intelligence and analytical solutions are kind of giving deep insights to everything from like your routing, rerouting supply lines to providing environmental standards. So artificial intelligence and analytical systems are everywhere. And in this circular economy, one of the topmost business priority has been to build a very resilient and sustainable supply chain. So this has a huge impact on society, environment, and also it has a impact on the financial performance of the organizations. So the right use of, with the appropriate use of AI, today, we can influence the supply chain to reduce cost, to optimize routes, to, improve worker safety, and also mitigate risk, and much, much more. So to help us understand the AI role in supply chain, we have Randir and Goda from Swiggy and Locus, and we'll And they are at the forefront of implementing AI in their organization. And we will have a first-hand perspective and insights on how the technology is used in building AI for supply chain. So welcome, Randir and Goda. And
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us today. So India can be a complex market, and especially executing at scale. So what's the landscape looking like for building a sustainable supply chain, and how is technology helping?
Sure. Supply chain has, I think, really gone global. Whether you talk about vaccines to medicines or even fashion apparel, you hardly see that you're able to source from something which is like 100 kilometers away. Everything is cross-border significantly. This is as much applicable to India as globally, right? If I have to just kind of share some numbers, 2019, 63% of bulk drugs that are input to Indian pharmaceuticals have come out outside of India. 63% of it. That's significant supply chain in play, right? And if you look at a contrary of that, as of 2021, 25% to 30% of fresh produce in India goes waste every single day. Right? That's the volume that we are talking about. And this is a lot more applicable from an Indian context. Now, if you kind of look at the digital diversity of producers, shopkeepers in India, the road networks in India, or even the geographical diversity of India, all of that just add up to increase the complexity and the price of really winning in this space, right? And given the problem space has just increased so much, I think human intelligence, historical data just is not going to help. This is where clearly compute, algorithms, even if not AI in all its way, at least strong regression models, operations research solutions clearly come into play. And that's where we at Locus try to kind of solve, both for India and for the regions.
Good, I want to take on this.
Yeah, very well made points. One angle is also, I think, what the previous discussion was happening around everything needs to be quick, instant, on demand, right? So what that quick commerce has done is also the time available for you to make those decisions, to make your supply chain efficient, has come down, which means the complexity has also built up because the time you have to do that has come down. And that's where also I think human intelligence meets its limit, and where AI, ML, optimization, all of these become even more important at the heart of it for you to be able to fulfill that, right? And I think sustainability is kind of, it's the win-win in some way, because there's no other way than you to be efficient in such a quick market. And sustainability is the win-win outcome that comes when you have efficient fulfillment and supply chain. Right?
Okay. So, Randir, next question is on supply chain design. Improving supply chain design involves, innovating products and also how we do network design. So, what are the insights from the ground that we can take and apply to the optimization solutions or AI/ML model to make data more actionable?
Sure. Yeah, I'll take a step back and possibly reflect on what used to happen in the 90s. You'd see an ad, a television ad for a new toothpaste or a brand of biscuits. And I would go to a store near my house, and most often you would not find that because the marketing is ahead of the rest of the supply chain, right? Yeah. So you would never find it. Now, if you kind of fast forward that to the current scenario, on the demand side, digitalization has significantly caught up, right? And so whether we talk about e-commerce sales volumes, brand sales volumes, retail sales volumes, social media feeds, even influencers' impact on demand side, clearly that has digitalized, and volume of sales by brand, by category is pretty much digitalized, right? That's a good input on one side. On the supply side, I think that's where there is still evolution in terms of how much to stock, how quickly we can do replenishments on the retail side and supply side. And I think there is one area which is still somewhat lacking, specifically in the region, is on the producer side. What to produce, what would get consumed well, maybe 3 months down the line, 4 months down the line. These are possibly on the supply side that could get better, I think, in the coming years, I would say. Another bit of clear disruption from a technology-driven disruption is, traditionally, I think, in developing markets, the play of non-value-adding middlemen was significant, which meant that there is a pie of share that is kind of taken away from the producer, and the value is also reduced for the consumer, right? Because these are multiple spokes and multiple hubs through which the goods move between, and then possibly there's no value that is getting added, but then the consumer pays much higher and the supplier possibly gets much lesser, right? With the technology, I think that's kind of coming in and disrupting with, even in Indian landscape, lots of B2B suppliers that are coming in and reducing the whole supply chain on the road of goods. I think that's a clear improvement that I clearly see. That's kind of, I would say, increasing the speed of supply chains, improving the network designs, so to say.
If I have to also talk about, being in Swiggy for long, in a very hyper-local setting, I think one of the key insights is how do you take supply as close as possible to the demand? And also, how do you shape demand in a way, because there's a way you can influence demand as well to take it closer to the supply. So somewhere I think the technology and the insights required to bring them in equilibrium is kind of key. Just to give an example, today in instant grocery delivery, like whatever you're looking at has to be in a pod closest to you or a dark store closest to you. So right from the point of deciding where should we put those equipment at the right dark store, because minimizing the wastage is of course key for both sustainability as well as to be a profitable business, right? So right from demand forecasting, having the location intelligence to say where are the customers, how long does it take to get there, to even once it is out there for delivery, how do you keep tracking and getting that ping level data to see something is wrong here, we need to go and intervene. I think at every point you are looking for different insights to keep it efficient, right? So that's something I think that's now happening in India, even in the tier 2 and tier 3s, that's really lovely to see.
Randir, last mile routing is a tough nut to crack, and Locus is a global leader in last mile routing. What are some of the ways technology is innovating in this last mile routing space?
Sure. We serve across 30 countries. Our clients are in 30 different countries. And we broadly serve 4 different industries, so to say. E-commerce, e-grocery is one big industry. Consumer service delivery is a big industry, which is really catching up, whether it's physiotherapists coming to your home or an electrician coming to your home. The service delivery in that landscape is very different. Retail is another segment that we serve. And couriers, parcels, and 3PLs is another segment that we serve. I mean, as you can observe, this is reasonably diverse set of industries. The way we have kind of taken product development at Locus is that we kind of see all of it as core and differentiators and workflow automations. Core and differentiators is where we work in improving our vehicle routing as the core problem, which is the hardest part, which somebody who is not kind of invested for at least a couple of years will not be able to solve. And whether it is mathematical models, meta-heuristics, and a little bit of learning that's kind of coming into vehicle routing problem, these are things that we have been invested and in continuing to invest. And that's where we kind of go and really show a difference to bottom line for our clients. Right? That's one key area that we work on. Another interesting problem, very hard problem, somewhat underestimated, is geocoding. You can imagine right? Addresses to state and city to city, even within India. And you can imagine if we kind of have our NLP models and address disambiguation models that are built for tier 1 cities in India, they just don't work for tier 2, right? And possibly if we solve for all of India, the moment we have a Thai client, everything goes for a task because both the language is different, the address formats are different. And addresses become fundamental to what's the experience we are able to deliver to our clients in the form of accuracy without calling customers multiple times and being on time in terms of delivery. This is the core that we focus on, and our differentiation as a provider is really there. And we are able to constantly show anywhere savings of anywhere between 25% to 5% to our clients. That's one. The other minor piece where we use technology and try and improve experience for our clients is automating workflows for them. If it is a service delivery, it's a very different equation. An electrician starts at the start of the day, and without any resources, that person can actually deliver deliver the service to 15 different customers and things like that. But it's very different when it comes to e-grocery or e-commerce and things like that, right? Being able to customize workflows in a way our clients can easily integrate and then improve their experience for their delivery executives and things like that is the second part of optimization that we try to deliver for our clients.
Thank you. Yeah, interesting you said that the address, like people put Outer Ring Road, Sajjapur, that's like 10 miles away.
Yeah, the popular example our CEO talks about is opposite to Hanuman Mandir.
Right. I was about to say Ganesha temple.
Yeah, so Swiggy uses a lot of data to drive and AI models to drive the growth. What are some of the data insights that we can bring in to dynamically optimize fleet routing?
I think the geocoding part that he mentioned is key even for Swiggy, right? If you just look at the customer journey when someone opens a Swiggy app, the first thing we do is locating you, right? And if that step is wrong, downline definitely you're going to go wrong, right? So it starts from there, but what is very different compared to, let's say, when we think of vehicle routing or fleet optimization, back in when I started working in 2007, at least the part was everything was known before, or it was more deterministic where you have a set of tasks to do, you have some time windows to do it, and you do the vehicle routing, right? But here what becomes different is as you are solving it, new information continues to flow in, which means the decision that you made right now, maybe you will have a better decision 2 minutes later because there's some other new demand that has flown in, right? So what is key is how do you keep continuously optimizing your vehicle routes, but at the same time taking care that if you have already informed the delivery executive that you have to go to this place, that person is on the bike. So in between you cannot say now, no, your task has changed, you have to go to a different place, right? So keeping in mind that empathetic angle of how it impacts the delivery executives and customers, at the same time not leaving things on the table in terms of how optimal you can get. I think that is the biggest challenge to solve from a fleet optimization perspective, right? And also a lot of times, this might have happened with you that you have placed 2 orders at 2 different restaurants and 2 different people come and deliver it to you, right? So there is an opportunity there where you can make the same delivery executive deliver multiple orders. So not only making it sustainable, but also easier for customers to find a delivery executive to deliver their order, right? And that just increases the complexity or the number of combinations you have to really look through to optimize for it. So I think on-demand has made the same problem that we were probably solving 15, 20 years ago much more complex and much more real-time, which means you don't even have the time to solve it, right? So that's the key thing.
Randeep, some of the frontier technology today is used like digital twin or IoT or simulating supply chains. How do you think these technologies are helping shape, create the next a comprehensive supply chain of future? And what are some of the frontier technology you are excited about and why?
Sure. I'm a little bit of a pragmatist, so I'm not going to bet big on a lot of things. But I can think of three things I would say as they are a little bit here and now, but I think they are going to make a significant difference in the next 2 to 5 years, I would think. And the first one I would significantly bet on is more cost-effective and accurate IoTs. Right? Whether it is for a retailer to maintain stock levels, freshness of stock, and whatever, a lot more of effective and cost-effective and accurate IoTs is something that I'm going to really bet big on. That's on the retail side. But even on the producer side, all of us are starting to hear significantly IoT and drone tech is getting into the producer side of things, right? In being able to very preventively produce high quality, fresh produce. I think even in Indonesia, India, there's some really good tech that is kind of startup tech that's coming in. So that's one space that I genuinely see that from a quality of produce to quantity of produce, there's a huge opportunity from IoT that's coming in. The second thing that I would say is assisted driving and driverless. In terms of safety, in terms of even cost effectiveness, the joke that was going around a couple of years back was that the drivers in UK were as much in demand as solution architects. So that's the level of demand that drivers had in UK. It's just not sustainable to have produced that number of drivers and provide them very safe conditions for them to do their work and things like that. Both assisted driving and driverless is something that I'm betting big on. The third one I would say is the data compute and being able to forecast has significantly improved, right? Given the compute that we have access to. Previously, possibly we could do a forecasting for once in 24 hours. We could actually technically do a forecasting every hour, right? Saying that we don't need 2 tons there. We just need 1.5 ton of produce in that particular retail outlet. The compute and forecasting can happen a lot more accurately as we get closer to the time. But being able to move the goods between trucks, loading, marshalling, and making sure that the 2-ton order is now changed to 1.5 ton, and being able to efficiently do that is the big gap that exists now. Warehouse robotics and possibly transportation robotics is possibly something that can respond to the speed at which forecasting landscape is changing, and then being able to move the goods and reduce the waste is the third thing that I'm hoping that will change the landscape of supply chain.
Okay. Bharat?
Yeah, I think Randir covered most of the things I was excited about as well. I think on the IoT part that he mentioned, I think what it will do or what excites me there is earlier you had to make a lot of assumptions about some things just because you did not have the data flowing in. Right. What IoT will enable is make it more and more deterministic, because of which you can get better at the decision making, right? And I'm also excited about this whole augmented reality, and because I imagine a space where when you're inside a grocery pod, like you can easily go and pick, and how can you bring in more efficiency in your picking time, in your packing time, and even when because if the geocoding problem is not solved and you have to really find where is that restaurant or where is that customer, I'm also excited about that part being enabled, through AR and yeah. So.
Thank you. Thank you for the insights you bring in, and I'm sure audience also found it very valuable. Let me summarize our discussion today. There is a lot on the tech side which we can do, AI model, but when it comes to the reality, right, that's where I think we have to have a mix of both tech and what is happening in the ground, and bring those signals and make better informed decisions, right? And that applies to a lot of use cases that we talked about today. And the second part is how do we adapt to the ever-changing scenario on the ground and use our AI models to to be more agile, more reactive, and still provide some very optimal solutions to the customer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us today. And we'll have
I think people will be hungry.
Thank you, Walmart.
That was certainly an exciting first half. We'll be taking a short break for lunch. Before we continue with the power-packed performances we have on the stage after the lunch.
Coming up in track 1, we will be hearing from industry leaders on democratizing e-commerce in India and an expert panel discussing the key technologies shaping the future of retail. And let's not forget the India Innovators Showcase, where we get to witness innovations from the brightest minds in the country. So lunch is open, but if you would like to stay for a few minutes, our quiz masters are going to come on stage. It's another opportunity to quickly win some goodies. So if you're not in a hurry for lunch, please.
everybody who is still at lunch to come back. We are ready to start session, the part 2. Please head back into the room where track 1 is going to start.
Welcome back to Converge at Walmart 2022. I am Pratyush Pushkar. I lead the marketing and advertising tech at Walmart IDC. Post-lunch sessions can be quite a drag, but not this one, not here, because we have a lot of power-packed sessions lined up for you, sessions that would enthuse, inspire, and invigorate you. I can already see a few smiling faces, audiences who are back with renewed fervor. I am buzzing with excitement. How about you, Sandhya?
I am totally amped to get this going, Pratyush. Hi, everyone. My name is Sandhya, and I'm a part of the people team at Walmart Global Tech. Pratyush and I just have a couple of rules for you. One, we know that this is post-lunch. Rule number 1, please stay awake. I know that the back is nice and cozy, but this is not time for your nap time. And number 2, every time you see someone walk up on stage, we'd love for you to give them a huge cheer. That way, you're bright and awake, and you're waking your neighbors too. So, a quick announcement. You can stay here for the rest of the track 1 sessions. If you want to switch to track 2 sessions, please head over to the living room on L2. Our virtual audience can stay in the same link for track 1. For track 2, please click on the Converge at Walmart's YouTube channel link. Before we get started, we'll have a brief update by Anuj from the hotel security.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anuj Joshi. I'm the director of loss prevention of this beautiful property. I would like to tell you about the safety process over here. So, if in case of any emergency, you may hear a fire alarm, but on a first fire alarm, please do not panic. Do not get panicked, please. But we prepare for any possible evacuation. If you want to go for evacuation, please, you need to go through the nearest fire exit, which is on your right side, which is lead to the assembly point, which is right after the PFA first. Second, if there is any emergency, which is like a medical one, we have the first aid team, including me. We have AED as well, and we have the doctor on call. Third, in any emergency, please do not panic, because we are here to help you out. We are here to save you. And if you feel so, please let us know. If you feel anything, it's all about not fire, it's not about your natural disasters, or it's not about your anything. It is all about everything. If you see something, please say something. Thank you so much for listening to me carefully.
Thank you, Anuj.
I hope you have all settled in, nestled in. Sit back and relax, because coming your way is India Innovators Showcase, an awesome display of breathtaking innovations that are shaping the future of retail. We have some smartest, sleekest, and scintillating innovations from some of the brightest minds in the country. To unveil and start the showcase, let's welcome on stage Ananthakrishnan Gopal, co-founder and CTO, Dev AI. Dev AI is an org that leverages empathetic AI to improve customer experiences. Please put your hands together for Ananthakrishnan Gopal.
Can I start? Hi, can you hear me? Hi, I'm Anant. I will talk to you a little bit about what we do for retail in Dave AI. So, of course, everybody knows what is AI, right? And there is a lot of things that you can do with AI. But what we are, I'll talk to you a little bit about within the AI field, what is it that we do for, helping retail, right? There are 3 things that we usually focus on. One of them is to be able to do a natural conversation about products with the customers directly, right? So when we all look at an e-commerce model, right, we all we see is thumbnails, right? So you can click on a product and buy it. You can then choose among a lot of products, for sure. But if you want to customize it, if you want to personalize it, if the customer needs to personalize it, try to understand more about the features of the product, I think we are missing something. So where we work in is a conversational way to search, discover, and find the right product. That's where we do. And of course, there's a customer experience, which is basically for when we call this like this, it's bespoke, right? So that's very expensive normally because you have to hire very good salespeople who can understand your product and explain it to the customers. And our AI tries to solve that problem at scale, where you can get bespoke products or complex products especially, right? That's where we work in. Yeah. So one of the things that we have worked on is a digital twin of a physical sales space, right? This is there in some of these cases where, let's say that you are trying to purchase something like a car, right? Which is a complicated purchase. You're not going to buy 10 cars in a month, which you would do probably for some of the SKUs. But it's a once or twice in a lifetime kind of a buy, and you want to take this decision very carefully. Another scenario is home lifestyle, where you're building a house. It's not very often that you build a house. You want to be very careful about what you want to buy, things like that. Banking is another one, right? Like you won't be making multiple relationships with a lot of banks. You want to be careful about what banking products you want to purchase and things. So these are some of the verticals that we work with, and it's sort of like a discovery, but it's not just a thumbnail-based thing where you need to have a conversation, you need to understand the product, and doing this at scale is what we actually do. So these are some of the features, you can say, of the product. Some of them are products in themselves. So let's say that when I gave the example of the car, right? So one of the things that you would need to do when you look at it as a digital twin is to be able to visualize the product, right? You should be able to see how the car looks, what the color is, what are the features of the car, how does it look from back, how does it look from the front, and so on and so forth. That's one of the things which is very important. It's similar for the other scenarios. Then we have a virtual sales avatar, which is conversationally enabled. So you can ask questions to the avatar about this car. So for example, you might want to know that there are these 5 variants. What's the difference between these variants? Or you want to understand what is the mileage that this car gives. Or you want to understand something like, okay, if I purchase this particular car, then will it have this feature? Right? These are different kinds of questions you want to be able to answer. You also want advice on what is the right thing for you, right? So for example, will I fit in the car, for example, right? So is the leg room going to be comfortable? Things like that. So some of these things, of course, have been solved by having many large number of dealerships and stuff like that, right? But the first whole set of qualifications that happen, right? Whether you are considering this car or not, now needs to happen only when you visit these 10 different showrooms. Right? Now you can do this sitting in the comfort of your home. You can sort of qualify your car. You can decide what car you want to buy. You can go to the variant. Then you can even book like a test drive for that specific variant that you're going to buy, and then complete the sale in a and discover your product that you're going to buy in a much better way. So this is one of our things. Of course, it's interactive. We have voice as well as chat. It is deployable across different types of things. You can do it on a mobile. You can do it on desktop. You can do it on VR. So there are different ways. You can do it on a kiosk within, like let's say a mall, for example, like that, right? So there are different ways in which we can deploy this enabled this experience that we enable. Yeah. So this is one of the new things that we are getting into. Of course, we have the expertise of building virtual avatars or virtual beings which can understand the product, which can understand the sales process, which can understand what the needs of the customer are, right? Now, more and more of this is happening. The metaverse is happening. So we have got a lot of, our latest set of customers actually want to enable this experience of making a purchase with an assisted purchase and discover new set of things within the metaverse, right? So we recently launched a car which was not available in the showrooms yet, and we had the largest number of pre-bookings, what you can call it, right? Because they were able to see the car, interact with the car, understand what the car is about, even before they could actually see the car, go to the showroom and see the car. The cars were not available in the showroom, right? And they already had a very large number of pre-bookings because of enabling this experience, right? So this is a metaverse, so you get a sense of a showroom, you can walk into the showroom, you can interact, you can see an almost real-life car, you have a sales agent who can explain to you what the car is about and things like that, right? So this is I would say, one of the next new exciting things that we are seeing. And we are looking at some real-life applications of the metaverse, where it has impacted the retail customer. Right, this is also happening now for home decor, right? Where there are these builders who have houses, right? And they are already showing you virtual tours of the houses that you are going to purchase, right? But you want to say, I don't want this color. I want a different color. I want this styling. I want this, this cupboard to be of this color, right? So you can do all of that assisted by, a sales agent, which normally happens when you go to the house to buy. There's somebody there who's telling you that this house is this house is that, and so on, right? You can do all of that actually in the middle of the house. So what is the differentiator between what they had and what we are providing to them? Is that conversation that they can do in that space. That's where our differentiator is, right? Because there is already the metaverse, but ours is the conversational AI that we bring to the metaverse. So yeah, of course, these are some of the pieces that we do, and the interactions, the community interactions, we bring a very different play to that. So obviously, when you want to visit the metaverse with somebody, your friend or your family, right? But you want to have that discussion not just with their family, but with somebody who understands that product, right? Somebody who is able to explain to you things about the product or answer the questions that you have, right? So that's where I think we sort of have our IP in. So as you mentioned that we call our AI platform an empathetic AI. It's a patented IP for our platform. So it's basically, it tries to sort of resonate with the expectation of the customer. So it tries to understand what the customer needs, what the customer is looking for, and then talks about what they probably want to discover. So this makes it what I would say is more engaging, more immersive, of course. And in some sense, I would say that it changes the game in terms of how sales happen in many of these cases, right? So already we are seeing that wherever we have enabled this, these kind of things, there is a shift. So the entire process of lead qualification, of getting retail customers to understand your products has completely shifted to these kind of platforms. And there's a larger and larger percentage of people who are actually coming directly, purchasing the products directly by interacting with these platforms, or at least it improves the likelihood of them purchasing by around 30%, even if they did not directly buy it here and they still went to the physical shop, right? The physical store. So we are seeing like a very, very good adoption. We are also seeing like a very good, sort of a slightly different paradigm of how people are doing their purchases, which is different from e-commerce, which is different from physical and digital means. And finally, this is a bit about our tech. Of course, we have speech and NLP, which is how we do our conversational AI. We do, of course, 3D visualizations to show the products. We have one of our patents is about how we can do a very realistic rendering of the, not rendering, but a physical, a very realistic representation of, let's say, a virtual product with very good lighting, but on a very low-end device, right? So, sort of on low-end mobile phones, or on a very low-end kiosk, which has got very low computation, right? So we have one of our patents is in that, and we also have many of these deployments. For example, this car that I was talking about, which we launched, they they've also shipped some of these Oculus devices or some of the VR devices to the dealers, right? So people who went to the dealership, they could also experience the same thing there, right? So there is a sense of, we also try to find a sense of who the customer is, and we try to understand the characteristics of the customer, whether they're short, whether they're tall, whether they're male, female, whether they're a bit older or younger. We try to understand these things and then make the personalization. So these are the 4 pillars of the platform that we represent, and I think that each of these are kind of integral to success of our product. And yeah, this is, so I have a minute more, and I was told that maybe we cannot ask questions. So I'll just leave it at this and say that we have we have got very good collaborators, and we would, of course, if this talk of mine has helped have people who are interested in what we do, please feel free to connect with me. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Anand. I think that was inspiring. In the world where people are struggling to have empathy, you're building machines to have empathy. That's great. Up next, with another dose of innovation, is Sid Chakravarti. He's the founder and CEO of Statwig, a company that combines the power of blockchain with retail. Cheer up for Sid Chakravarti.
Thank you. Hey, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah. So I'm really excited. I'm really excited to be here. I came last night. I had some amazing conversations today with some brilliant people. So this is very exciting. So thank you, Walmart, for inviting me over. So this is amazing. So my name is Sid Chakravarti. I'm the founder and CEO of Statwig. At Statwig, what we do is we help manufacturers and very large distributors identify every single product that they're manufacturing. We tell them exactly where that product is in the global supply chain, how it got there, and where it's heading. So for example, if you take even a vial of vaccine, we can tell exactly where in the world that product is, what's happening with it, what quality, all that stuff. So we're primarily playing in the pharmaceutical space right now, but if we are expanding to other industries. So the journey started, I was working in Silicon Valley, Bay Area, with Bay Area companies, mostly on the innovation side. And I felt like a huge disconnect between like the new technologies and the real world challenges that we have, right? So that was a big motivator. So I moved back. I moved back to where I grew up, Hyderabad. And interesting fact about Hyderabad is it's a big pharma hub. Nearly 30% of global pharmaceutical products get manufactured in Hyderabad within 30 kilometers radius from where I live, right? So here I was like back from Bay Area, like cool tech guy, and so I got easy access to some of these traditional companies. So they invited me over, shared their problems, and so that's how we started. That's how I started, because they had these big supply chain visibility gaps, and they thought I would be right person to fix those problems, which so they had over expectations on me. But yeah, I mean, so somehow I got lucky and it worked out, right? So the first piece of luck came when UNICEF funded us. So UNICEF is the biggest procurer of vaccines, right? So they buy 2 billion doses of vaccines each year to distribute all around the world to children in nearly 150 countries. So big client who invested in us. So that kind of opened doors because this industry is a very closed industry. So it was really difficult to build anything for them. But UNICEF funding kind of opened doors and gave us access to this enormous supply chain so that we can develop the product. And that also opened doors with a lot of pharma companies, and we We were working on vaccines, which was, for a lot of people, it was a very boring product. So until COVID came into picture, and everyone was rushing to get their vaccine doses, right? So vaccines became very important very quickly, and we already had the tech, and we were in the right place at the right time. So that really helped. So as soon as the COVID vaccines came out, we were working with several governments over here and also in South America to help them get those vaccines very quickly to the last mile. So that's how our product journey started. It's been a very interesting journey so far. And some of the big things that we have done last year is pivoted from public health, not pivoted, but also went beyond the public health space into commercial supply chains as well on the pharma side, which means moving beyond the government distribution to like the private pharmacies distributor model, right? So the big learnings that we came across is solving challenges around stockouts and expiring products, right? So for a lot of pharma companies, right, these are billion dollar companies, right? So where they are today is more than half of their SKUs are always running out of stock somewhere. So when they run out of stock, they get a notification, they go back to the manufacturing, start getting the product up, and then deliver the product to the market, which basically takes a lead time of a month or so. During that time, you have lost the sales of the current product, but you are also lost to the competitors. Now the competitors have introduced their products, so you lost your sale, but also gave a chance to the competitors. So it's a huge problem. So companies lose anywhere between $100 million to $500 million each year just on stockouts. So it's a huge problem for these companies. So we targeted that. So that's the problem statement that we started to focus on. And what we have realized is all of these challenges are because of very simple reasons. One, so the supply chains are fragmented, right? So manufacturers manufacture the product, then it goes to each country. There is a distributor or importer who basically brings the product to that country, and then it goes to retailers, pharmacies, hospitals, and from there consumers buy those products, right? So this is the usual supply chain in most of the cases. But this supply chain is extremely fragmented. So none of those different stakeholders talk to each other, share data between each other, so which is a big problem. So no one really knows what's happening beyond their own supply chain. So that's where we found an opportunity. That's when we started creating and trying to understand what is needed. So the first thing that is needed is very obvious, a digital tool which can basically collect the data from various stakeholders, right? So very simple, mobile app, web app, whatever it is, which can basically provide, collect the data. Beyond that, this is where things get interesting, right? So decentralization is very important here because all these stakeholders are very big. They don't want to share data, they don't want to lose control over data. So what really works is decentralization, where no one is really controlling the data, not single entities, no single entity is controlling the data. They're all sharing the data with zero knowledge proof, so makes it very easy for them to collaborate over a single platform. And the third biggest thing which was missing is incentives. Hey, what's in it for me if I have to share my data with manufacturers, right? So I get no benefit. So there has to be incentives for everyone to share data with other stakeholders. So that's where we introduced incentive layers, and then the actionable insights, which are the core benefits that you get, which is basically preventing stockouts, detecting hey, which product is real or fake. So these are like actionable insights that we derive out of the data. So what we developed is cognitive networks. Cognitive networks are basically what they're doing is giving a digital ID to every single manufactured product. Every product gets a digital twin, and that digital twin, we basically map the entire journey through an incentivized supply chain. What that means is anyone who participates and provides, hey, this product is with me, they get rewarded through our platform, right? So they get money, they get whatever benefits. So that way, everyone has a real incentive to participate, and we're getting extremely valuable data across the supply chain. Our vision basically is where we are heading is so the global complex supply chain is extremely complex and fragmented, right? So, but even if you take a very small product, anywhere in the supply chain, our software will be able to tell where in the globe, where in what location, what warehouse, which retail location, which pharmacy that particular product is. We will be able to tell whether that product is real or fake. We will be able to tell how it got there, whether it got through the right channels or not. So that's the level of intelligence that we are creating, kind of very similar to like how you find locations on Google Maps, right? So we can find all the products on our software. So that's so yeah, that's about us. Thank you so much again for this opportunity, and I will pass it on to
Thanks a lot, Sid. I really hung up on what you said. Supply chain failures thrive on weak and siloed information systems. That's so true. Hope you can plug the gap using your cognitive network. More power to you. If that was too much of innovation, have some more. Please welcome Vijay Gabale, co-founder and CTO, Infilect Technologies. Infilect provides AI-powered retail visual intelligence solution. Let's hear it for Vijay Gabale.
First of all, thank you to team Converge at Walmart for inviting me here to talk about Infilect. So at Infilect, we are essentially a visual intelligence partner to global CPG industry. We work with the who's who in CPG retail, right from P&Gs to Kimberly-Clarks of the world, as well as with large format retailers. And what I thought I could talk to you about today is how we helped one of the largest retail chains in Southeast Asia to improve their per-store sales, and how we actually deployed image recognition at scale. But before that, oops. Okay, I think my slides are totally screwed up. Anyway, there is supposed to be a world map there, but I thought I will talk to you about how I actually started and what has been my journey like so far. So I started around July of 2015. I was part of IBM Research Labs. I actually met a few friends here in this event. And I was one of the first engineers to work on IBM Watson AI. And essentially myself and my co-founder started with a very tech-focused background. And the initial product that we conceived was to build a B2C application between a Pinterest and a Flipkart. If you go to Pinterest, you essentially see a bunch of pictures. And if you go to Flipkart, you essentially see a set of products. So our idea was to connect these pictures to products. Essentially, you can shop from pictures. So we worked on that idea for almost 3.5 years. We burnt all of our savings. We had built a team of around 20 people. But around September of 2018, we essentially realized that the use case was niche, and we launched our product across the globe. We had users from US, India, as well as from Southeast Asia. But we realized that the use case was small. It could be a feature as a part of, let's say, a Flipkart website, or as a part of a Pinterest website. So we were back to square. And during that journey, we essentially observed that users were using our application to take photos inside stores to identify whether they can shop the same item at any of the e-commerce sites at a cheaper price. Essentially, you go to a store, let's say you want to buy a pack of chips, you take a picture of that, and our app would show, well, on any of the e-commerce websites, can you buy this same pack at a cheaper price? So we had to look for a new use case, and that's where we approached CPG companies, and we told them that, look, this is what we have observed a behavior for your products, that you are, people want to shop your product this way. These companies told us that that is not the problem I have today. Today, I myself don't know how my products are actually stocked on shelves. So if you look at somebody like a P&G, they don't have much idea about how their items are actually stocked across a large number of stores. I mean, these companies ship items across thousands of stores. So how do you know your product is either in stock or out of stock on the retail shelf? How do you know what a consumer actually sees on the retail shelf? And that's essentially the problem we started solving from October of 2018, and what I'm going to talk to you about our journey since then. So since then, over the last 4 years, we work across more than 16 countries. We cover over 400,000 stores across these countries from where we get images. And we process today more than 50 million images from all of these stores. So what's the problem we solve for these companies? Again, is essentially we help them understand how's their on-shelf inventory. How are their products stocked? Are those in stock, out of stock? What's their share of shelf? We measure that, and we help these companies to improve that. And once that happens, these companies essentially see lift in their sales. These companies also spend tons of money to promote the ones that we see in the store, buy one and get one free, or there is a 10% off on biscuits, right? So there is a supply chain in terms of how that particular offer flows from a CPG company to the stores. And if those offers are not available to you, essentially somewhere the company is essentially losing out. So again, we solve that problem. And we also know that, I mean, retail is an operations heavy business. There are so many people who work on the field, in the store. So how do we make life of those people easier? So that's where we have built an application where these people can take pictures, and essentially it helps them to optimize their time. So I thought I will talk to you about a case study, right? So this is one of the largest retail chains across APAC. And they had this problem that there are almost 20,000 stores which they have to manage. There are almost 10,000 SKUs. And the headquarters essentially supplies planograms to the stores. So essentially a planogram tells what particular item should go on what shelf. So now imagine the HQ essentially sending planograms for all different categories like beauty care or hair care or even pharma, right? And these stores, the store staff actually implementing these planograms in the stores. The HQ doesn't get a feedback in terms of what's actually happening in the store. The store staff sometimes is clueless in terms of how I'm actually supposed to put up the products on the shelf, right? And that essentially results in loss of sales because these planograms are designed in a way in which they can be optimized for a season or for a region. So we have built a very simple to use system. Essentially, the store staff installed our application. In their regular day, they take pictures of the retail shelves. It just takes less than 40 seconds to take these pictures. Sometimes we do processing on the device itself, or sometimes we essentially ship these pictures to cloud. We do processing. And within a minute, we essentially help the store staff understand where exactly are the gaps. What products are missing on the shelf? Are there any compliance issues in terms of pricing labels not available? And that helps them to correct the fixes. If something is out of stock, they essentially go to back office and put up a product on the retail shelf so that we as consumers can see that product and we can shop that product. And if you essentially close this loop, as I said, the right products are always available at the right time on the right shelf, and that essentially helps everybody, us as consumers, as well as the store, as well as the CPG company. essentially, this particular customer approached us around April of this year. We did a very short pilot in terms of trialing this solution across about 80 stores. At the end of 2 months, they actually saw that their average sales from the stores where they had implemented our system was almost 3% higher as compared to their national average. And we also showed them that, look, the system is actually not an overhead on your store staff. In fact, it saves them time because in the past, they were, as I said, clueless as to how should I actually stock the items on the shelf. But now the applications essentially guides them to help them understand how they should do their job. So we, in fact, ended up saving almost 30% of their time in the store. And now we have expanded in this particular customer to cover almost 6,000 plus stores where on daily basis we get these images. And as I said, we give real-time feedback to fix the issues. We are expanding globally. We, as I said, work across more than 16 countries. We are known in the market to do fastest setup for image recognition. The thing about this particular problem is that, so let's say you think about a PNG in India. So the packaging of the products would change completely if you go and talk to PNG in Japan, right? So how do you customize your platform to identify new products at a rapid pace? So that's where we have built a lot of IP, and that is helping us to scale. As I said, we pretty much give the actions within a minute so that the fixes can be done in the store. And again, we are known in the market to provide a very high accuracy. So that's all I had to talk to you about today. If you have any questions, if you find this interesting, I would love to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijay. It was so thought-provoking. Last but not the least, please welcome another warrior of innovation, Farheen Ahmed, CEO and co-founder, Interreality. Interreality combines the power of metaverse in commerce or commerce in metaverse. To understand the conundrum, let's have Farheen. And please put your hands together again.
Thank you. Thank you to each one of you who's sitting here and ready to listen to this. I'm Farheen, CEO and founder of Interreality. And today I am talking about Metaverse. The picture that you see here, it's a screenshot from the product that we have. And yes, so I was at the back listening to some of the sessions, and there was one question the moderator had asked senior executives from Myntra and Swiggy, if I remember correctly, and they asked, what are your plans for the metaverse? Do you have any? And I was very curious, and they didn't answer that. I think they talked about something about virtual try-ons, or maybe they did not have an answer for it yet. And then somebody talked about how they're excited about augmented reality in shopping, in commerce, which was interesting. So I understand that a lot of you would find this word fascinating. For some of you, it would be just a buzzword, like how IoT was so hyped in 2014 that it didn't go that far. And for some of you, it might just be, you may not understand it really well. So I want to sort of focus this presentation on you. The aim is that you leave today with a new idea, maybe an inspiration, or just a different positive feeling about this word. So yeah, let's start. So I'll start by talking about what the company does. We are a virtual world building engine. So it's AKA Metaverse engine that lets creators, brands, and communities build and launch their own virtual worlds. Users can have access to it from their mobile phones, their desktops, or VR headsets, or any other virtual reality device, where they can create and monetize augmented reality and virtual reality, which is combined as extended reality-enabled content, products, which is digital assets, and experiences with the help of our tools and protocols that have application across social, commerce, and entertainment. So I'll give you a background. We started about 2 years ago. We started developing prototypes around AR. Since then, we have launched, actually, recently we rolled out our beta program and launched multiple virtual worlds, and now preparing for a full-scale user launch, which is scheduled for next month. We are backed by some of the top investors across Web2 and Web3, including senior executives and founders from Xiaomi India, Sony India, and Polygon, which is a blockchain. Okay, so let's look at some of the stats. I didn't use this for my deck. It's too clickbaity. But yes, it's very promising. This is from a report by McKinsey, which recently came out, and it says that by the end of this decade, we'll have the economic value of the metaverse, which is a bottom-up view of the economic value of consumer and enterprise use cases, which is likely to reach $5 trillion. And another interesting thing is that in 2021, the institutional funding towards the metaverse reached $13 billion, and it more than doubled in 2022. Now, but first, let's talk about Metaverse. I mean, what is Metaverse? It has a bit of a history. It actually was, the term came out in a book called Snow Crash by Neil Stephenson back in the 90s. And he talked about Metaverse as a shared virtual reality. In the current context, Mark Zuckerberg calls the metaverse the evolution of the internet. I mean, उसने अपनी company का नाम ही बदल दिया. It's Meta now from Facebook. And there are other quotes, interesting quotes from CEO of Niantic, who talks about how everything that exists in real life, the digital version of that or the digital extension of that is the metaverse. So now, Metaverse has, of course, it's no more about just virtual reality. It's an entire stack. It constitutes the hardware companies that are making the hardware devices for it, the software stack, the content companies, the network companies that are solving for latency and bandwidth, the 5G companies, and the end consumer platforms, such as Interality, which are going to be the platforms that now would find a very, very new way of orchestrating demand and supply, which is also coincides with the Web3 way of doing things. So this, of course, all of this has to reach its full potential for us to truly experience the metaverse. I mean, almost all of you would agree we are not there yet. So why should we care about it? Why? The thing is that there are certain things that are happening in the world right now. There are certain trends, key shifts, tailwinds that tell us that we have at least reached or started the inflection point. So it's the beginning of realizing the full potential of the metaverse. Now these are some of the keywords that I just mentioned. I wanted to deep dive into all of these, but I'll quickly skim through it. To give you, I come from the background of creating micro products in China and Southeast Asia, and during that time, I also started creating content on social media. I started with Chinese social media platforms called Bilibili and the rest of the others, and now I'm on Twitter and Instagram, and now I have a combined following of 50,000 people as my community. So I've really experienced this personally and professionally in Southeast Asia, China, and so forth. So some of these key shifts are that computing is progressing. It's progressing rapidly. Internet is becoming more 3D. We have gaming. Now, this is interesting. Gaming is where we are increasingly spending more time and more money. I don't know how many of you can relate with that. OK, I just want to ask a quick question. By the show of hands, how many of you play games? OK, it's surprisingly a lot. This is great. So in 2022, there are 3.32 billion gamers, and the amount, not buying the games, just the amount spent inside the games buying in-game content is $54 billion in 2020. That's just that stats. And how many of you know that gaming is the biggest form of entertainment? How many of you? Show of hands. Did you know that? Yes, it is. It's the biggest form of entertainment across the world. It surpasses TV, OTT platforms, social media, all of that. And there are some sort of explanations to that, because games are much more engaging than watching something passively on your phone or on your TV. Here you get to be inside and you get to decide what's going to happen next. And when you achieve something, there's a sense of achievement that you do not perhaps get when you're watching a movie or you're watching a TV series. Here you do something, you get that sense of achievement. There's also the social element of it. You get to be with your friends, like in PUBG. So I play a lot of Free Fire. I used to play PUBG back in the day when it was like totally out there. And so there's that, and there's this competitiveness. You have a leaderboard. You get to do all of that. So gaming is going big. Social media. How many of you are on Twitter? Show of hands. Okay, a lot of us. So the very interesting thing is that we are an extension of ourselves on social media. We can be ourselves, we can express ourselves, something that we might not be able to do in real life because of our personality traits. Like, I'm much more talkative and expressive on my Instagram, on my Twitter. I'm not so much. I'm an introvert, I'm shy, mostly don't talk to people, but I can be that on social media. So digitalization of our personalities, ourselves, in a much more authentic manner is happening on social media. And as that happens, as we are going on social media, how do we, just digitally out there, how do we own things on the internet? This is something that has been solved by blockchain. Now we can own things on the internet, particularly and specifically in the form of NFTs, which is non-fungible tokens. So there's some things that we can own. It could be any digital file or an asset. Now, the opportunity here is, especially for a company like Interality, which is an end consumer platform, is the huge layer of content and commerce that can be built on top of it. You know, a lot of us are talking about retail, commerce on apps and websites, but would it really cut it in this decade? If there is so much that's happening, so much that's changing, then content and commerce especially has to evolve with it, has to go with where the behavior is going, where the trends are going. Now let's talk about some of the layers of the metaverse, because it's not just content and commerce. So we have enablers, payments, identity, and security. Then on top of that, we have infrastructure, which is devices, hardware, even software. And then we have platforms such as Interality, which is building the toolkits or the platform where the application of it can exist in the form of virtual worlds that you can go inside. It's almost like a game, but it doesn't have a in-game mechanism. Rather, you can just explore the worlds, you can do multiple things inside, and application and content. Now, what are the first steps if we really want to digitalize ourselves and think about metaverse in its true potential? What are the first steps? We have to first think about what is the bridge to the metaverse. Of course, we have modeling, 3D modeling, such as avatars and your different kinds of worlds that artists can build. But if we want to have true-to-life experiences, we need to digitalize ourselves, which is people, our surroundings, which is our spaces, and the things that are dear to us, which is things, and the messages we want to send across. And AR, VR, which constitutes the technology for the metaverse, is very transformative and foundational in being that medium of exchange of information. So for people, we have technologies like Avatar with motion capture, where whatever you do live is being reflected. We have places which can be LiDAR scanned and you can go inside it. Also volumetric capture, this is what Interality built in its first prototype, where you take a simple video from your front-facing camera and it captures your polygon data, and then you can relay that in augmented reality. And for things, we have technologies like photogrammetry, where you take multiple images and it renders a 3D version of the object. Now, are there use cases? Are there people who are already out there using the metaverse or doing things in it? Is there money in it? The answer is yes, there is. So there are some metaverses, virtual worlds called Sandbox and Decentraland. I don't know how many of you are aware of it. These really cool virtual worlds that you can enter, and brands have gotten into it and seeing massive returns from it already. So what they do is they buy virtual land on these platforms, then they set up their virtual stores, and then they have these interactive content. So one example, I mean, there are more than 100 brands across lifestyle, fashion, also banks like JP Morgan, who have set up their virtual headquarters inside, and then there are things that you can do inside. So one example is Absolute Land. It's a, vodka brand. So they set up their Absolute Land where users could come, they could take selfies with multiple spaces inside, they could post it online. They could also place orders for the bottles that would reach their home, and they could place orders for that. And they could also engage.
In the next 1 minute?
Okay, all right, okay. So what brands get is having access to new users, more community engagement, metaverse to physical product sales, new offerings, which can be their IPs turning into more immersive offerings, and more avenues for monetization, which is more revenue streams. So this is a screenshot from Interactive. We have advanced metaverse shopping mechanism in which people can explore different worlds, put items in the cart, and we have a cart API that the companies can use to place their products inside, and a reward system. So we use protocols to have a virtual currency rewarding system. So it's engage to earn. Do people actually buy things online? It's a yes. There are 79% people who are active on the metaverse actually buy things online. It's mainly to improve their experiences. Now, what else can you do in the metaverse? Like, can you actually monetize things in the metaverse? Yes, it's a long list. So without talking about some of these, I'll just focus on the fact that value creation is something which is very important when you talk about any of these, and being able to reach the people for whom that value is relevant. We have some interesting other things like VTubing. It's virtual YouTubing that you can do as a creator, where you can there's motion capture, you can be your avatar, and you can do maybe live streaming e-commerce with it. Now, this is important because what should metaverse mean to you? It's like...
Hey, Farheen, absolutely love your passion and energy, but we are 5 minutes over.
All right, okay. So I'll
just wrap up in the next few seconds?
Yes. So I'll just wrap up by saying keep an eye out for us at Interality. We are putting sincere efforts in building for the metaverse. Thank you.
Farheen, please stay back on stage for a minute.
Yes.
I'd like to invite Anand, Sid, and Vijay too. And I'd like to invite Raja, who's our Senior Distinguished Architect, Walmart Global Tech, to come over to hand over the memento to thee.
Please give them a big hand.
Well, that was certainly quite the showcase. All of those bright ideas have just left me reeling.
Same here, Sandhya. I feel inspired too. Building such cool innovations that could be life-changing is what we all techies live for. But technology just does not give life to ideas.
Really? What else does it do?
It can bring a social change too. Technology has thrown the doors of inclusivity open for women entrepreneurs globally. Here to talk about how social commerce can democratize e-commerce in India for women entrepreneurs, Please welcome on stage a very renowned name, Abhijit Bose, Head of India, WhatsApp, an industry leader with over 25 years of experience. Joining him is Pankaj Jathar, VP and Country Head, Etsy India, with over 20 years of experience across global IT services and e-commerce.
And joining Abhijit and Pankaj on stage is our moderator, Prashanthi Bodugam, Vice President Technology and Chennai Center Head, Walmart Global Tech. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you. So the last decade or so, we were all warming up to online shopping. Over the years, without even realizing, we started using the social media platforms to help us with online shopping, and more so with the younger audience. And this is, I think we are seeing pretty much a steady growth, and we are also seeing how these platforms are helping revolutionize and also democratize the way we do business and changing the landscape in India, particularly for e-commerce. Small businesses, micropreneurs are seeing a life in terms of how they can use these media platforms and not only connect with their user base, but also build a very strong business for themselves. Thank you, Abhijit and Pankaj, for taking time today and joining us here at Converge at Walmart. Really appreciate your time. Social commerce is the most happening thing, and we would love to spend some time today with you, the next 30 minutes, deep dive a little bit in terms of what's happening in this space, and also understand from both of you and what your organizations are doing in this space. Abhijit, I'll start with you. How is the technology helping leverage the social commerce platform and democratize the e-commerce platforms in India?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. It's a pretty broad question. I'm sure we'll dive into it. But at the macro level, I think there's two major foundational changes that are happening, and quite frankly, happening in India, years ahead of the rest of the world. So just as a quick aside, we were sharing stories of when we all came to India and what brought us here. I moved here 17 years ago from the Valley, like the so-called hub of all innovation. And the idea was that India's time was going to come. And it's been 17 years, but I think a lot of these investments, both in terms of the maturation of the population, the penetration of mobile phones, but also things like India Stack, and just a kind of maturity of different businesses are all converging right now. So I think the next 5 years are going to be truly revolutionary. I think India is years ahead of the rest of the world in terms of where social commerce, or just generally what does mobile app-based commerce look like for small businesses, for female-led businesses who've never had access before. What are the two big changes? The two big changes are the following. One, access to people by small businesses has been controlled. You needed massive scale to get in front of anybody, whether it was a physical location or whether it was a mobile app on your phone. Very few people have more than 10 or 15 apps on the phone. So a huge amount of the ownership of people's mindshare and hence access to people was dominated by aggregators and large companies. Now this is both a threat and an opportunity for those who are keen to dive in, including Walmart. But access now is changing. Two, I think the friction in vertically integrated models is going to basically be sliced very, very quickly. What does that mean? If you look at all of the things it takes for a business, from when a customer wants to buy something to actually having it delivered to their place, you needed massive vertical integration. And things like India Stack, combined with platforms, whether it's their platform, our platform, are now actually taking that and making it into components that make it much easier for a small business or any organization to reach a customer and also remove the massive amounts of frictions from kind of intent to distribution that existed that kept them from growing. So these two major changes are happening in India. Complete access and democratized access of millions of people, hundreds of millions of people in our case, to any business or service of their choice over a mobile app. And two, the sum of lots of different components that are mostly free, that change the complete cost structure of what it means for a small business to reach somebody, and that changes the entire game. A small business owner wherever they're from, whatever profile they come from, can now compete significantly differently than they could in the past with larger players.
Couldn't agree more with you, Abhijit, on that. Pankaj, Etsy has a very strong seller base in India. While you answer the question in terms of how Etsy is trying to help democratize, can you also share what's the current landscape looking like for you?
Sure, happy to do that. And I couldn't agree more with you also, right? In fact, growing up in India, and yeah, I'm going to reveal my age, so in the 70s, 80s, one did see around you, like my mom, my aunts, everybody would create something of their own, right? Someone was weaving, someone was stitching, cooking, and there was a kind of buzz of exchanging that within the community to an extent. And the only thing preventing all of them from becoming entrepreneurs was probably access, right? And that's changed now. Now every woman who wants to create something also has access to a marketplace and a global customer base, right? So for example, Etsy has more than 5 million sellers globally and 95 million plus customers. Those 95 million customers are available to every woman entrepreneur or any entrepreneur, even in India, as a customer base that they can sell to. And that opportunity is currently live, right? So that's one great enabler that tech has created in the whole space, which didn't exist just a few years ago. So, and from our side, we are still setting up in India, right? So India is a very vibrant seller market for us right now. The buyer side is what we will bring up eventually, but it's the sellers that have already been a part of the Etsy fabric, and they are building their own e-commerce muscle over the last few years, selling to the world and taking Indian products to the entire world. And this includes some very modern things like stationery, right? Handmade stationery, which is very different, not traditional Indian, to something like Pichwai art, which is a 400-year-old traditional art form. And there is just one family in Jaipur who practices that art for the last, 7-8 generations. And they are on Etsy as a seller, selling that art form to the entire world. Right? So you have this whole spectrum of sellers which are enabled through technology and kind of taking art everywhere in the world.
Actually, you brought up a very interesting topic. The Indian Direct Selling Association says that more than 50% of the seller community are largely comprising of women. It's a great way to liberalize, empowerment for women through the channels. So, and I also hear a lot of stories around how Etsy creates a very inclusive onboarding, of a seller community. So, can you throw a little bit of a light on that since we are on the topic, and also some examples, please?
Sure. So, and thanks for the opportunity to talk about it, right? So, Etsy is interestingly, 90% of our sellers are women, right? And 90% of customers are also women, or 80% customers are women, 90% sellers are women. And almost 97% of them operate from home. So these are not large organizations. These are people operating from their house as solo entrepreneurs, right? And one of the things that we are doing specifically in India to onboard sellers is reaching out to them through a sales team. We don't do this anywhere else in the world. So when we started onboarding sellers in India, we realized that as you kind of go down the chain a little bit, comfort with technology, ease of understanding some of these things is a little harder, or maybe it's a little further down the road than it is today. So we've put a team in place who reaches out to sellers, who helps them onboard, who teaches them how to use the platform, how to make the best use of it, how to what kind of words to use, how to do better photographs, what is it that will sell their product to a customer, right? And just simplifying that has helped us actually reach a much bigger scale, much faster than any of the other countries in the Etsy universe so far.
That's a great story. And Abhijit, specifically with WhatsApp, I have a large friends group. When I look at them, just with the pandemic has really helped them not only become self-employed, but also really become, the breadwinners for the family as well. The WhatsApp platform has really transformed the way the women are leveraging it. Would you share some examples?
Sure. No, thanks very much for that. I joined WhatsApp 4 years ago, pre-pandemic, and of course, it was an institution in some ways even then. But unfortunately, the pandemic hit, and it really kind of reinforced what WhatsApp and the community and our ability to connect not just people to people, but people to the businesses and services. It really was a critical engine for the country at that point of time, and it reinforced a lot of our mission for all of us at WhatsApp. Some examples were, first of all, small business owners, women-led businesses among them survived. I think once you don't have people coming into your store, WhatsApp was and people being very active on WhatsApp, that was the way that people reached out and still got their goods once things were slightly back online, and those were very kind of crazy days just to figure those things out. So we have a couple things. It's not just the WhatsApp application. We have a version of WhatsApp designed specifically for the Kirana shop, the exact type of small business owners, the single proprietor shops that make up the backbone of this country. So over 20 million people use that application to run their small businesses. So that was a way that made it very easy for people to get products up and running, forwarded to people, accept payments, so on and so forth. So that small business user and owner using the WhatsApp for business themselves could thrive and survive. We also did partnerships. So we have partnerships with organizations like Seva, the Mandeshi Foundation, which are women's cooperatives. Again, during the pandemic, they mobilized their cooperative and group of women to figure out ways to bring money home when kind of lots of other income sources ended. So whether you were a farmer, a woman in Kashmir selling kind of fruit and vegetables across WhatsApp through the foundation, whether you were a small tailor shop through the Mandeshi Foundation, they were able to kind of keep these businesses alive. So I think it's access and tools and connections allow any business to thrive, number one. And that allows, and especially the ones that have the hardest time, like I said before, scaling up. What does that do? That democratizes opportunity for everybody. Whether it's kind of reactive or proactive, this allows anybody who is underserved or never had opportunities, including a huge swath of the women entrepreneurs who want to be women entrepreneurs, to get up and running, get access to markets, and find their niche. And I think that's a couple examples of what's happening.
Great. I'll be on this topic because this is a very favorite topic of mine, Pankaj. Just a follow-up question to that. How do you see this scale, and how do you see technology helping scale this whole business and be inclusive as we continue to revolutionize?
Sure. So scale is a very interesting thing, right? It doesn't mean every individual has to scale. The platform has to scale at mass. So Etsy is able to provide something unique, which is customization at scale, right? So every seller of Etsy actually interacts one-on-one with a buyer, and the buyer is able to reach out to the seller and say, hey, can you put my name on this, and can you do it like this for me? And the seller is able to provide that. And in spite of the fact that there's millions of customers and millions of sellers, those transactions are one-on-one, right? And that's the beauty of e-commerce itself, that you are able to, the platform scales, the individuals don't need to scale. They can still run their business like they're running passionate entrepreneurship, right? They bring in their love and passion into the work they're doing, and it's a platform that allows them to scale beyond just their front door and go right up to the corners of the world. So to me, that is kind of an aspect of scale which we are able to bring in. And you can also scale the number of sellers and buyers on both sides, right? So like I mentioned, some of the women entrepreneurs working on Etsy, a lot of them are also in the space of sustainability, right? So many of them work in something that they call slow fashion. So it's not that there is ready-made apparel that they are selling. It's that they're creating the apparel after the customer reaches out to them, right? And some of them are just hand-painting stuff. So there's at least 3 different sellers I met last week who are hand-painting saris, right? I was in Calcutta meeting some sellers. And this is, again, a lot of them are doing traditional art which has come down through generations for them. So they talk to a buyer and they understand what the buyer wants, and then they actually hand-paint saris for that buyer. right? And there's a lady who's revived the Kantha art, which is again local to that area. She designs and she actually goes to the village and gets it made by the villagers who are experts in that art. And by doing that, she's bringing a lot of sustainability and economic upliftment for that people who otherwise would not have this opportunity, right? So I see scale also operating in that area, right? Where there's so many more people who will just be lifted up because the platform is scaling and providing them access to something that's global. So every local person is able to make use of that platform and scale themselves as well.
That's an incredible example. You can relate to it very well. And it's not just about empowering a woman. It's like you're empowering the whole village, or for that matter, the whole community. So that's a great initiative. Abhijit, even the large organizations have now started looking at messaging platforms to be integrated into their whole engagement and also experience in terms of what they want to do. So any examples that you can quote in this space?
Yeah, we've a couple. First of all, let me step back. One of the things we really focused on in India, and I think we drove, India was the market where a lot of the requirements evolved, which were taken global. So again, another example of India being really at the cutting edge of where the markets are going and where the hardest requirements are, as always. About a couple years ago, we felt like, look, what we didn't want to do was think of social commerce as just basically SMS and USSD kind of porting of that, which is not a great experience. What you wanted to do was create experiences that were native in look and feel, that were easy and intuitive and reliable for not just the people who are digitally savvy, but really the next 400 million when we talk about our country and kind of those inclusivity. How do you make it easy for them? And so WhatsApp seemed to be in a perfect place for us to kind of say, hey, let's reimagine how we, first of all, connect people to the services they want. Again, not just businesses, but government services as well during COVID. But how do we do it in a way that really isn't replicating messaging, but really replicating what would be a very simple native app experience? And that's what we did. And the second thing we did was basically say, look, how do we make WhatsApp into a platform? Now, that's a very, very overused term. But the idea was, with no bias towards service, how do we make it easy for people to start finding and then kind of that flywheel of transactions happening, and do it in a rich format? So that's open to the smallest business and it's open to the largest business. Uber is an example of one that was conceived in India, launched first in India, where you can actually book an Uber ride on WhatsApp. And that UX is evolving. And the idea was, of course, you might have your Uber app, but for those who won't, but you have WhatsApp and are comfortable with it, can we actually solve the mobility problem in the country? And most importantly, not just solve that mobility problem for people in Bangalore or Delhi, but for tier 3 cities where this was never an option. A couple weeks ago, you might have seen us launch with another large retail player here in India. It's open to many people, where you can actually order kind of groceries and shopping on WhatsApp. And again, the idea here was not a replacement of apps, but offering multiple channels to market and finding out what's the best way for your customer to interact with you. So whether you're a small business or whether you're the largest retailer, you can have a physical footprint, you can have your own native app, you can go through an aggregator if you're not an aggregator, or you can basically have access on WhatsApp as an example. And I'm sure there'll be many other examples. That ONDC is another initiative that's coming up, which is going to change this. So the large ones are the ones that start, but I'm actually equally bullish for to see what happens with the mid-market and the small market and the micro businesses when they can come online and have a presence and have access to people and have a rich native experience on WhatsApp to do whatever it is. Book a car, buy your groceries, do your banking. One of the things we're most bullish about is financial inclusion, right? So how do you get a pension? How do you get microinsurance? Stuff that'll help your women entrepreneurs not just to focus on their day, but make sure that they have a kind of floor for their family in terms of security and financial security in particular.
That's a great roadmap. I'm pretty sure we will see that coming along very soon. If I have to extend the same question to you, Pankaj, how do you see Etsy being leveraged by large organizations in kind of helping them continue to kind of, use the same seller community that's there available for,
Sure. So, WhatsApp, of course, has a very integral role to play, and we would be very different from that kind of perspective. But I would say organizations can look at the sustainable model that we are utilizing, right, and implement some of that. Can look at walking the talk where empowerment is concerned, right? So, actually, it's not just women entrepreneurs outside. Even inside Etsy, we see a lot of women working with us, right? So more than 50% of our exec team, 50% of our board is actually women, which is the highest in the tech world. 44% of engineers are women. Again, the average in the tech world is 15%, right? So those are really serious numbers of empowerment that the organization is able to do. It's because it's in the fabric. It's just the way we think is very, it's normal for us. We don't think that we've achieved something big by getting these numbers. It's just the way we work. And that probably reflects in the fact that our sellers and our customers are also women in large numbers. It's the kind of products that are available. They attract each other, and it builds a virtuous cycle, right? Then it's just a kind of place that empowers people, and people automatically want to come there and be empowered, and the whole marketplace that builds that cycle. And I would encourage other organizations to also look at building those kind of virtuous cycles themselves. And everyone will have a different model to use to build those virtuous cycles, but that's kind of how you can build sustainable virtuous cycles within your own organization and use that as a model for empowerment.
That's great. Thank you, Pankaj. Tier 2, Tier 3 is also, cities are picking up in terms of the whole seller community and also the buyer community. Can you throw some insights in terms of how you're making tech be nimble and scalable to ensure you can provide the service for these Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities?
Yeah, it's a great question. It dovetails back to the core. And I think ultimately, transformation happens when you're not just solving bespoke problems. So when you have a big idea that's kind of blended in with kind of a big wave that's happening, there really isn't a distinction between solving a problem for a business in Bangalore or business in Tier 3. Generally speaking, if the following hypotheses are correct, people have great products to sell that are in demand, and that the consumer wants to buy those, and they have a comfortable way of, and secure and reliable way of transacting, right? And in most cases, that's been cash and going to a store. So the real question here is not whether Tier 2 or Tier 3 is different, is how do we actually get across the frictional chasm that has blocked the digitization of Tier 2 and Tier 3, right? So there's a fundamental premise that there might be different products and different styles, but ultimately there's demand and supply, and how do we match them? So there's nothing that I've said before that really doesn't apply here. However, there's a huge set of frictional jumps of how you enable what I just said. Again, how do you make the buyer have access to these things in a digital way that replaces physical having to travel somewhere? That includes payments, that includes trust and reliability and security, right? So that's a role we can play, combined with a lot of the ecosystem. This is not going to be solved in India by one player. This is the meta message literally the meta message I can leave with you guys. When you combine UPI at zero cost, basically zero cost, right? And you combine things like new companies that are built on the Beacon protocol of India Stack, which makes logistics actually solvable for a small business. And you have an app in their hands that they're comfortable with, where you can access some of these services. And then you can plug into kind of enabling platforms as well. A small business in Tier 2, Tier 3, for almost with minimal friction or effort, can stand up a digital presence, and their consumers equally can stand up a digital ability to buy things from them. And I think that's where we are, and that's the macro trend that's happening in India. And again, I will sit in front of all of you and say, the template for the world, where the US, including big companies in the US who've been doing it a certain way for many, many years, they will be catching up to this country 2 to 3 years from now. We will solve this stuff.
Absolutely. I know both the platforms have been very inspiring and creating countless opportunities to create impact to the whole buyer and also the seller community. I would love to hear, some of your inspiring stories that made an impact on you personally or, overall for your business. I'll start with you, Pankaj.
Sure, thanks. Etsy is full of seller stories, right? So there's seller stories for every aspect. So I'll just maybe touch upon a couple. So there's one store called Comfy Mommy. So this was a lady doing very well in the film industry. She was an assistant director and she decided to pursue a passion of fabric, right? And started toying with fabric and became a seller on Etsy. It was also the time that she was having a baby. And she realized that comfortable and good-looking clothes aren't really easily available for moms. And so she got into the business and created a store called Comfy Mommy, which is doing brilliantly well on Etsy. And she's been there for the last 3-4 years, successful as an entrepreneur, right? So it just shows that you need to think of something and pursue it. And there are tech enablers now that can help you succeed doing that. And there's one more story which I personally found beautiful. So this is, again, a seller in Jaipur. She and her husband run a store. And they wanted to get to the grassroots to procure wool, right? So there's no one who uses Indian wool to create fabrics from the grassroots. So they actually, got into their SUV, drove into the deserts of Rajasthan and found nomads. So these nomadic tribes have about 40 sheep each, right? So they found those tribals. They trained them how to shear the sheep. They used to use scissors and just cut the wool. So they got them electric shears. They taught them how to use shampoo sachets and actually bathe the sheep so the wool is clean when it's sheared. And they've now supporting this whole community of nomadic tribes and bringing that fabric to customers across India and the world. Right? So I think these are just beautiful stories of sustainability that people are able to provide. And I'm so happy that as a platform, we are able to take that and take it further.
Thank you. Both of them are very, very inspiring stories. And every time I see on the social media platform a woman entrepreneur or a very, very young girl, trying to set up something on her own, it just kind of inspires me. And I'm sure that's the case for every one of us here. Thank you for sharing them. Abhijit, how about you?
Yeah, I can think of a couple. I did reference two that I think are inspirational for us, which was our partnership with Mandeshi and Seva. One, enabling Kashmiri women of farming families who were able to sell fruit and vegetable, and then the other was seamstresses in Gujarat who were able to kind of start tailoring and kind of keep the businesses alive. And what's important is not just the individual stories, but the ability to mobilize cooperatives. Because the cooperatives, we can talk about digitization that have the trust and they're the last mile. So it's going to be the sum of the ecosystem that enables this. So that to me is supporting small businesses, but in a way that can potentially scale and replicate across different industries and different sectors. Other examples, and I'll move away just from retail again to reinforce, this digitization is across sectors. And I think that's really important, even for Walmart, for example, to understand. This is a platform shift in how the world works, not a revolution in a certain sector in a certain country. There was, during the pandemic, there was another female entrepreneur, woman entrepreneur, who wanted to start a small volunteer organization to connect people with oxygen. If those of you may remember when oxygen was short supply. And of course the hospitals and the government were mobilizing and they did very well, but on the grassroots level she started something called COVID Asha, where it was Bangalore techies who got together in an apartment in Indiranagar and they started creating a marketplace where people could find oxygen cylinders and get them transported. So that was another fabulous entrepreneur. Her story's been documented. Another one that I'm proud of and I referenced earlier is we worked with a company called Pinbox to see if we could make the NPS, the National Pension Scheme, more accessible to people. So we've got one of the most powerful pension schemes in the world. But again, access has been a problem in comfort. So they worked with accredited pension players in the back to make this a tech-enabled service. And many of you can go to Pinbox. You can actually have somebody sign up for a pension on WhatsApp using India Stack and some very novel things that they've done to kind of streamline that. Stuff that literally would take days, months, if people didn't give up to get done. You can get a pension or gift a pension to to someone you know or maybe staff, all on WhatsApp, all using UPI, India Stack, Aadhaar in a chat thread. So I think that's part of the foundational stuff that'll improve inclusivity and it'll improve entrepreneurial ventures and sustainability.
Thank you. Thank you, both of you. It's been very insightful and some very good, great examples, very inspiring. Really appreciate your time here today. I wish I had more time to spend asking more questions, but a lovely interaction. I'm sure the audience enjoyed as much as I did. And I look forward to seeing you again sometime to look at how you're doing in the next 5 years, Abhijit, like you said. Thank you once again, and appreciate you joining us here today.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
And Prashanti, for such an engaging and esoteric discussion. Can all of us, right from the bottom, from the last row to the front row, give them a huge hand again. I hope all aspiring women entrepreneurs across the realm of India can listen in and feel motivated.
Let's move on to the next session. To share key insights on funding Web3 and the key technologies shaping the future retail experiences, we have with us Rohit Jain, MD CoinDCX Ventures, an investor, advisor, and entrepreneur. We also have Dhruv Vashisht, founding partner Paradigm Shift, an entrepreneur turned VC.
Let's also welcome Prashant Swaminathan, partner and head, institutional business, Woodstock Fund, with over a decade's worth of experience in capital markets with Morgan Stanley. And with him, let's also invite our moderator, Tathagat Verma, fondly known as TV, Vice President of Strategy, Walmart Global Tech. Please give them a huge hand.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are enjoying Converge. It's my pleasure to invite our panelists here for a very engaging discussion on a topic that I'm sure you have come across almost on a daily basis. I'm sure practically not a single day passes by when you do not hear about the term Web3. And one of the things that I've learned being in the tech sector is that the best way you want to learn something new is, I call it as the secret mantra, and I'm going to let it out to all of you, is to follow the money. And what better way to really follow the money than to talk to the people who really move the money. So here we have 3 accomplished investors with whom we are going to talk today and talk about what is really this whole Web3 phenomena, right? I'm sure many of us are probably still, I personally sometimes struggle to even think of what was Web 2 really all about there, right? So the technology is changing at such a rapid pace that practically every day we hear of something new there. But then every 10 to 15 years, we have a seismic shift in the technology, and you hear of some new terms there. For example, we hear of Web 3 as one of the big terms that's happening there. To begin the conversation with our esteemed panelists, I would like to actually start with a question that I'm going to hopefully put them in a gentle spot. What is really Web3? Is it really a technology architecture? Is it really a marketing hype, sometimes also known a bit controversially as marketecture? Or is it really a brand new business model that's going to revolutionize the future of how we do business? So I would like to open up with Dhruv and go on to Rohit and then to Prashant. In terms of what is their viewpoint on what is Web3 and how is it different from Web 2, I would like to pose the question to all of you gentlemen there. So would you like to start with that?
Sure, TV. Yeah, of course. There's obviously like a ton of hype around it, right? And I think just sort of seeing the DeFi summer that happened last year to now seeing sort of the slump, I think it's been in the papers and everyone sort of talks about it. What it really is sort of a new economy, right? So we're looking at blockchain being the rails, and ownership really becoming, distributed. So how do you have distributed ownership, distributed companies, and just an ideology where there's no one central power that controls everything. So that, in essence, is what Web3 really stands for. The focus and the primary tenets around privacy, around security, are something which I think very, very essential that a lot of companies, a lot of the big behemoths in Web2 sort of kind of bypassed. And yeah, I think that's what sort of really excites us. We love to sort of focus on the B2B aspect of things. We love to focus on applications that make real business sense. And that's what we focus on at Paradigm Shift. So we're pretty excited about Web3.
Thanks, Dhruv. I have one or two questions that I would love to follow up, but why don't we hear from Rohit?
Yeah, sure. So I completely agree with what Dhruv said, just kind of building on that. I'd say Web3 really started off with blockchain as a tech, right? So it started as a technology way back in 2009, then in 2013. So it started as a technology. It evolved into a business model, but now I think it's a way of, organizing really. And it's like an ecosystem. So it's way more than tech, it's way more than business model. Those kind of evolutions we've seen in Web2. It's about operating a business in a trustless manner. So it's a very fundamental paradigm shift. We shouldn't only think about it as a new technological innovation. It's a new way of organizing, doing things, even thinking through things. I think a lot of Web3 entrepreneurs, for example, especially Web2 entrepreneurs who are getting into Web3, there are things that they should actually unlearn to be able to be effective in, truly effective in Web3.
Yeah, I think all the cool words have already been used, so I'll see what I can add to that. So to understand Web3, I always use Web2 as a benchmark. In Web2, you can read and you can write, but all the data and all the economics sit with the walled gardens through which you read or write, which is your Facebooks, etc. What Web3 is trying to do is go a step ahead, and more than read and write, it's also letting you start owning things, owning your data, owning your privacy, owning your own time in terms of where you spend and what you get rewarded for. So in a way, Web3 is democratizing the access of internet, which is how potentially internet was conceptualized to begin with. And what we call as digital assets or tokens is the way or the measure in which this access and this governance is distributed through the users of these protocols and networks.
Thanks. So I think some key points I heard from you, that we are talking about an ecosystem, we are talking about trust, we are talking about, which brings a very interesting question in the minds of people, that in a lot of cases, people have started to question about the whole real democratization of data, for example. Is it really real, or is there a disproportionate concentration of power with some of the big tech players there? Now, as the luck would have it, we might see that in Web3, we are continuing to see that there is a continued domination of some players who are going to set up the architectures or, for example, protocols or, for example, interoperability there. Could it be the case that it might once again fall flat in terms of what we are trying to seek out by democratizing and opening up the web architecture doesn't really happen simply because of the fact that the people who are probably leading it may again have a different concentration of power there. So how is really Web3 in terms of the overall governance emerging? What are the trends that you are seeing which gives us the hope that we are finally on to a very democratic model of information architecture or the web way of doing things and all? This time I'll start with you, Prashant, so that you can give all the new words to us.
So, Web3, I think, offers a tool, okay, and a first of its kind in our life, where if utilized properly by all the stakeholders, then you can achieve two significant things, right? One is disintermediation, wherein there is direct access. You cut out all the intermediaries between the source and the final user. And the second thing is what we call decentralization. Now, decentralization is effectively distribution of control and distribution of economics across all stakeholders in a fairly equitable manner. But Web3 is still only a tool, right? The faster people adapt, the more the services and protocols get built in this full architecture. The people who are at the forefront of it, it is inevitable, at least in my mind, that there will be some element of concentration of even this new internet. But it does offer the tool which was not present before.
So we have a tool, if we used responsibly, can really make the promise good. That's what is your point of view there, right? Rohit, your take on this?
Yeah, I'd just like to add a distinction there that when you say concentration of power, I do think some protocols will have, more market share than other protocols, for example. And because the fundamentals of business doesn't change in the sense that there will be some protocols who do a better job than others, number one.
Just, I'm tempted to actually interject here. Could it be because of better marketing, or could it be because of the genuineness of the technology and the openness of the architecture that we are talking about?
Right. I mean, the reality is it's a combination.
It's a combination.
It's tech, it's marketing, it's community, it's how you're handling.
Got it.
I mean, it's about running a business. At the end of the day, you are running a business. So whoever does a better job of running the business will grow more. But I think that's just the starting point, though. And the same, the same business fundamentals in terms of network effects also exist in Web3. Perhaps they're even stronger. So the big will keep getting bigger. But where it's, despite that, where it democratizes things for consumers like you and me and even developers, is the other, core theme of Web3, which is composability. So you can build on top of each other. So just using an example, let's talk about social networks. And I'm just using, let's say, for example, any social network, for example. And these social networks have done a phenomenal job, have created a new industry, but you can't really build on top of them. Let's say, for example, if there's a Facebook or any other social network for that matter, you can't really build on it. There are a few people who decide what happens and the kind of interactions you can have there. Again, they've done a phenomenal job, but it's not really composable. Ethereum, even if it gets to, for example, majority of block space is on Ethereum or used on Ethereum, it is infinitely composable. Anyone can build on it. Anyone can go and use it. There are no, rules or gated access to Ethereum in some sense. So hence, despite concentration, it will democratize.
I'd love to add like one important aspect there, which is just about community. So a lot of these protocols, a lot of sort of Web3 projects are actually opened up to the community first, right? So the community actually sort of ends up owning like a major chunk, which basically allows like a lot of democratization, right? And that hasn't happened before, and it's a very powerful thing. So it's about community-owned, work, DAOs, that sort of really enable a big significant shift at the very inception. And then of course, like there are aspects of centralized control. But I think that's where like the beauty of both Web 2 and Web 3 come in, right? The world doesn't have to move just in one way where, hey, listen, this is the only right answer. I really think there's an impetus of, centralization that makes sense too. And on the same sense, having decentralized aspects which are very, very essential, for tech projects going forward. So, yeah.
Thanks. So if I can request you to share what would be a great example of an application. It could be from your portfolio if you would like to share, like a typical use case of how this is a problem that is not hitherto solvable by Web 2, but we are able to solve it better with the Web 3 architecture, for example. Would you like to talk about a favorite example or typical example, or even something from your portfolio which can help us deconstruct, okay, this is how this is really happening in action, for example. So, Rohit, maybe why don't we start with you this time?
Yeah, sure. I'll take the easiest example. I'll probably make it difficult for my fellow panelists, but I think DeFi is the one use case which has truly gotten to product market fit. There are a lot of other use cases which are still in experimentation mode. But DeFi, once you start using it, even though it has a lot of challenges, the UX needs to significantly improve. But once you start using it, it just makes the transaction experience is just so convenient. If you need to send money to someone, if you need to pay something, if you want to lend and borrow, despite all sorts of innovation in the Web 2 space, companies innovating really, really well, doing some very innovative things, Web 3 is a click of a button. It doesn't take a few hours, it doesn't take a few minutes, it's the click of a button. Lending, borrowing, instantly borrowing, liquidating it within, a second. I mean, all of those constructs.
So you're saying it's piggybacking on a blockchain architecture, which is going to make safe and secure and trackable transactions happening there. So everything, there is a trust built into the whole architecture and the solution set.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
So I think that experience is significantly better than a Web 2 financial experience in some sense.
Would you like to talk about the recent thing of merge? Is that something that is changing things for better, or is it too controversial to talk about?
No, not controversial at all. It's been a long time coming, and the entire community has been waiting for it. I think it's a phenomenal move. Can't emphasize it enough. and the challenge that the ETH Foundation took up and the ETH developers and the core team took up, it was just phenomenal in the sense that Ethereum today, I think today is probably around $140 billion in market cap. And the number of devs, number of apps, etc., and to move it from, make such a fundamental shift in the architecture of that protocol, which is from proof of work to proof of stake, it's just phenomenally difficult, and they've done it without a glitch. You know, yesterday was the merge, it went through without a glitch. We were just so excited to see that.
Dhruv, you would like to share any favorite use case from your side?
Absolutely. So I think I'll just sort of like rewind this a bit back, right? I'll talk about, you know, the history of Bitcoin and blockchain. So I was introduced to crypto by Tim Draper back in 2016. And like that was the first time I interacted with it and just sort of like, you know, got my first Bitcoin. So a big aspect of like, you know, why this sort of, or rather the problem that we were solving was the double spending problem. So this is like a big issue with like, you know, legacy financial institutions. So to solve the double spending issue was why sort of Bitcoin came into being. And that's basically enabled like, you know, a wave of, as Rohit said, like just DeFi applications, which now obviously are getting into high leverage and a lot of times become very, very unsustainable. But that's a classic case of something that can't be solved, you know, through legacy institutions. And then, of course, like I think I'll come back to the community play because community is just so important here. So NFTs, right? Having ownership of digital assets, that just wasn't possible. You could buy land, you can buy real estate, but you can't buy real estate online. You can't have like ownership rights and composability, as Rohit mentioned as well, right? Once you're able to sort of prove digital ownership rights, you're able to build on, you know, digital infrastructure in a much more decentralized, open, and trustless and permissionless manner. So I think all of these changes are massive changes.
Are you also referring to in a B2C context as well? Because, for example, lending and other things, is it just limited to the big institutional players, or do you think that it can actually percolate down to the common man in a developing economy at some point in time where they can actually touch and feel and products and use the products on a daily basis?
Absolutely. So when I was in the Bay Area, one of the biggest use cases that we saw was that, right? When Bitcoin is used for transactions, the transaction fee is just negligible as compared to, let's say, you know, sending money to Africa or to India via Western Union. So a lot of African nations like still have, you know, a huge sort of transaction fee that's paid out. And I think so many entrepreneurs just started building on that. And that's why even in South America right now, so many economies are sort of tumbling, right? But because of the adoption of digital currency, a lot of people can still transact. When you have, you know, hyperinflation, what are you going to do? Overnight, your...
No, I clearly see a lot of positivity, but if I can make a little controversial question to you, if with your permission, because we saw in October last...
So I can't say no?
Yes. In October, we saw the overall market cap was about $3 trillion of the whole crypto market, which fell down after the crypto winter to about $1 trillion. And we saw there were firms with like literally less than half a dozen people which were kind of having a disproportionate concentration, and they went down with this thing. From a common man point of view, while I see that there are positivities that you're talking about, Dhruv, what are the safeguards or what are the checks and balances available for us to not have the kind of crypto winter? Because as we go towards more and more economy of tokenization based on the blockchain architectures and what have you, we also see the whole apocalyptic future where one day there might be those kind of scenarios there. How does one prepare for it, or what could be the scenarios that you would like to talk about?
Excellent point of view. So I think one of the biggest things is that we're very early in the ecosystem, right? Yeah. And there obviously is a promulgation of, you know, these digital currencies. We have so many of them listed, and there's just a lot of like, you know, mentality of get rich quick, and, you know, I mean, a lot of buying of, you know, assets that people don't really understand. So that obviously has caused a lot of leverage in the ecosystem. And I think a lot of that is wiped out right now. So that's why we're seeing this winter phase. For the common man, I think regulation will definitely play a big role. And that's something which is, you know, being fought out by the SEC, by the Indian government. And obviously, I mean, we don't need to get into it per se, but I think a lot of that will sort of make these assets a lot more stable going forward, which will allow common men to sort of also, you know, participate and not just look at this as, you know, a lottery scheme.
Got it. Oh, that makes sense.
If I may just add to that, you know, Web3, as I said, is a tool, right? Now, this tool can be used massively for speculation. It's an unregulated space. It's open source. Anyone can access it, right? So it obviously gives rise to one big use case, which is speculation, right? And which is where euphoria comes in, which is where a lot of hands get burnt. I think it's very important for people, all stakeholders, potential stakeholders, to understand this at a fundamental level from 101, right? Why is Web3 what it is? What is it trying to achieve? How can you contribute towards it? And then do your deeper analysis, research, speak to like-minded people, and then take a point of view, as opposed to jumping onto the bandwagon just because it has been going through the roof. And price is probably one thing that people should pay less focus to, in my opinion.
So coming on the same question, Prashant, is there any specific use case that you would like to also share, or any investment thesis?
Yeah, so I think one thing I would like to mention, which I think is probably close to heart to a lot of people as well, is music and NFTs, right? So basically, again, we have a portfolio company by the name of FanTiger, where the CEO, ex-CEO of Ghana.com stepped out, and he wanted to revolutionize the music industry. So the idea here is you have a lot of indie artists, you have a lot of artists with low fan base. They struggle to get visibility, and they are not at the level where record labels will probably give them contracts to go big, right? So for them, blockchain offers a great tool, because if you have a company like FanTiger, which has used smart contracts on top of Ethereum, for instance, right? Then you can launch your songs or albums on the blockchain. And say, I'll just put an example here. So say Indian Ocean comes onto the platform, they launch a new album, and the first 100 songs of the album, or first 100 copies of the album are given out to, say, first 100 fans, or whoever is first come, first serve, right? Now the smart contract can be programmed so that any on sale or any repurchases of this happens, an element or a portion of the revenue is paid back to the smart contract, and a portion of that is then transferred to the first 100 fans who have shown the initial interest in this particular band, right? So you can program royalties, you can program ongoing revenues, you can program IPs. So this now effectively disintermediates the record labels. And this becomes a great tool now for a lot of indie artists and people who are struggling for visibility to start using this platform and showcase themselves and not pay a lot of fees to intermediaries either.
No, I think it's an interesting thing that we are looking at some new kind of opportunities that probably did not even exist there, because there was no trusted ecosystem available for us to do probably at scale, is what you're looking at. So for example, using an indie record album, music creators to be able to do that, though it's a different issue that probably music industry labels will have in terms of their own business model, that could be seen as a challenge for that, right? Because those are established there ones. So in terms of, do you see the opportunity of new business models to coming it as a replacement or a displacement, or is it like an augmentation to the existing business models? Because if it is a displacement, then there could be, as you can imagine, there are other players who might be start looking at it and saying, okay, what is in it for me? How can I really make the best of this technology? Whereas if it's an augmentation-led business model, maybe there is an opportunity for us to think of and say, okay, I think if I use this, I can drive up my revenues up by 20% because these opportunities were not on the table right now. What do you think is going to be primary use cases in the short term? And then in the long term, what kind of business prospects do you see?
So blockchain as a technology, I think, has an ability to both disrupt and create new business models, plus at the same time improve efficiencies of existing business models. Okay. The second part of it is where probably we were discussing things like, earlier in the conference around supply chain, around retail, those aspects where the source of truth is still the same. However, from going from the source of truth to the ultimate user, there is a lot of efficiency that you can bring in by using blockchain as a technology, right? This augments or it adds more efficiencies to existing business models, and therefore your bottom line can benefit from that. Web3, in my opinion, is looking to disrupt, right? Displace a lot of business models out there. So when you look at DeFi, for instance, it is looking at replacing or displacing the entire financial system as it exists today. If I can transfer digital assets of value sitting here to someone, say, in the deepest corners of, say, Algeria, faster and cheaper, then technically I am looking at displacing the existing banking and SWIFT systems, right? So there is a displacement happening there. This displacement comes with this is where I think a lot of friction is developing, and a lot of misinterpretation is also coming in my opinion, and we need a lot of regulatory clarity around this. But it can, as a technology, I think it can do both.
Great. Rohit, your thoughts?
If you're talking about short-term opportunities and long-term opportunities, from a short-term point of view, I'd say, some of the trends and, some of our investment theses that we're excited about. Number one, I'd say blockchain is still in its early days, right? So a lot of the infra layer is being built out. It's kind of like the 1970s and 1980s of when the digital ecosystem was being created. So what was being, worked on in the 1970s, 80s were the graphic chips, for example. So the very the building blocks of blockchain are being developed right now. So we are definitely excited about infra. I'm sure pretty much every Web3 investor is excited about infra. But beyond infra, we are also now beginning to see, my personal thesis is that in the next 1 year, we're going to see the first tranche of masses coming into this. Now, as masses come into this, and as some of these applications start scaling, there are a new set of technological challenges which people haven't solved for yet. Very similar to Web 2, when Web 2 started scaling up. So for example, how do you manage data? How do you analyze data? How do you generate customer insights? A lot of these tools which developed even in Web 2, once Web 2 got to scale, I think will also be developed in a Web 3 manner. And the seed for those businesses need to be seeded now, over the next year, because we do believe that the masses will come in over the next 1 to 2 years. So those are some short-term trends that we're excited about. From a long-term point of view, completely agree with Prashant that I look at it in two tranches. One is, like Prashant said, it's not about completely new businesses being built on blockchain rails and Web3 rails, but it's also about using blockchain as a tech to drive efficiencies in existing businesses. And our thesis is that every single business will have some part of their tech stack will be running on blockchain. Every single business. That's how deeply it's going to impact.
So if I take the gold rush analogy, we are going to see a lot of pickaxe and shovel companies which are really going to build the plumbing of the whole Web3 based internet. And that seems like a long-term play where this is needed for us. Somebody has to pave the road, because unless there is a reliable architecture, you're not going to be able to see a lot of business sitting on top of it. But those probably we do not know how it will be, so there'll be a lot of experimentation that will happen in the short run. But in the long term, there is a clear-cut opportunity in terms of building the infrastructure and building the plumbing that will really power it. Is that kind of a thought?
Absolutely. Spot on.
Cool. How about you, Dhruv?
Yeah, so I'll take an example of like 2 companies here. So one of them is from our portfolio. And so at Paradigm Shift, we back Indian founders that want to build, have the ambition to build global companies. So one company that we've backed is called 10xAR. So they're building a new augmented reality company that actually has a big retail use case. So they're focused on B2B applications where you can use this new glass and get, across warehouses, across big box retailers in the US, how do retail employees become a lot more efficient in their workplaces? How do they receive instructions and can sort of look at, through the camera in the glass? And just, they're being guided by, Tom Chi, and we've co-invested with Tom Chi here. He was the co-founder of Google Glass. So I think a lot of these applications will, are on the back end, and on the front end, you'll see, the metaverse plays. So a lot of retail has sort of, started taking, the metaverse rails as, new frontier to actually engage with customers. How do you make, experiences a lot more immersive? Nike's bought Artifact. You've had Starbucks, which just started up with Polygon to actually have their loyalty play through NFTs. And that's backed by Polygon. So that's the second company I want to talk about, right? So now we know both JD and Sandeep, they're phenomenal founders, and they've sort of built this company grounds up from India, and now it's just, $15 billion protocol. And I think they've just done phenomenal work to actually enable, scaling Ethereum. And it's like a truly global play from India. And within like 4 or 5 years, getting to like this state, completely liquid, is just a phenomenal achievement. And I think just sort of having like plays like this allow both, disruption as well as enablement. So companies like these, I think, can do both, and we just need to embrace it.
Oh, I think those are really great examples of what is happening here and now. So with that, I would come to the last question. And if you had a crystal ball and you were to look into the far future there, what would you see as the future of Web3? What areas would you see it impacting? What kind of breakthrough revolutions it will bring, not just as a technology alone, but in the various sectors that we are talking about? Let's say retail, for example. We are talking about retail in the conference there. What kind of changes do you see happening there in the next 2, 3, and 5 years, for example? So if you can give a 30-second answer to that. I know you don't have a crystal ball right now, or maybe you have, but we don't know about it. But what would you say to that?
I think blockchain and Web3 as an ethos will permeate through almost everything except for, the basic utilities in life, like what we call roti, kapda, or makan, right? The way it looks in the future to me is borderless economies, where finance and commerce is transacted by people globally, more at a P2P level, and where virtual becomes more real, where people are now living more in the virtual worlds as well and using virtual economy and virtual commerce as the ways and means of earning their livelihood and also spending their time and effort and money.
That's pretty audacious a vision there. Yeah. Rohit, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I think it'll evolve in two dimensions. One, like I said, traditional businesses will use blockchain rails, and then independent businesses will be created in an entirely Web3 decentralized manner. And there, I believe that not every business will be built in a decentralized manner. Not every business should be built in a decentralized manner. Only business models where you can give a 10x better customer experience by building it in a decentralized manner should be built in a decentralized manner. Otherwise, you can build it in a typical centralized manner. So it's not like every business is going to be built in a decentralized manner. So I see both of them both kind of business models, archetypes kind of coexisting, into the long term.
We'll probably see the birth of Web3 native companies, which will probably go and upend the conventional Web2-based companies, for example.
We absolutely could. And I think for a long time, they will also coexist.
They will coexist. It's going to be a long tail of technology there.
Right.
Dhruv?
Yeah, so I'd like to sort of mention two things here. One is what's happening currently. So currently we're in this transition phase of Web 2 to Web 3. So it's almost like a Web 2.5. And that's a lot of what we're focused on. Mm-hmm. So, how do you onboard a lot of these Web 2 users to Web 3? Because right now, frankly speaking, the number of users is actually minuscule. Yeah. We're supremely early. So, we've backed a company called Spatial, which actually does this. They allow dev tooling and, allow Web 2 developers to actually build on Web 3 rails now. So how do you onboard stuff like that? So I think that's something which is happening right now, which is very exciting, and we're very excited to back companies like those. And then, of course, I think going to the future, there's a lot that decentralization can actually work on. So how do you have decentralized governance? How can you have, political systems being influenced by decentralization? Finance, of course. I think we've already seen the first wave of DeFi, but how does this get a lot more efficient in the future? I think that's going to be a lot, impactful. And then, of course, this just allows a lot more radical transparency, a lot more ownership distribution, and yeah, we're just supremely excited about it.
Thank you. With that, it's a wrap, and I hope you got your time worth and you all have your checkbook ready and you know which Web3 you are going to invest in. Thanks a lot, Dhruv. Thanks, Rohit. Thanks, Prashant, for taking the time out and being with us and enlightening all of us on what is Web3 and how can it change the future for us. Thank you once again.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks for having us. Thank you.
So after that passionate discussion by the technologists here, we will now take a short break. For your refreshments are served outside. This is just going to be a 10-minute break. So I'm requesting our in-person audience to head back in with your coffees and teas in about 10 minutes. We start at 4:10. For our virtual audience, you can take a tea break too and come back by 4:30.
Thank you everyone for joining us for Converge at Walmart today. What an evening this has been. unraveling the latest and greatest from the world of retail tech industry and hearing from some of the known voices about all the innovation which is happening, about some special anecdotes, and also about some of their insights onto special technologies, how the retail tech industry is moving. Be rest assured, we all go back with new ideas and fresh perspectives, which we will use to make a difference to the retail tech industries. Hi, I'm Rahul Rawat, Vice President Engineering, Walmart Global Tech India. And with me, I have...
Hi everyone, my name is Madan Mohan Rao, Research Director from Your Story, also Charter Member at TIE Bangalore. Great to be here.
Hey Madan, so what was your favorite part of the day today?
I think the best part is so far being together in a physical event. How many of you are here for the first physical event after 2 years? Wow, thank you, thank you. So hopefully we're seeing the end of the pandemic. This is the new abnormal or the new normal, whatever they call it. But since you asked me what are some of the highlights, what I loved is how we began at 30,000 feet with some fantastic keynotes talking about what's happening on a global scale, what's happening in the technology universe. Then we came down to 10,000 feet with all those roundtable discussions, the fireside chats and so on. And then we came down to ground level with the startups who are actually doing stuff on the ground and building the future. And as someone from Your Story, we love you startups. How many of you startups in the audience? Startups wave? Oh, good, good, many. Fantastic, thanks. I also love the music. I'm a big fan of Lucky Ali, thanks to the band we just played. And the quiz also, I publish a quiz every Saturday, so I love those quiz questions as well. How about you, Rahul? What did you like?
Thank you, Madan. I can't agree more. So let's talk about some of the keynote sessions. It was such a great honor and pride to hear from Doug how Walmart Global Tech India is helping Walmart customers across the globe to save money and live better. Judith mentioning about the special focus on the local business and how it is supporting the India market and India companies. It was really nice to hear from Suresh how he presented the fresh perspective of how Walmart Global Tech India is, or Walmart Global Tech is changing the way customer interfaces with Walmart today. It was how the way we are using the AI ML and the difference we are creating by using it in all different ways. What was your take on the keynote sessions, Madan?
Yeah, thanks. What I liked in what Hari Vasudev mentioned was the 2 C's, connectivity and computation. So obviously cloud has become the way consumers and businesses connect to data, content, services, transactions, and so on. And he also talked about computation, how we are entering the age of algorithms. AI, ML are becoming a very big part of how not just you predict what's coming next, but you also prescribe what you should do next. All this has big implications both at the local and global level, and I think that's one terrific strength you all have being part of this company. You're connected both to the global and the local ecosystems over here. We also heard from Rahul Chari. He talked about Bharat. The big prize these days is Bharat. What's happening in the hinterlands, what's happening in tier 2, tier 3 cities and beyond. And a big part of this obviously is digital infrastructure. So India is actually in a very enviable position. A lot of countries around the world are looking at our India stack, for example, as an example of how the public and private sectors are coming together. So we are in a very unique ecosystem over here. We tend to forget that sometimes. But a big part of this also means you have to put simplicity and trust into the way this infrastructure works, is accessed, and is made affordable. This also brings up what's called the 4 V's, voice, vernacular, video, and visualization. So for the next billion users coming online, the internet is a very different experience from what you and I have gone through in the past. So these are some of the takeaways I had from the keynotes. How about you, Rahul?
Yeah, let's talk about some of the tracks today. We can start with track 1. We discuss what's in store for in-store today. After the pandemic, a lot of customers who were doing online shopping are slowly walking into the store. People like touching things. People like want to see. They physically want to experience things. And what more? They want the same experience. They want the experience what they had on their commerce website. They want to have the same knowledge, or when we identify a customer on a commerce website, they want them to be themselves to be identified. They walk into the store. They want to have the same experience around there. So there was a lot of discussion and interesting concepts and thoughts about the Omnichannel. We also talk about how automation and AI has become the new normal of the industry. Automation is helping the retail tech industry to save money, become more efficient in its operations, and also provide a better customer experiences. In past, when a customer used to go on an e-commerce website, the main intent the company had was to make the customer find the product they have come for. But with the advent of technology, we have moved away forward. With their browsing history, we can identify, we can connect with the customer, what exactly they do want. We can make a recommendation to them. And with that, a customer can connect with us, with the seller or with the product much more than what they have connected in past. we also spoke about the 3 Ws. The first one, W, we all know it was about data. The second one was all about services. And the third one is all about how we are going to interface and it is going to affect us in a daily life. It is all about us. So a lot of investors are putting money in those. We also spoke about some of the things, how the next gen generation is affecting the market for the retail tech, right? These people, they just want to be on the social network. They spend a lot of time on the social network. We have to identify, we have to find a way to attract them from the social network to get them to sell the product. We have to become innovative in our UI experiences. We also have to, these are like native digital generation. We have to provide them a confidence. We have to provide them a way with which they believe whatever they do on net is safe. So there was a lot of discussion around that and a lot of futuristic discussion. We had a lot of companies who came and presented about their AI ML products, what innovation they are creating, what are the different platforms which are coming through. So this is really an eye-opening sessions which we had in the track 1 today. How about track 2, Madan?
Thanks, Rahul. Track 2 picked up some other different issues, but there are some connects with what you just said. Let me pick up some of those connects. So there were 6 key clusters of takeaways from track number 2. The first one was on real-time retail. So this applies, of course, to 2 ends, the front end and the back end. So even looking at customers, how customers browse online on the phone or on the desktop, you can infer a lot about what they might be looking for. So you need to take a look at the behavior of consumers, and as you mentioned, Gen Z or Gen Z, depending on which side of the ocean you are. You can predict a lot on self-expression and what kind of shopping experiences people would expect. We also talked about the big billion, what used to be called a few years ago, the next billion is now the big billion. And a big part of this issue here obviously is fintech. I talked about India Stack earlier, how India Stack is enabling a lot of these transactions and so on. But with these opportunities also comes great responsibility. We have to do good risk management. So we talked about cyber security as one of the issues. We talked about how you mentioned Web3 earlier. Web3 and some of the applications like blockchain can help a lot in point of source of origin for these different kinds of products. We saw some of that in the quiz just a bit earlier. From computation, we come to capacity, the human resource part of it. Ultimately depends on the people like you who are working in these areas. So a big part of the game is upskilling, skilling, and so on, which includes not just learning, but unlearning the past and relearning new kinds of things. So fortunately, a lot of the old doomsday scenarios about AI taking away jobs, those seem to be receding. Now it's more of how can you pick up higher order skills so that you can harness data, mine data, and things of that sort. So a big role is going to be played by academia, how industry and academia can work together. It's happening a lot already in the US. We need much more here in India, these kinds of collaborations. In fact, even the World Economic Forum says that creativity is one of the most important skills to have in this coming era. So it's not just your technical skills, but how can you think out of the box that will become very important. We also talked about growth, and it's very interesting that we're talking about growth at a time when 5G is just around the corner. In India, they're already announcing 5G is going to be rolled out in different cities by the end of the year even, and definitely by next year. So this will accelerate a lot of these sensors, IoT, etc., and this will put the whole field of growth through AI on steroids. So it's not just about throwing people at problems anymore to solve problems. Now it's how to harness technology to scale, mine, and grow at 10x the kind of normal speed. We also talked about resilience. That's a very big part of this post-pandemic era. In fact, one part of resilience is a physical one, as we'll carry this mask in case people get a bit paranoid. But the other part, of course, is digital acceleration. So digital transformation already was happening, but the pandemic accelerated everything by a factor of 2 to 10 years, which is very good news for those in the tech industry. And last but not least is inclusion. We also talked about the importance of inclusion, different kinds of cognitive mindsets, gender, and so on in the workforce. So I'm very happy to see so many women over here in the room. Women in tech is the next big frontier in this industry. In fact, India ranks not very well when it comes to women in the workforce. But if we see more women, we'll have much better products, much better technology, and definitely much better design as well. So I think these are some of the key takeaways from track number 2. What about you, Rahul, for the rest of the part?
No, thank you so much, Madan. And indeed, what a day it was. Huge learning, hearing from some of the known voices in the industry. It has really changed the perspective. And we all are going to go back with a lot of new ideas and a lot of fresh ways in which we will do the thinking. With that, I would want to thank all of you for being such a lovely audience, for such a nice audience. And guess what? The show is not over yet. We have a nice segment planned for you after this. And we have our performance from our own people from Walmart. So please give them a hand to them. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Rahul. Thanks, everyone. And the only thing I would add is today also happens to be Your Stories Foundation Day. We were formed as a company on this day 13 years ago. A big shout out to all my colleagues at Your Story, to Ryan and all the rest of the team over here. Thank you all. Oh, wow, thanks. This is for my mother and father and all those who believed in me. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, Rahul and Madan, and thanks, Rahul, for stealing some of my lines. We have come to the end of Converge at Walmart 2022, Reimagining Retail Tech. They say time flies when you're having fun, and they are right, aren't they, Pratyush?
Absolutely. There were some great sessions, some very expert speakers, and some cool innovations. And to top it all, we had a great audience, a lovely audience. So thank you for being there. So thank you to all the lovely audience, and hope you had as much fun as Sandhya and I had presenting it. Here to bring the event to a close is Sunita Venugopal, Senior Director, Corporate Affairs and CSR, with a vote of thanks. Please give her a big hand.
After all the Shraddha jokes, I want to just hide my face. Sam Walton has shown the world how to go from 5 and dime to building the largest global retail business. He believed and said, great ideas come from everywhere, and if you just listen and look for them. I'm sure our flagship event, Converge at Walmart, has proven to be an inspiring platform for you to take away some amazing ideas today. As we drop the curtains to this year's event, I must thank each one of you, our speakers, our guests, attendees, industry delegates, media, and our own associates. And last but most importantly, our superb team of organizers. Thank you. Your presence here today has contributed to our success and has made this event bigger, better, and more remarkable than we could have ever imagined. What has unfolded today makes our resolve stronger to look at Converge 2023 with a new vigor and zeal. Until then, this is from Walmart Global Tech in India. Signing off, have a great evening. Thank you, everyone.